Chapter 1 My Wife, Scarlet Witch. New York, Queens. In a high-rise apartment building, the 28th floor, room number 6, building 2, unit 1803, 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen and 2 bathrooms, sits south-facing north, with excellent light. Early in the morning, 7:30. The warm sun shines into the living room through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and the white and clean floor reflects a little scaly light. Lee Bufan sat on the sofa in the living room and muttered, "System? System. If you are, make a sound. Don't be a rascal, the agreed time is up, hey, grass." Lee Bufan is not a person in this world. He comes from the earth and came quite early. He came 18 years ago. Whether it is the earth or the world, Lee Bufan doesn't care. Because in both worlds, he is a child with no father or mother. Anyway, he lives on his own. What does it matter where he lives? The two lives are human and their identities have changed. In this world, he is an Orthodox New Yorker of Chinese descent from the United States of America. As we all know, the United States is a paradise for children. Therefore, although there is no father or mother, Lee Bufan has survived smoothly with the help of the government. Originally, Lee Bufan thought he had just come to a parallel world similar to the Earth, but 3 years ago, an extremely accidental hero saved the beauty, and his worldview changed drastically. The person he rescued was called Wanda Maximoff. That's right, it's the Scarlet Witch. Until then, he didn't know that this world was not ordinary at all, it was the Marvel world. Lee Bufan panicked instantly. To know that the Marvel world, for ordinary people, it can be said to be hell, all kinds of villains, all kinds of ruining things, even if there are those superheroes, it is not safe at all. Didn't Thanos wipe out half of humanity with a snap of his fingers? Lee Bufan has no longevity, how can he ensure that he is not half wiped out? Not to mention the ultimate boss like Thanos, if you encounter a villain or a superhero fighting a villain, if you have bad luck, you might want to GG. When gods fight, mortals suffer. System. If you want to help yourself, there is only the system. But Lee Bufan came to this world for 18 years and called the system at least 180,000 times, but nothing happened. Until 3 days ago, the system finally responded, and Lee Bufan almost didn't cry. Still very angry. Why is it so late? System, because the host is underage, the real-life red envelope extraction system can only be parasitic on adults. It can only be turned on after the host has passed its 18th birthday. Lee Bufan. Where does the setting come from here? After 3 long days of waiting, today is Lee Bufan's 18th birthday. After 12 o'clock in the morning, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep and looked forward to it. Until now, the system still hasn't responded. Lee Bufan felt like he was going to explode. At this moment, Lee Bufan's mind suddenly trembled. He was overjoyed. Coming. After this mental fluctuation, a real-world map suddenly appeared in Lee Bufan's mind. With him as the center in a radius of 1,000 meters, all the scenes within 1,000 meters were all presented in his mind. He can also zoom the real map according to his own mind. This is simply to install an intelligent software similar to Jayad's map into his brain, which is very powerful and convenient. Lee Bufan's eyes brightened. Hey, waiting for the whole night, not in vain, the system is produced, it must be a boutique. While happy, Lee Bufan found that there was a red dot on the real map. He immediately zoomed in on the red dot, not elsewhere, but in his bathroom. Lee Bufan was taken aback. On the real map in his mind, a slender and graceful figure appeared in the bathroom, and the red dot was on the shower in the bathroom. My Wife is the Scarlet Witch. Chapter 1 Scarlet Witch. A towering apartment building. Early in the morning, 7:30. The warm sun shines into the living room through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and the white and clean floor reflects a little scaly light. Li Bufan sat on the sofa in the living room and muttered, "System? System. If you are, make a sound. Don't be a rascal, the agreed time is up, hey, grass." Li Bufan is not a person in this world. He comes from the earth and came quite early. He came 18 years ago. Whether it is the earth or the world, Li Bufan doesn't care. Chapter 2. Because in both worlds, he is a child with no father or mother. Anyway, he lives on his own. What does it matter where he lives? The two lives are human and their identities have changed. Originally, Li Bufan thought he had just come to a parallel world similar to the Earth, but 3 years ago, an extremely accidental hero saved the beauty, and his worldview changed drastically. The person he rescued was called Wanda Maximove. That's right, it's the Scarlet Witch. Until then, he didn't know that this world was not ordinary at all, it was the Marvel world. Li Bufan panicked instantly. To know that the Marvel world, for ordinary people, it can be said to be hell, all kinds of villains, all kinds of ruining things, even if there are those superheroes, it is not safe at all. Didn't Thanos wipe out half of humanity with a snap of his fingers? Li Bufan has no longevity, how can he ensure that he is not half wiped out? Not to mention the ultimate boss like Thanos, if you encounter a villain or a superhero fighting a villain, if you have bad luck, you might want to GG. When gods fight, mortals suffer. System. If you want to help yourself, there is only the system. But Li Bufan came to this world for 18 years and called the system at least 180,000 times, but nothing happened. Until 3 days ago, the system finally responded, and Li Bufan almost didn't cry. Still very angry. Why is it so late? System, because the host is underage, the real-life red envelope extraction system can only be parasitic on adults. It can only be turned on after the host has passed its 18th birthday. Li Bufan. Where does the setting come from here? After 3 long days of waiting, today is Li Bufan's 18th birthday. After 12 o'clock in the morning, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep and looked forward to it. Until now, the system still hasn't responded. Li Bufan felt like he was going to explode. At this moment, Li Bufan's mind suddenly trembled. He was overjoyed. Coming. After this mental fluctuation, a real-world map suddenly appeared in Li Bufan's mind. With him as the center and a radius of 1,000 meters, all the scenes within 1,000 meters were all presented in his mind. He can also zoom the real map according to his own mind. This is simply to install an intelligent software similar to Jayad's map into his brain, which is very powerful and convenient. Li Bufan's eyes brightened. Hey, waiting for the whole night, not in vain, the system is produced, it must be a boutique. While happy, Li Bufan found that there was a red dot on the real map. He immediately zoomed in on the red dot, not elsewhere, but on the shower in his bathroom. The system's rapid voice suddenly sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host, the real-life map has been opened, and the real-life red envelope extraction system is waiting to be activated. Warning. The host must press the start button within 3 seconds. Once the timeout expires, the system will be shut down permanently. Warning. This is not a joke. 3 seconds. He only has 3 seconds, and if he misses it, he will regret it for life. Snapped. Li Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 2 Shuangfishan's birthday present. There are still 15 minutes, and the system matters first. The top priority is how to solve this small problem at hand. 3 years ago, Wanda was bullied by a group of gangsters. Li Bufan beat the gangsters and rescued Wanda with his good skills. When Wanda's identity was determined, Li Bufan's mood collapsed. Damn it! God knows what happened, the chaos magic with one hand is so terrible, and even Wanda, who singles out Thanos, will be bullied by a group of small gangsters. Forget it, this is not the point. The fact is that many people have seen that group of gangsters bullying Wanda, taking photos of that group of people's lewdness, shivering, and dare not do anything. Only he took action with righteousness and won Wanda's favor. In the following 3 years of getting along, perhaps the two were orphans and sympathized with each other, and their relationship deepened day by day. Up to now, Wanda has loved Lee Bufan to the extreme. If she leaves Lee Bufan, she will violently go away in an instant, and it is possible to destroy the world. Although the relationship was deep, the two did not take the last step. The reason is also very simple. 3 years ago, Lee Bufan was only 15 years old and he was still under adulthood. For Lee Bufan, who was a human for 2 generations, his age was not a problem at all, he should be mentally mature. What's more, his body matured early. But for Wanda, he was willing to compromise. But now? What? There was another exclamation. In the drenched water vapor, Wanda's white and flawless face was flushed. She gave Lee Bufan a grotesque glance, and hummed coquettishly, "Little villain, you are against me." "Oh, sorry, sorry." Lee Bufan was embarrassed and quickly explained, "Wanda, I didn't mean it." Wanda deliberately scowled and said, "Uncommon, then how do you explain the present?" "Wipe, May won't be angry anymore, right?" Lee Bufan immediately extended his deepest regards to the system. "You give the task, but I don't have any comments." "But what's the matter with the 18 forbidden task?" Facing Wanda's question, Lee Bufan initiated a brainstorm. "There is it." Lee Bufan's eyes rolled, "Wanda, after today, I will be 18 years old, hee, you promised me." Chapter 3. Puff. Wanda couldn't help but laughed, and gave Lee Bufan annoyingly. "You silly little villain." Finally passed. Lee Bufan said, "But Wanda, you know me, I absolutely respect your ideas, if you are not ready, I will never force you. I apologize for my rash actions, sorry." "Do not." Wanda stretched out his right hand, gently pressed it on Lee Bufan's mouth, and said tenderly, "No need to apologize, never need, my little man. I am not prepared, but for my man, I can prepare." "Good." Lee Bufan was overjoyed. "Wanda, then." "What about that, you little villain, don't think too much." Wanda snorted and groaned, "Today Monday, I have to go to work, but I don't have time to mess with you." "Why?" Lee Bufan sighed and looked down at his strong clone. He thought he would get his wish today, but he didn't expect it to be a bad check. Hiss. However, at the next moment, Wanda suddenly took off Lee Bufan's shorts and knelt down in front of him. "Wanda. You." Wanda blankly gave Lee Bufan a look, "Little bad guy, this is my birthday present for you. Enjoy it." For nearly 15 minutes, under Wanda's unremitting efforts, Lee Bufan vented through his girlfriend's fiery red lips. Wanda rubbed his knees, stood up, and gave Lee Bufan an angry look. He complained, "You little villain, if you want to be like today next time, see if I will serve you. My legs are numb." Ns. Lee Bufan, who was greatly satisfied, took Wanda in his arms and smiled, "Daughter-in-law, you have worked hard, I love your birthday present." Young married woman. Wanda knows. Chapter 3 Real Red Packets, Interesting System. 15 minutes later, the system officially started. ZZ. It was like a burst of electric current rushing through his mind, and a huge amount of information emerged in Lee Bufan's mind. The system information he understands is as follows. First of all, the so-called real-life red envelope draw means that the system will start the real-life red envelope activity every once in a while. With the start time, the position where he is standing is the center of the circle, and there will be many red envelopes within a certain range around it. Secondly, red envelopes are divided into 7 levels, namely, B, A, S, SSS, Demigod, God, and Ancestor. The higher the level, the higher the rewards for the items in the red envelope. Such as B-level red envelopes, according to the explanation of the system, if defined according to the strength of Marvel heroes, it is basically a dragon set level. A-level red envelopes, this is considered an elite level. The S-level red envelopes are already at the level of heroes. Third, there are many kinds of red envelopes. There are ordinary red envelopes, which can be obtained by clicking, and there are also task red envelopes, which can only be obtained by completing the tasks issued by the system. Fourth, reward items are mainly divided into two categories. One is ordinary items, such as steel battle clothes, and the other is special items, such as Chakra-hoi, which is a teaching book for Chakra in Naruto world. For Lee Bufan, this is not a book, but a skill that can be mastered instantly. As long as you obtain it, you can immediately master the hidden meaning of Chakra operation. Fifth, and most importantly, how to upgrade. There are 7 red envelopes with the lowest level B. All ghosts know that B-level items are garbage, and they haven't seen the definition of the system, dragon set level. What a joke! Suddenly crossing, although it was not my intention, now that he has crossed, how can Lee Bufan not be satisfied, just being a passerby, how can he not fall into the name of a traverser? Well, in fact, this is all imaginary. This is Marvel world. Some supervillains will destroy the world at every turn of Marvel. Life-saving is the key. Anyone who wants to save their lives and control their own destiny is unreliable, they can only improve their own strength as much as possible. According to the system prompts, if you want to upgrade, you need to complete 1 to 3 ultimate tasks, sometimes once, sometimes 3 times. The trick is, whether it is once or 3 times. He has no authority to know before completing the previous ultimate task. Now, he didn't even have the right to know the ultimate mission of upgrading from B level to A level. Damn permission dog! Having said that, Lee Bufan, who received all the information, ticked the corner of his mouth and couldn't help laughing. Real-life red envelopes? It's really an interesting system. After a short pause, Lee Bufan looked forward to the system. Isn't there a novice gift package at the beginning? System, yes. Really? System, excuse me, the host, do you receive the novice gift package immediately? Nonsense, now is the best time for him to cook, don't use it at this time, keep it for the new year? Lee Bufan said without hesitation, receive. System, ding. Newbie gift packs are being distributed, please start receiving them. Red envelope 1, 100 100 100 red envelope space, unit, meter, remarks, only soulless items can be stored, and subsequent items will be directly distributed to the red envelope space. Red packet 2, the top hacking technique. Red packet 3, God level singing voice and singing skills. Red packet 4, Wing Chun, Dzogchen. Chapter 4. Red envelope 5, bulletproof suits, casual styles. Messages flashed through Lee Bufan's mind quickly, and all the items appeared in the red envelope space as soon as his thoughts moved. He quickly scanned it again and couldn't help being taken aback. For example, Wing Chun. The message is below. Name, Wing Chun, Chinese martial arts. Quality, B-level 2nd class. World, Ip Man. Chapter 4 Leaving Wanda, we are not a world. In the real map, there is only one red dot. Every time a real red envelope is drawn, it is of course impossible to have only one red envelope. It is the same as if you want to upgrade the red envelope. Only by obtaining this red envelope can you receive the second one. The red dot is not far from Lee Bufan, which is Lao Wang's restaurant more than 100 meters away. It is a Chinatown with many Chinese. Lao Wang Restaurant, the owner is a native of Gansu. It mainly deals in noodles. Lanzhou ramen is a must-have. The taste is extremely authentic. It is also Lee Bufan's favorite. I will take Wanda with him every other time, making Wanda fall in love with Chinese cuisine. Li Bufan got dressed and went downstairs quickly. Time waits for no one. Although 3 days are not short, all red envelopes will disappear after the time has passed. The most regrettable thing is not to lose, but that he doesn't even know what he has lost. He was in a hurry, but unfortunately, a phone call came, and the man said that he had come downstairs and asked to meet Li Bufan. Li Bufan was helpless, but this man had to meet, because his name was Pietro Maximov, Wanda's twin brother, and his elder brother. In the comic setting, Kuei Yan was born 30 seconds later than Wanda, but in Marvel Universe film and television, the setting was changed, which also made Li Bufan sure that he came to the film and television world of Marvel Universe instead of comic world. Fortunately in misfortune. If it is really a comic, Li Bufan may not be able to survive even if he has the system. Simple, he may not have time to grow up. How chaotic the comic Marvel is, I can't even think about it. I won't talk about all kinds of villains that destroy the world. Even a decent villain may become a villain. If Wanda loses control of his spirit, he instantly kills the world. How terrifying it is. 5 minutes later, the hustle and bustle of Chinatown. Lao Wang Restaurant. A red dining table near the window and 2 benches are very Chinese. Li Bufan and Quicksilver Pietro sit opposite each other. Counter. A chubby middle-aged man smiled at Li Bufan and said, "Why don't you go to school yet? Don't be too silly. You are the king of knowledge these days. Otherwise, you can only serve the plate like my kid." N.S. This middle-aged man is the restaurant owner Wang Dahu, and he is called Lao Wang by others. He also has a son and a girl who are in their 20s. He has no chance to study and can't find a good job, so he can only go to the restaurant to help. A family of 4 runs a restaurant. The business is very hot, and it is too busy, so 6 more people are invited. Li Bufan smiled and said, "Pharaoh, your family is not very moisturized. Your restaurant has not made less money for a year, and those who go to work don't make much money than you." A trace of complacency flashed across Wang Dahu's face, and he waved his hand and said, "What, all he makes is hard money? What do you eat today? Or the same? Where is your friend? He can't get used to our food." Wang Dahu stopped asking more questions, and rushed to the kitchen back. "Second son, a bowl of Lanzhou ramen, put more peppers and coriander, table no 12. Okay." Inside, Wang Dahu's son responded honestly. Li Bufan swept his gaze toward the southeast corner. There were 4 burly men, 2 blacks and 2 whites sitting there. Immediately afterwards, Li Bufan's mouth twitched. "Pete." Because when his eyes swept over the 4 men, one of the white men's right cheeks suddenly flashed red, and a golden red envelope appeared with 5 words, "Fan, I have a red envelope." This is really real scene extraction, but is it too funny? Hello? Hello? Pietro's face was full of frost, and he knocked his fist twice on the red table. He was very dissatisfied and said, "I have something to tell you, you can be serious." Li Bufan said, "Pietro, what do you want to say? I don't have much time. If you have something to say, you can make a long story short, okay? Boy. This is how you talk to me." Pietro's eyes widened and gritted his teeth. "I'm rude brat, if it wasn't for my sister's face, I would have fixed you." Chapter 5 Restaurant Conflict. Although Pietro said it was a showdown this time, he could see that he still had some scruples. He didn't fully confess everything, but he mocked for a while. He continued, "If you don't leave Wanda again, you are sure will die. Although Wanda won't die, she will do what she doesn't want to do because of you. So, leave Wanda. Whether it's for you or Wanda, it's the best choice. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about Wanda. Do you really want to let Wanda do what she doesn't like because of yourself? What to do?" Li Bufan shook his head and said flatly, "No." "Hey? Did this get rid of it?" Petro was overjoyed and said, "So you want to leave Wanda? Li Bufan, how is it possible?" Chapter 5. Pietro. Pete? What the hell? Do you really tease me, and what's the matter with your look like an idiot? Pietro gritted his teeth angrily, "Smelly boy. You are provoking the limit of my endurance. You don't think that with Wanda, you can really be so presumptuous to me, right?" Li Bufan said, "Petro, you are also provoking my limits. Since today is the last time you said this, then I will reply to you for the last time: impossible. It is impossible to leave Wanda, in this life it's impossible. I can only rely on Wanda to eat soft rice and barely live a life." Pietro. Li Bufan made a joke, his expression suddenly became serious, and he said indifferently, "Petro, I will never leave Wanda, and at the same time, I will never allow anyone to force Wanda to do things she doesn't like or want to do. If anyone dares to do this, I will let him know how to write the word regret. Petro was taken aback and looked at Li Bufan in surprise. This kid! At this moment, he felt an unprecedented domineering aura from Li Bufan, not the kind of arrogant dominance, but the gentleness like a spring breeze. "I said, you can't, you can't." This kind of warmth and domineering, he has only experienced it in one person, and that person is Professor X. Pietro shivered all over. Crazy. He felt like he was crazy, and he would associate this kid with Professor X. Who is Professor X? That is the lifelong enemy of Magneto, the super among mutants. This kid is pretending to be coercive and talking big. Thinking of this, Pietro was even more annoyed, and said with a look of disgust, "Asshole! Your kid doesn't know what he's talking about. I'll say it again, you and my sister, we are not in the same world at all, don't want to die." Li Bufan yawned and interrupted, "After you're done with Petro, don't talk about the chariot, is it possible?" I said repeatedly, "You are not annoying, my ears are all calluses. Do you still have something to do?" "I have something to do." After that, Li Bufan got up and walked towards the four men. Pietro dumbfounded. Soon, it was on fire. This who doesn't know the heights of the sky, dare to talk to himself like this? Hey, wait! What does he want to do? Don't you want to do what Justice Messenger was like 3 years ago? Haha, brat, you stepped on a nail this time. Those 4 guys are not ordinary people, they all have snake tattoos on their necks. Not wrong, those 4 men belong to the Viper Gang. The Venomous Snake Gang, a gang entrenched in Queens, has only gathered up in the last 2 months. Now, of the 4 guys, 2 have eaten, and 2 others have poured their food directly on the ground, obviously looking for faults. Seeing what the situation is now, Pietro laughed, staring at Li Bufan interestingly, and secretly said, "The kid who hasn't gotten out of the ivory tower, you will know right away, we are not in the world at all." Meaning? There was already a picture of Li Bufan being beaten by those 4 guys in his mind. The kid had no choice but to beg himself to do it. Chapter 6 Wing Chun, Show Great Power. 6 Seek Fresh. The huge restaurant was bustling and very noisy the moment before. It has become deserted at this moment. Even the staff employed by Wang Da ran away when the situation was not good. There are only 4 of the old Wang family, plus Pietro who is watching the show and Li Bufan who is ready to shoot. For the time being, the attention of the 4 members of the Viper Gang was on Wang Dahu's family of 4. No one paid attention to them. The white leader stepped on Wang Dahu's chest and laughed wildly, "Yellow monkey, what did you just say? Call the police. Do you think the police can help you? Tell you, this uncle is named Wilson, the Viper Gang, even if you call the police, so what? The police can help you for a while, can you help you? The police are gone during the day, uncle come again at night, will you call the police again?" Wang Dahu was dumbfounded. "It really is," the white leader arrogantly said, "stupid yellow-skinned monkey. Tell you, starting this month, your restaurant belongs to our Viper Gang. Every month our Viper Gang sends people to check the accounts, and you must hand over 80% of the profit. Impossible. Wang Dehe was anxious. Originally, he wanted to compromise and pay protection fees every month, but he didn't expect the Viper Gang to do so absolutely. Not only did they collect protection fees, but they had to collect 80% of the profits. Then they gave it to the Viper Gang. Work to earn a living? Then open a fart restaurant? It doesn't matter if you don't open it. GG. The white leader gave a weird smile and jerked his feet. Wang Dehe screamed. It seems that you are asking for money but not life. You are worthy of being a yellow-skinned monkey. Money is more important than life. Wang Dehe's wife ran out and knelt in front of the white leader, begging, Uncle, we were wrong. Whatever you say, we will do it all. Please don't hurt our head. The white leader smiled and said, It's pretty much the same, but you're not lying to me, want to delay time. Wang Dehe's wife was taken aback. It really is. Just now, Wang Dehe's family wanted to understand that the Viper Gang had already been eyeing them. It was impossible for this restaurant to open anymore. As long as they passed this level first, then they would slip away. Unexpectedly, he was seen through by this guy. Don't dare, don't dare. GG. The white leader gave another weird smile and sneered, You yellow-skinned monkeys are very cunning. Don't think I don't know what you think. That girl, temporarily lives in our Viper Gang, as long as you cooperate obediently, it will be fine. He was talking about Wang Dehe's daughter, Wang Xiaqi, who looked very ordinary but had a good figure and was already 21 years old. What? Wang Xiaqi was dumbfounded and hid behind her brother. Chapter 6. The White Boss is full of lewdness. Wang Dehe shouted, Beast! What do you want to do? Call the police immediately. Wang Dehe's wife kept kowtow and started crying, Uncle, we must cooperate obediently, please let my daughter go. I beg you, please. Fuck, the white leader said impatiently, Smith, what are you still stupefied? Go and get that girl over. He, good boss. Snapped. At this moment, Li Bufan slapped the white leader's right cheek. Crisp and neat. All four of the Viper Gang were dumbfounded, and the Wang Dehe family of four were dumbfounded. Li Bufan didn't care, as if he was all right. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get a mission red envelope. Ding! Task, at noon on the day of hoeing, sweat drips into the soil. Who knows that the Chinese food is hard to eat? It is shameful to waste. The Lanzhou ramen you order is eaten even if you kneel down. After that, the host must ask the snake to help the four to finish all the ramen. Ding! Mission reward, Super Warrior Genetic Modification Liquid, no punishment for mission failure. Li Bufan glanced at the Lanzhou ramen scattered all over the place, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I like this task. New book upload, please support, I will break out. Let me talk about the setting problem first. This article mainly focuses on Marvel movies, including 22 Marvel movies plus X-Men, etc., and then comics are set as a supplement. As an author, I will freely assemble and play properly. For example, Kuei Yan and Crimson Witch. In the comics, Kuei Yan was born 30 seconds later than Crimson Witch, but in Marvel movies, Crimson Witch was born 30 seconds later than Kuei Yan. Secondly, it has been really bad recently, so I hope the new book will survive. Perhaps the popularity of Marvel has been okay recently, and the collection on the first day is not bad, but it is just a collection. The flowers and evaluation votes are horrible. Here, I still ask for it. 1. Add 1 more for every 3,000 flowers. 2. The evaluation votes will increase by 1 for every 500. 3. Reward every 10 people plus 1 more. I worked the code word, and I dare not say that I completed the edition on the same day, but I will never skip the ticket. In addition, I have 226 flowers and 111 evaluations every day. I voted for myself, so you can imagine how miserable the data is. I like this book very much, and I hope everyone will like it. This book comes from wap.fallow.com. Chapter 7. This kid has a terrible character, right? Yellow monkey. Go to hell. A black man with a hideous face took a dagger and pierced Li Bufan's chest. Li Bufan turned sideways and swiftly avoided it. It was a counterattack, hitting the black wrist. The black screamed, his wrists numb, and the dagger fell instantly. Li Bufan took advantage of the victory and chased him with his right hand into a fist, hitting the black temple with a heavy hammer. Boom! With a muffled noise, the black man flew out, hit the wall hard, and fainted directly. This series of actions was like running clouds and flowing water. Within 2 seconds before and after, the member of the Viper gang was GG. The remaining 2 members of the Viper gang were terrified, knowing that this time they encountered a tough stubble, and they didn't dare to make any big claims. The 2 cooperated and killed Li Bufan from 2 directions respectively. 3 seconds later, in Li Bufan's dazzling blow, both of them vomited blood and fell heavily to the ground. Pietro was completely amazed. Damn it! This kid is not embroidered with fists, but real Chinese kung fu. When was he so good? Careful! Pietro reminded him again, but it was too late, because when Li Bufan knocked over the 3 Viper gang, the white leader had already drawn his gun and aimed it at Li Bufan's head. Do not move! The white leader yelled nervously, his gun hands trembling. Li Bufan was as calm as a mountain, looking at the white boss with a smile, but a smile. You have a gun in your hand, and there should be bullets in the gun. It's still facing my head at the moment, so, what are you nervous about? Fuck! The white leader yelled, yes, why are you nervous? What if this yellow-skinned monkey's kung fu is good? I have a gun. Damn yellow-skinned monkey! You got into trouble, you got someone who shouldn't be offended. This uncle belongs to the Viper gang, the Viper gang. Li Bufan smiled. Oh, this sentence is also for you. Your Viper gang has also provoked people who shouldn't be offended. The white leader thinks this yellow-skinned monkey must be crazy, knowing that he belongs to the Viper gang, he dares to be so arrogant. Fuck! Kneel down. I count 3 times. If you don't kneel down for this uncle, you will die. Li Bufan shrugged and said with a smile, don't be so troublesome, you can shoot now. Guess, can you hit it? The white leader was speechless. This yellow-skinned monkey is a lunatic, do normal people dare to play like this? Pietro also felt that Li Bufan was playing with fire, and said, hey boy, don't think that you have kung fu is great. No matter how good your kung fu, you can't resist bullets. Chapter 7. He wasn't worried at all, even if Li Bufan couldn't stop him, there was still him. He is fast silver. Li Bufan smiled and said, shoot, why, don't you dare to shoot. Fuck. The white leader was completely angered by Li Bufan's contempt, and roared, go to hell. Boom. The gunfire sounded, but at the moment when the gunfire sounded, Li Bufan's head could not be avoided. Pietro was surprised. His speed is very fast, his eyes are faster, otherwise the speed is lifted up, and he can't see anything at all, that is, the headless fly. Therefore, he can clearly see the trajectory of the bullet. The bullet flew past Li Bufan's brain. Maybe only 1 centimeter. Do not. Only 0.5 millimeters. Pietro was shocked. Is this kid a lunatic, or is he absolutely sure of his own strength? Next moment, Li Bufan had already bullied him and his expression became extremely cold. You really dare to shoot? Chapter 8 Super Warrior Genetic Modification Liquid. 2 more. After the white boss finished everything, he looked at Li Bufan flatly, and Li Bufan said lightly, get out of here. Well. The other 2 members of the Viper gang, one carrying the white leader and the other carrying a fainting companion, also fled and left the restaurant. Wang Dahu's family of 4 is still full of palpitations. Little Li. Wang Dahu is like not knowing Li Bufan, this little guy, he is just a high school student, why has he suddenly become a super expert? Li Bufan smiled and said, Pharaoh, the matter has been resolved. Wang Dahu shook his head and said, not yet, Xiao Li, although you beat them away, but they are just 4 small members of the Viper Gang, the Viper Gang will definitely get revenge. Hey, this restaurant can't go on. Don't worry. Li Bufan smiled and said, I haven't eaten enough of your Lanzhou ramen. Today I will take a day off. It will open tomorrow as usual. Tonight you should be able to see the news of the demise of the Viper Gang. Wang Dahu was shocked. He thought Li Bufan was going to single out the Viper Gang. He nervously said, Xiao Li, don't do stupid things. If this restaurant is gone, it will be gone. You can open it elsewhere. But your life, if it's gone, then it's all gone. Pharaoh, what do you think? How could I single out the Viper Gang? Li Bufan smiled, glanced at Pietro, and said, but I have a very good friend. He has a good reputation in New York. Even the government sells his face. He will help the poisonous snake tonight. Friend, don't you say so. Pietro was so speechless that he didn't expect this kid to stare at him. Never mind. Anyway, Magneto found their brothers and sisters, and it is impossible to hide them in New York. Maybe their brothers and sisters will start to flee soon, so they should be a gift to this kid before they leave. Kung Fu kid, don't get too proud, otherwise you will die one day. Pietro left these words and decisively left the restaurant, following the 4 little snakes from the gang of vipers, preparing to bring the vipers to the pot. Wang Dahu will be skeptical, but there is still a glimmer of hope. Just like Xiao Li said, close the door for a day and watch tomorrow's news, hoping that a miracle will happen. After all, this restaurant was opened with great difficulty. If he had to, how could he give up easily? After Pietro left, Li Bufan also left and went to a boutique across the street. A system voice came from my mind, ding. Congratulations to the host, the task has been completed, and the task reward has been distributed to the red envelope space, please check the host. Li Bufan's thoughts flashed and he scanned the red envelope space. As expected, there was an extra bottle of red medicine, about 30 ml. The attributes are as follows. Item, Super Warrior Genetic Modification Liquid. Attribute, Ordinary items. Quality, B-level high, grade, medium, high. World, Star Empire. Use, direct injection, complete the transformation in 3 minutes. Fuck, is there any mistake? This level of item is actually only B-level high level. Li Bufan quickly browsed the attributes of the item and was shocked. There is no other reason. This item comes from Interstellar Empire. What kind of world the Interstellar Empire is, Li Bufan doesn't know, nor does he need to know, he only needs to know what the super soldier genetic modification fluid is. According to the information given by the system, this thing is to enhance the combat effectiveness of fighters in the Interstellar Empire. The effect is very explosive. Even if it compares with the super soldier serum injected by the US team, it is not much better. It may be a little weaker. As a result, this thing is actually only B quality. How fierce is the God quality item? Absolutely more terrifying than the Marvel world, the so-called evil gods and gods, right? Li Bufan exclaimed. Hello, sir, do you want to see this shirt? At this time, a blonde and blue-eyed shopping guide stepped forward and asked, but Li Bufan stopped in front of a row of shirt racks for too long, which attracted the attention of the shopping guide, thinking that he wanted to buy a shirt. Oh, yes. Chapter 9 Qualitative Change. Explosive figure, perfect line. Wearing clothes is nothing, that is to say, the body feels heavier than before, but when you take off your clothes, the visual impact will come. Chapter 8. Although the size is still the same, it has not become 5 big and 3 thick, but the edges and corners on the body are like rock carvings, especially the 9-pack ABS and the Perfect Mermaid line, releasing a thrilling charm. Tisk. Li Bufan smiled and squinted. Let's try it. He stood upright, like a javelin, and then his whole body leaned straight forward, using only one index finger in each of his left and right hands. Under such impact, not only did the index finger bear it, but there was no pain at all. Call. With steady breathing, he quickly did 100 push-ups. It's easy and no pressure. Come again. With a smile at the corner of Li Bufan's mouth, he suddenly lifted his left hand, and used his right index finger to do push-ups alone. Another 100. Then he slapped the palm of his right hand on the ground, and he finished changing hands in an instant. 100 more. There was still no pressure. Li Bufan didn't even sweat a single drop. A total of 300 push-ups took less than 3 minutes. In other words, he had one index finger and 100 push-ups, not even a minute. This physical fitness is strong enough to explode. At this moment, the beautiful shopping guide waited for a long time, worried that Li Bufan might have a problem, so he opened the curtain of the fitting room and said with concern, "Sir, are you okay?" "Ah." The beauty shopping guide's eyes went straight. Li Bufan patted the ground with his left hand. "Hey!" He stood up like a benchmark, and the beauty shopping guide saw the exploding figure approaching Li Bufan. His eyes widened. Oh my god! This little man didn't think there was anything when he put on his clothes, but he took off his clothes. This figure is too explosive. With a rocky, angular body, every muscle on his body is clearly visible. You don't have to try the law with your body, you can feel that this little guy contains a powerful and terrifying explosive force in his body. Unparalleled power. Perfect lines. Daisy swears that this little man is definitely the most perfect man she has ever seen. He has never seen such a bursting figure, as smooth as a cheetah. Okay, I really want to touch it. Daisy's cheeks turned red, her breathing became rapid, the eyes were staring, and the voice of the devil appeared in her mind. Li Bufan smiled and said, "It's nothing, I'm about to try on clothes." "Oh, good, good." Daisy hurriedly drew the curtains back. This time Li Bufan didn't waste any more time, put on the clothes quickly, took the shirt, and walked out of the fitting room, saying, "Wrap up this dress, I want it." "Good, good." Daisy quickly wrapped up the shirt, handed it to Li Bufan, and then personally sent Li Bufan out. Li Bufan was about to leave. Daisy summoned her courage and stuffed a small note into Li Bufan's hand. Daisy lowered her head and said with a blushing face, "Hello, my name is Daisy Barbara. I am a sophomore at St. Peter's University. This is just my internship. If you can, please call me." These words seemed to exhaust the girl's courage, and she turned around and ran back to the store. Li Bufan opened the note with the girl's address and phone number on it. He couldn't help but smile, so that all the girls would give him a hug. Daisy Barbara, blonde and blue-eyed, is indeed a big beauty. It's okay to have fun, but the timing is not right. Red envelopes are important. After another half an hour, the second red dot appeared, and Li Bufan shuttled through the Queen's area and began to chase his second real-life red envelope. The time is hurried, and almost 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye, and it is still 2 hours away. The real-life red envelope drawing will end. During this time, Li Bufan didn't even think about going to school, and he didn't even return home. Chapter 10 Monsters. Terrifying Strength. 4 more. Queens, subway station. Li Bufan went through the security check, walked towards the subway, and secretly said, "In the last 2 hours, the 9th real-life red envelope appeared. I hope this time I can draw the rewards of Hokage or Death World." At this time, mind. The system voice resurfaced, ding. Congratulations to the host, you have reached the qualification to know the ultimate mission, please check. Like an electric current, a burst of information struck Lee Bufan's mind. Ultimate Mission 1, the host needs to complete an intimate contact with Black Widow Natasha Romanova, the contact distance is -20 cm. Task duration, 7 days. Successful mission, the red envelope drawing will be upgraded from level B to level A. Mission failure, the ultimate mission will be changed, but it will be released at least 3 months later. After browsing the information of the ultimate mission, Lee Bufan was confused. To contact the Black Widow, the contact distance is still -20 cm. Walter Jaffock. The system you really know how to play, day by day, you are so tactful. And also, based on the tasks you posted, are you sure you are a red envelope real scene extraction system, not a rogue system? The task is still to be done. If the system is not completed, it will not disappear, but if you want to do it again, you will have to wait at least 3 months. This is definitely not acceptable to Lee Bufan. Thinking of this, Lee Bufan walked into the subway. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning, the first train of the subway, and there were not many passengers. Lee Bufan followed the directions on the real map and came to the third carriage, and found a seat casually to sit down. Chapter 9. There are only 3 people in this carriage. A yawning old man, and 2 young people, a man, a woman, a man wearing a cape, unable to see his face, a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, tall, very young, still in college, in a trance looking out the window. Lee Bufan was so clear about the girl's information because it happened that he happened to know the girl. Daisy Barbara, the girl who stuffed a note in his hand in the boutique 3 days ago. Unexpectedly, I encountered it again, fate. Lee Bufan smiled. Next to Daisy Barbara, the young man was standing, his right hand flashing red, and a heart-shaped red envelope appeared. Without words, it should be an ordinary red envelope. After a glance, Lee Bufan's mouth twitched. Somewhat speechless. Early in the morning, I did not expect to encounter a subway wolf. There are not many people in this car, there are many seats, but the guy doesn't sit anywhere else, but sits next to Daisy Barbara, and he keeps rubbing his on Daisy Barbara, pretending to be pretty. Picture. Looking at Daisy Barbara again, Lee Bufan is even more speechless. The silly Badian didn't know what he was thinking, her eyes were blank, and the scenery outside the window flashed like the wind. She was completely immersed in her own world. She didn't even notice what the man was doing. He was very nervous. At this level, there is no one. The man had a joy on his face, thinking that the girl had acquiesced, and he was much bolder, and his right hand quietly went around Daisy Barbara's back and touched the girl's soft buttocks. What? Daisy Barbara jumped up screaming, only then realized what had happened and stared at the man angrily. The man is obviously a veteran, even if he is found, his face is calm and his right hand swayed. Hey! A shimmering dagger slipped out of his sleeve and appeared in his palm. The man threatened in a low voice, "Sit down. There is no police here, no one will come to rescue you. If you cooperate, I promise you won't hurt you, but you dare to resist, I don't guarantee what will happen. Anyway, I have carried 3 lives in my hand, and you are not behind." Daisy Barbara was desperate. "God, my benevolent Lord, can you save me? Please, please come and save me." Her prayer seemed to have worked, and a sneer sounded. Tight. Chapter 11. The Right Hand of God. One more. I go. Lee Bufan himself was a little surprised, this kick was too strong, and he was not particularly clear about his strength now. The man wailed like a pig, and immediately attracted the attention of the passengers in the nearby carriages, and they rushed over. With one piece, there are about 20 people. The passengers looked at Lee Bufan and the terrible Metro Wolf Mr. Wolf in amazement. They looked at each other. They didn't know what had happened. Someone had already called the police. Mind. The system voice appeared, Ding! Congratulations to the host, receive an ordinary red envelope, and the item reward is Metro Wolf? God's right hand. Item, Subway Wolf? God's right hand. Attributes, ordinary red envelopes. Special items, skills. Quality, B-level high, divided into inferior, medium, and high. World, Metro Wolf Empire. Remarks, Metro Wolf Empire, this is the paradise of Metro Wolf. In this world, everyone is working hard for the hand of the Subway Wolf with the highest skills, and the best among them is dubbed the title of the right hand of the god. Once you have the right hand of God, your right hand will gain incredible magic power. Women who have intimate contact with you will be 100 times more happy. No man is your opponent. As long as you have had a relationship once, a woman will never forget it. You can conquer 90% of the women in the world with the right hand of God alone. You are the deadly poison for women. This title is the highest crown of the Metro Wolf Empire, and its recognition even exceeds the royal crown. My Nima. Li Bufan almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood, looked at his right hand extremely speechlessly, and the moment he clicked on the red envelope, he had already acquired the inheritance of the right hand of God. But, what the is this Subway Wolf Empire? The highest goal of everyone is to become a man with the right hand of God? There is actually such a country? Walter Jaffok. The right hand of God, it turns out that this is the right hand of God, so it's so domineering. At this time, the two police officers had arrived first, and immediately drew out their guns and pointed them at Li Bufan. One of them said, "Hey, boy, don't act rashly, let the man go." Daisy Barbara quickly defended Li Bufan. The two police officers believed, but they were still a little speechless. Others just used your girlfriend to be frivolous, but when you came up, you abolished one of the other's hands. You are just too defensive, right? Okay. The policeman shrugged helplessly and said, "Big boy, we will definitely investigate the matter. Now you just need to let go of the man, and come back to the police station with me. I promise you will be fine, okay?" Li Bufan let go and chuckled, "That's not going to work. I have to go to school today, Thursday." Daisy Barber snorted at the police officer, and hurriedly said to Li Bufan, "My father is Odin Barbara, he is a member of the Senate. I will call him right away. Don't worry, it will not delay your schooling." Oh! Li Bufan was taken aback. He didn't expect that this girl who was an intern in a fashion store had a lot of background, and she was actually a daughter of a counselor. The two houses of the U.S. Senate and the House of Representatives are in charge of different things. Compared with the two houses, the division of labor is different. It does not matter how large or small the power is. But compared to ordinary people, whether it is the Senate or the House of Representatives, they are at the top of the pyramid. The power is terrible. Chapter 10. There are 50 states in the United States. Each state, regardless of size, has 2 Senate seats. Daisy Barbara's father, Odin Barbara, is one of the representatives of New York State. In the upper class of New York, it is famous. The presence. The most intuitive expression is that when she heard Daisy Barbara's words, both the two police officers and the surrounding passengers changed their faces. The passengers looked at Li Bufan with envy. This kid, blessed, actually caught Odin's daughter. The policeman changed his face and said, "It turned out to be Miss Daisy. Don't worry, your boyfriend doesn't need to go to the police station. You are already victims. My name is Kid Michael, please give Odin for me." Greetings, sir. Chapter 12. You, the kid, are worthy of Wanda. The passengers in the carriage followed Li Bufan's gaze and saw the toad people. They were all dumbfounded, and shouts of exclamation followed. "Oh, God, what kind of monster is he? Mutant. My God, it's disgusting." Laugh. Toad's mouth opened wide, and his tongue was like a bolt of lightning, which instantly penetrated a man's throat. After passing it, it did not retract, but like a fold like lightning, it penetrated the throats of 3 people again. The mouth is too cheap, and now they all paid the price. What? Fear, like a virus, spread quickly among the passengers. The passengers were frightened and fled in a panic. The 2 police officers are no exception. Please, that's a mutant, don't run away at this moment, stay here for the new year? Moment. Only Lee Bufin and Daisy Barbara were left in the carriage. Lee Bufin looked at Daisy in surprise. He didn't expect this rich daughter to be brave. The girl took Lee Bufin's arm and shivered, let's go. Toad smiled strangely, girl, I'm afraid you won't be able to go. What do you think I am doing here? Daisy's breathing was stagnant, and she realized that this weird person was either looking for Lee Bufin or looking for herself. There was horror in her eyes, and she trembled. I don't know what you want to do, but my dad is a member of the Senate. You'd better not be foolish, or you will definitely be in trouble. GG. Senator's daughter. Toad stared at Lee Bufin mockingly, and said with a sneer, Yellow kid, with Wanda, you are still not satisfied, but you are still messing around with flowers and weeds. You know? But it's okay, just you kid, what? Worthy of Wanda. Humph. Lee Bufin chuckled softly, Wanda is my daughter-in-law, what are you? It's your turn to make irresponsible remarks. You. Toad's eyes are burning. Daisy, this has nothing to do with you, you go first. Then you. Do not bother me. Okay. Okay, will you call me then? Lee Bufin helplessly said, if there is a need, I will contact you. The girl was overjoyed, okay, then we're settled. After all, Daisy looked at Lee Bufin with concern, hesitated, got out of the car and left the subway station. Toad sneered, hee, I didn't expect that your kid is still a flower protector. No wonder you can trick Wanda into it, kid, I will let you taste the taste of life is better than death. Lee Bufin said lightly, idiot, you are not the boss, and you have no right to decide. Don't say anything cruel. Magneto sent you, right? Toad said in surprise, you actually know Magneto. Lee Bufin sneered and said, I not only know Magneto, but also your purpose. I don't bother to talk nonsense with you. You can help me give Magneto a message and tell him that you are not allowed to play Wanda's idea, otherwise, you will be at your own risk. What? Toad was shocked, his face was incredible, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Is this guy crazy? He's just an ordinary person, and he's just a high school student, how dare he threaten Magneto? You, ha ha ha. Toad laughed, you yellow-skinned boy, that's so interesting. Ha ha ha, what do you think the uncle came here for? Just to catch you, you stupid pig. Lee Bufin chuckled, of course I know, don't you just want to control me first, and then use it to threaten Wanda? Boy, since you know everything, then go with this uncle. Toad's complexion suddenly became cold, his pimple face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of frost, his mouth was open, and the long mucus-covered tongue shot straight towards Lee Bufin's chest. Very good. Lee Bufin's eyes narrowed, he was about to make a move to teach this clam severely. Chapter 13 Wanda's Little Man, not at all. Black Widow. Toad was shocked, and immediately said with a strange smile, do you think Shield also likes Wanda? Natasha pointed her muzzle at the Toad, snorted coldly, and said, tell Magneto, this is New York, not where he went wild. Bang, bang, bang. When the voice fell, Natasha decisively pulled the trigger and fired several shots. Bitch! Toad stunned, cursed a few times, and quickly flashed around in the carriage, avoiding a few bullets, and then a jump, flashed out of the carriage, and shouted bitterly, you bitch, I will talk to you sooner or later. Afterwards. It must be possible to fight, but Shield is also focusing on Wanda, and Toad must notify Magneto of this important information as soon as possible. This conflict broke out suddenly and ended even more suddenly. Toad left, Natasha's right leg was still resting on Lee Buffon's right shoulder. For Natasha, it was easy and stress-free, and the flexibility of her body was simply inhuman. Chapter 11. Lee Buffon's mouth twitched, but he thought of the ultimate mission. It's better to hit the sun if you choose a day. Now that I met Natasha. Then today. Then, now. At this point, Lee Buffon immediately retreated, but Natasha did not expect it, and then retreated. Boom! The two directly hit the iron wall of the carriage. Natasha's right leg was resting on Lee Buffon's generous shoulder, and it was too late to take it off. As a result, Natasha couldn't help raising her right leg, and in the end it was already level with her own head. Together. Vertical one-word horse. Fortunately, it was Natasha, all qualities had reached the best of human beings, and if she wanted to be replaced by an ordinary person, under such a fierce impact, her crotch might have been torn apart. What? Row was Natasha, who also exclaimed, frowning her eyebrows coldly, and exclaimed, "Boy, what are you doing?" Lee Buffon chuckled, "Widow sister, I should say this, right? What do you SHIELD want to do?" "You." Natasha looked surprised, her heart was shocked, and she was shocked by Lee Buffon's composure. "The information is wrong. SHIELD investigation results show that Lee Buffon is an ordinary high school student." "But now. Please, this big boy obviously knows her and knows S.H.I.E.L.D. From his tone of voice, he can even infer that he also knows the purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D. Look at his calm expression. Ordinary high school student? What a joke, this 18-year-old high school student is not ordinary at all." Just as Natasha was shocked, Lee Buffon had already activated the god's right-hand skill, and quietly pressed his right hand on Natasha's soft and silky water snake waist. ZZ. It was like a burst of electric current, Natasha's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes showed indescribable colors. A pair of beautiful eyes, instantly blurred. It seems to have seen heaven, colorful, beautiful and splendid. God! What kind of monster is this little guy? So effective? It seems that the system didn't lie to me. All of Natasha's reactions were naturally caught by Lee Buffon. He chuckled and couldn't help but whistle. It seemed that the first ultimate mission was about to be completed. "Little guy, let go. Not urgent." As a 10th level SHIELD agent, Natasha's will is naturally nothing to say, but she is still suffering. This little guy's right hand seems to have endless magic power, and there is always a voice echoing deep in her heart. "Don't stop, don't stop." Every time she enjoys her psychological defense is defeated by 1 point. "Damn little villain, don't you want to know what SHIELD is here? Put me down, let's talk carefully, no more." "Oh." Lee Buffon squinted his eyes slightly, "No hurry. Let's do something interesting first, anyway, there is still more time." Chapter 14 Wanda's Little Trouble. 4 more. When Natasha returned to SHIELD, Toad also returned to the Brotherhood's temporary base in New York and reported everything to Magneto. SHIELD and Brotherhood, the two major forces have all acted, and the dark clouds have enveloped Lee Buffon and Wanda. As the parties involved, one knows well, while the other is still immersed in the little happiness of a peaceful life. I don't know anything about what's happening outside. The one who knew everything was Lee Buffon, and the one who knew nothing was Wanda. The trouble had already come to his door. Lee Buffon naturally started to solve it. Although Wanda didn't know the trouble, he encountered other troubles. The trouble stems from Lee Buffon. He was absent from class for 3 consecutive days. Wanda worked as an intern teaching assistant in Zhongcheng High School, and she had certain rights. In addition, she was beautiful and had a great personality, so she was very popular. She helped Lee Buffon take sick leave, and the school passed. Therefore, although Li Bufan was absent from school for 3 days, it didn't seem to be a problem. But in fact, it's not. 3 days of absenteeism for no reason will deduct credits. Once the deduction reaches a certain level, you will have to withdraw from school. No one pays attention. But unfortunately, someone happened to pay attention. The man was Morse, the senior director of Midtown High School. He was 30 years old, young and promising. He was about 1.8 meters tall. He looked decent and had a small background at home. He entered Midtown High School from Wanda. It's like a male cat in heat. All kinds of flowers and gifts, hoping to win the hearts of beauties. It is a pity that the flowers are sentimental, and the water is unintentional. Morse confessed several times, but was ruthlessly rejected by Wanda. One time was at a teacher's party. That time Morse also wanted to use the crowd to make waves and force Wanda to agree, but he didn't expect that Wanda would not give any face. Refuse again. The scene was embarrassing. Morse lost face and couldn't get off stage at all. Since then, his attitude towards Wanda has undergone a tremendous change. Various investigations, for nothing else, are to severely humiliate this woman and restore the lost face. In the office, there are only 2 people, Morse and Wanda. Morse threw a stack of documents in front of Wanda and sneered, "Teacher Wanda, what else do you have to say? As an internship assistant, you didn't set an example. You actually helped your students forge medical records." Wanda stared at Morse and said, "What do you want to do?" Morse smiled and said, "Ms. Wanda, it's not what I want to do, but what you want to do, right?" Wanda said, "Okay, I admit that I have neglected my duty, and I will give you a resignation report." "Resign?" Morse snorted coldly. "Do you think you can solve this by resigning? You are too naive, right?" Chapter 12. Wanda frowned and said displeased, "Can't I resign?" Morse tore off his disguise and laughed loudly, "Miss Wanda, you are really naive. Humph. You don't want to think about what you did to me. You actually think that resignation can solve all the troubles. Don't think that you and that what happened to the yellow-skinned kid is unknowingly." "What?" Wanda's face changed, and he secretly said, "Oops," solemnly said, "I don't know what you are talking about." "You don't know what I'm talking about? Then Miss Wanda, tell me, what is this, what is this, what is this again?" Morse took out a grey paper bag from the drawer and threw photos in front of Wanda. They were all photos of Wanda and Li Bufan. Some of them were hugging each other in the park or kissing in Times Square. "This guy?" Wanda glared at Morse angrily, "You despicable and shameless villain, you are looking for someone to investigate me. Good." Morse sat on the office chair with a victorious gesture, sarcastically, "Miss Wanda, if I didn't investigate you, I really don't know, it turns out that your private life is so wonderful. Tisk tusk, as a teacher at Midtown High School, you actually fell in love with your students. Oh, you are not only in love, you are all living together. Miss Wanda, I have to say, you really surprised me." Wanda blushed and said coldly, "Whoever I am in love with, that is my freedom. When I was with Bufan, I was not a teacher at Midtown High School. You can't control it." Chapter 15 Spider-Man, Old Iron, you are too good. Morse smiled indifferently. Wanda and Li Bufan, these young couples, he had already investigated clearly. 2 ordinary people without any background, one of them is still a yellow race, and they want to threaten him? Ha ha! This kind of threat is really naive. In his opinion, Wanda's threat is nothing more than a desperate woman's fight between the trapped beasts. Not worth mentioning. Miss Wanda, you don't need to be like this at all. Morse's face eased and smiled lightly. Publishing this information will not do me any good. I have no reason to do this. I just want to calmly talk to Miss Wanda. Chat. Wanda, hey. Morse spread his hands out, okay, let's be straightforward. My request is very simple. As long as Miss Wanda is with me tomorrow night, then I don't know anything. Miss Wanda is still a teacher at Midtown High School, you the little man will be safe. Wanda instantly exploded and said angrily, don't think about it. It is absolutely impossible for me to betray the extraordinary, and even if there is no extraordinary, I will absolutely will not see you as a despicable villain. You disgust me. Not only was Morse not angry, but he enjoyed it very much. He looked at Wanda in despair, and then let himself be ravaged. This was what he expected. He put his hands on his chin, staring at his prey like a hunter, and said with a chuckle, Miss Wanda, don't say anything so absolute. There is no betrayal just because there are not enough chips. I believe the chips I showed are enough. As for Miss Wanda, it doesn't matter if Miss Wanda looks down on me, I just need to see Miss Wanda. Wanda was completely disgusted by Morse's shamelessness, and cursed, you are really disgusting. Hee hee. I also feel sick, so what? Morse shrugged and continued, Miss Wanda, if there is nothing else, you can leave. Oh, from now on until 6 o'clock tomorrow night, you have a total of 18 hours, please consider carefully, don't be impulsive. At this time. Oh God, did that guy get into Miss Wanda? Isn't he too awesome? A low exclamation sounded outside Morse's office. Now. A strangely dressed red humanoid monster, sticking to the wall outside the office like a spider, was dumbfounded and eavesdropped on the conversation between Wanda and Morse. This red humanoid monster is exactly Peter Parker, the trickster Spider-Man, a good friend of Lee Buffon. Peter Parker was so shocked that he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The decibel was very low. Morse, as an ordinary person, didn't notice it at all, but Wanda, a mutant, heard something vaguely. Who is outside? Wanda screamed, and immediately ran to the window, and the troublemaker Peter Parker shook his wrist before Wanda opened the window, and a spider's silk exploded and fled in an instant. Ha ha! Morse shook his head and sneered, Miss Wanda, I advise you not to pretend to be fools. My office is on the 6th floor, nearly 20 meters away. How can there be people outside? Stupid pig! You don't know anything about this world. Wanda cursed, opened the window, and looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no one, he was relieved. Midtown High School. Canteen. It is lunchtime, and the students are all dining in the cafeteria. Lee Buffon was carrying a sumptuous lunch, sitting at a table in the cafeteria by the window. Beside him was a little fat man named Yan. At this time, Peter Parker had changed his clothes and had no meals, so he hurried to this table. Come! Yan shouted, Hey, brother, if you don't want to eat any more, just wait for the afternoon to be hungry. Yan, help me get a meal. Please. All right. The little fat man said reluctantly, but he rolled his eyes and said, It's okay to let me cook for you, but you can give me some pictures of Goddess Wanda. Peter Parker blushed, very embarrassed. Lee Buffon almost didn't smile. Chapter 16 My Trouble, Let Me Solve It. 2 more. When the fat yawn left, Peter Parker went crazy, and slammed his fists on the table. He leaned forward and stared at Lee Buffon angrily, Old Ty, are you happy to see my joke? You are too much. Lao Tai, okay, this is naturally red near Zhu, and black near ink. Lee Buffon smiled and said, Don't get excited, Peter, what happened? What happened? Peter Parker stared, Taizi, tell me what happened? According to what you taught me, be lenient in frankness and strict in resistance. I'll give you a reminder, Wanda teacher. Chapter 13. Oh, did you finally find it? Congratulations! Lee Buffon said, Did you find out? You really? Peter Parker was very angry, annoyed, why didn't you say it earlier? Did you just want to see me joke? Lee Buffon shrugged and said casually, Please, do you think I didn't say it? Wanda, it's all Wanda. She is now a teacher in Zhongcheng High School, although she is only an intern. If you let others know that she is talking to her students, what will happen to the target? Li Bufan decisively threw all the pot to Wanda. Peter Parker thought for 2 seconds, then nodded solemnly. Li Bufan laughed in his heart, you are really good enough to deceive. Peter Parker was still in a fit of fire, and said, then what you did is wrong. Tell me, will I tell you? That made me and Yuanquan become teacher Wanda as goddesses, but this goddess has long been taken by you. Soak up. Humph. Li Bufan said casually, okay, I'm not right about this, but Peter, don't you have anything to hide from me? After school many times, you acted alone. What did you do? Peter Parker said with a guilty conscience, I'm going to work. Li Bufan almost didn't smile, nodded and said, okay, it just so happens that I am also short of money. I will do a part-time job with you in the future. Do not want. Peter Parker instinctively refused. If you have to follow me in the future, should I, the hero next door, do it? Okay. Peter Parker said helplessly. Brother, I do have something to hide from you, but I didn't mean it. It's all for your good. You will know about it in the future. Li Bufan is non-committal. After Li Bufan asked, Peter Parker was mentally balanced, and he was right. Li had something to hide from me, but I also had something to hide from him, and it was even. After I figured it out, my mind became alive. Little Spider was full of excitement, and said in shock, damn it. Brother, you are so awesome. You have been soaked in Teacher Wanda without knowing it, you are my idol. Tell me, how are you? Did it? Well, this guy is actually a funny comparison. Li Bufan quickly talked about himself with Wanda, and he heard Peter Parker nodding his head again and again, especially when Wanda was bullied. Others did not dare to come forward. Only Li Bufan acted righteously and was deeply moved. Li is such a person. Ah! What a mess! Peter Parker exclaimed. Li Bufan wondered, what's wrong? Teacher Wanda is in big trouble. Peter Parker quickly informed Li Bufan of his previous experience. Li Bufan's eyes suddenly turned cold, his whole body released the evil spirits of the cold, and he chuckled, Morse? He is so kind, and he dares to hit my woman. Peter Parker said, Bruce, what do you want to do? That guy is not an ordinary person, and there are 2 bodyguards with him every day. Don't be impulsive, and I will help you tomorrow night. No need. Li Bufan said with a light smile, I will solve my troubles. Peter Parker secretly said, but brother, you can't solve it. Now Peter Parker didn't want to reveal his identity. Hearing Li Bufan's refusal, he didn't say any more. He still has something to do tonight, so he can help his brother solve this trouble tomorrow. Hey, Lao Tai, sooner or later, I will surprise you too. Little Spider Peter Parker, looking forward to it. Chapter 17 Action, Action. 3 more. The wall of the villa is very high, at least 3 meters. Friend, here I am. Li Bufan hooked his mouth and jumped. Whoosh! The 3-meter-high fence jumped over. Under the dim light, he was like an agile cheetah. With a flash, he passed by a bodyguard, rushed into the villa, and quietly arrived behind the villa. Garden! Fuck! The bodyguard yelled. Paul, what are you calling nonsense? The bodyguard said, Hey John, do you feel it? What? Just now, how did I feel that someone was passing by me? Fuck! Are you taking drugs again? That night, what are you talking about? There are no figures. The bodyguard wiped the cold sweat on his head and muttered, maybe I really think too much. In the back garden of the villa, 5 white men are drinking, Morse is in it. A white man said dissatisfied, Morse, what's the matter? You broke my big business, I'm going to get that little star soon. Morse looked disdainful and curled his lips and said, please, what's a pity for just that kind of stuff? Compared to Wanda, that is not a woman at all. The white man made a cut and mocked, of course I know, but that girl is a thorny rose. You have already spent 2 months. You still haven't won it. Others said one after another, yes. Brother, it's hard to come by. You can't eat it, but there are us. A trace of hatred flashed in Morse's eyes, and he spitefully said, but after tomorrow night, everything is different. What do you think I called you for? Tomorrow night, that will let us do it. Do you know what let us push means? Just do whatever you want. Hey! The other 4 people suddenly became interested and asked what happened. Morse quickly revealed the relationship between Wanda and Li Bufan, and then recounted his threats and Wanda's despair in detail. Chapter 14. Everyone's eyes are bright. Wonderful. Is that female teacher in your school really avant-garde, living with her own students? Haha, this is not the point. The point is, tomorrow night, we can do whatever we want with her. Morse, don't worry, we will help you ravage her so hard that she will never forget her in her life. Ha ha ha. Sudden. A cold voice appeared, oh, that's a pity, you can't wait for tomorrow. Laughing, the man's face changed drastically, and he shouted, who? Scold. A cold light flashed, Li Bufan with a frosty face suddenly appeared behind the man, holding a steel pipe in his hand, which had penetrated the man's throat. Everyone was shocked. After a successful blow, Li Bufan drew the steel pipe back and stabbed it out again. Hey! 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 3 times in a row, swift as lightning, and before everyone had time to react, Morse invited the 4 friends to join the grand event, all of which were killed. One by one, his eyes widened, and he couldn't squint at all. You! Morse collapsed to the ground in fright, looked at Li Bufan in disbelief, and said in horror, you are Li Bufan. Do you know what you are doing? How dare you kill someone? Li Bufan took the steel pipe and sneered, why, if you are allowed to commit a crime, I am not allowed to kill. Morse. I haven't committed a crime yet, why are you murdering? No, isn't this guy an ordinary high school student? How did he get in? Li Bufan chuckled and said, I heard you want to trouble me. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Morse's face was pale, knowing that at this time, he must not be confronted with Li Bufan, and hurriedly said, Student Li Bufan, believe me, all this is a misunderstanding. Cut, it's boring. Chapter 18. What kind of monster is your kid? 4 more. Li Bufan chuckled and said, Toad, you are late. Toad said in surprise, do you know I will come? Nonsense. Li Bufan sneered, who is Magneto, who swears not to stop until he achieves his goal, how could he let go because of a small setback? But you'd better move faster, because people from S.H.I.E.L.D., staring at me too. Toad laughed and said, boy, don't you think the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. can save you this time? Ha ha ha. Amid the laughter, a fierce fight suddenly sounded outside the villa, and violent air waves rushed toward the villa. Li Bufan frowned and immediately understood, and smiled, that's right, since Magneto already knows that the people of S.H.I. Who? Toad said huh and said, you kid, you are actually quite smart. Li Bufan sneered, idiot, this is also called smart? Is basic common sense good? Toad was furious, asshole. What is your attitude? Boom. Amid the loud noise, a behemoth with a height of at least 2.5 meters, forcibly slammed into a huge hole in the courtyard wall of the villa and rushed in. The man had a sturdy face, especially a mouth full of silver steel teeth, which reflected the light of his debut in the moonlight. The mutant big steel teeth awakened the Julie gene, and one punch was enough to knock over a car. He and Toad were all under Magneto, but compared with other mutants, these two were miscellaneous fish. Toad stuck his tongue out and asked, "Big guy, all the people outside have solved it?" Dagong snarled his teeth and said with disdain, "They are all SHIELD miscellaneous fish, 2 4th-level agents. But we must move fast. Within 5 minutes, SHIELD support will arrive. It's a little troublesome to go." Toad nodded, and grinned at Li Bufan. "Boy, don't resist, or the uncle will interrupt your dog legs. Magneto just told us to take you back, but it's impossible to hurt you. Not urgent." At the moment of the enemy, Li Bufan is still calm, waved his hands at the two mutants, looked at Morse, and chuckled, "Let's put aside in advance, I still have some personal matters to deal with." "Spare." Morse was scared to pee. He knelt down without hesitation, and pleaded in horror, "Bruce Lee, classmate, I was wrong. I shouldn't." "Hey!" The cold light flashed, and the steel pipe burst out of the air. The moment Morse looked up, the steel pipe penetrated his throat accurately. The powerful inertia flew Morse upside down and fell heavily into the swimming pool. Li Bufan clapped his hands. "Okay, the personal affairs are done, we should have a good chat." "We talk about it." Hearing Li Bufan's words so eloquently, Toad and Big Steel Teeth were all taken aback. The two laughed at the same time as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. De Gang Fang smiled and hurt, and said, "Toad, you didn't tell me that this kid is neurotic. I really thought I knew a little about the skills of a three-legged cat, so I could do whatever I wanted, so I could make conditions with us. Ha ha ha. I'm going to be laughed to death by this little guy." Toad Yancy said, "Don't laugh, work. Take down this bastard." "No problem, I can solve him with one finger." "Boy, are you ready?" De Gang Fang grinned and rushed towards Li Bufan. There was a bang in the air, and the tiles on the ground were all shattered. "Good job." Li Bufan's expression sank. Since this body was remodeled, he had never really fought against anyone, so it happened to be tested with this guy. Boom! There was a blast in the air. Big Steel Teeth blasted towards Li Bufan with a fist like a casserole, and at the same time he laughed wildly, "Boy, don't you know how to fight? I only used 30% of my strength. I beat you to death, then you deserve to die." Li Bufan hooked the corner of his mouth and punched in the backhand. Next moment. Chapter 15. De Ganja's face changed drastically, and he looked at Li Bufan incredulously. "I just felt an unspeakable huge force coming from my wrist, and it was not just a huge force." Chapter 19. Shield is stunned. 5 plus more. "You kid." Toad's eyes flashed with terror, but his mouth was extremely tough. "I'm going to kill you. Come." Li Bufan smiled, also at this moment. "Mind." The system voice appeared again, ding. "Congratulations to the host, you have reached the authority to know the ultimate mission to join SHIELD. Ding. Explanation: from level B to level A, you only need to complete 2 ultimate tasks, and the host only needs to complete the second ultimate task to complete the upgrade. Join SHIELD? What a joke! I can't do it by myself, so what is it to join SHIELD? Work for Nick Fury? Why? For the second ultimate mission, Li Bufan was very dissatisfied. He quickly browsed the relevant information and his eyes lit up because he suddenly discovered a loophole in this ultimate mission. What is the mission? Join SHIELD. What can I do after joining? No regulations. In other words, he only needs SHIELD to certify a special agent brand, and then even if he quits by himself, he will be deemed to have completed the mission. Hey, then there is nothing to complain about. In an instant, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Li Bufan's mind, and when he looked at the toad, his eyes were blazing. When it heats up, you and Dagong Gaia are my name for joining SHIELD. Toad. What is the look in your eyes? I don't engage in foundation. Manhattan, SHIELD Headquarters. Director Nick Fury, Black Widow Natasha and other core executives are planning to create the Avengers. Iron Man Tony Stark has confirmed to join, and the original Captain Steve Rogers has been unfrozen. In a few days, Steve Rogers will visit the SHIELD base, and Nick Fury will meet him personally. It is not a problem to let him join the Avengers. Oh, and the Hulk, this is a bit troublesome, but it's not a big problem. In addition to these three, plus SHIELD Hawkeye, Falcon, and Black Widow, the basic framework of the Avengers 6 is already there, but it is not enough. Scarlet Witch, Fast Silver, Ant-Man, these are all Nick. What Fury needs. Especially the Scarlet Witch, who is a hero-level master who has mastered magic. In the Avengers, Tony Stark and Dr. Banner are on the technology side, Steve Rogers is the spiritual leader, and Natasha, Hawkeye, and Falcon are direct descendants of SHIELD, and supervision is not a problem. The most lacking is the mysterious magician. On the way to the meeting, an emergency call came. Natasha frowned, picked up the phone, then her face changed drastically, and she said solemnly, "Director Fury, it's not good. Magneto is doing it again." Nick Fury's face changed suddenly, so fast. Natasha nodded, "It's not just fast. With yesterday's failure, this time he directly sent two capable men, one is Toadman, and the other is Dagong Gaia. We sent to monitor Lee's two Level 4 agents, all killed. Damn it. Big steel tooth." As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury naturally also knows about mutants. He clenched his fist and said solemnly, "We made a mistake. No one expected Magneto to react so quickly. That little guy must be taken away." Natasha. "Exist. You rush to the scene immediately, I want to know the exact information." SHIELD colleagues have rushed over. Agent Collison. At the conference table, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and looking resolutely answered with a solemn expression. This person is exactly the 8th level agent of SHIELD, Agent Phil Collison. "You go to the Scarlet Witch at once." "Yes." Natasha said, "Director Fury, now is not the right time, the Scarlet Witch may not accept us." Nick Fury shook his head and said, "Agent Norman Nova, don't you know the current situation? Magneto has taken it away. Chapter 20 He is such a bastard. One more." In the conference room, there was a long dead silence. For a full 30 seconds, no one spoke, including Nick Fury. All the senior officials of SHIELD were shocked by the sudden news. Please, they only want the Scarlet Witch. As for her little man, she is just an ordinary high school student. Well, he is very smart, he is the man of the Scarlet Witch, and the little spider who has just awakened is also his friend, but what about it, can this change his identity? Obviously, no. But what is going on now? A big holiday gift, buy one get one free. Wow, wow, wow. 30 seconds later, Nick Fury suddenly applauded, his expression exaggerated in amazement. He blinked at the Black Widow and Collison, and said with a smile, "Gentlemen and ladies, it seems that we all underestimate the little guy. The Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and the little spider who is the trickster, plus this guy who turned out to be born, Zhongcheng High School is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. MRS and gentlemen, don't you find it interesting? Nick Fury, this big man who has come from the age of war, although he has no special abilities, he is a unique man in SHIELD. Mortal body, ambition." After the shock, he quickly recovered his calmness. He had seen big scenes. Over the past few decades, he had encountered incredible things. There are too many to mention. A high school student exploded. Compared with those things, it was nothing at all. Chapter 16. Agent Norman Nova, what did that little guy say? Nick Fury is like an old fox, smiling and saying, "Morse Manor, the owner is dead, the owner's 4 friends are dead, and the owner's 4 bodyguards are also dead. This is a felony. I'll be in jail for half my life." Natasha said. "He denied it." "How does he deny it?" "Our people, stay with him right now. He said that those people were all killed by toads and big steel teeth. He walked there by accident and heard the call for help and immediately shot." Nick Fury's eyes widened. "I remember where he lives, at least 30 miles from Morse Manor, right?" "Yes." "Ha ha ha, that's really interesting." It was almost 12 o'clock. He didn't sleep at home, but he took a walk for 30 miles and accidentally scattered to Morse Manor. "Interesting, interesting." Natasha was also speechless, saying, "Before our people arrived at the scene, he had wiped off his fingerprints and replaced them with toads and big steel teeth. There were no loopholes. I have to say that the little guy is a criminal genius. By the way, he also asked Bill to bring us a word." "What are you talking about?" "You're welcome." "Forward." Nick Fury's eyes widened. He paused for a while, and said, "He means that even if he doesn't do this, we will help him cover up, and if he did it in advance, it is equivalent to helping us, so we should you thank him." Natasha chuckled lightly. "It should mean that." Nick Fury suddenly applauded and burst into laughter. "This arrogant little villain is very interesting. I really like him more and more, but..." "Hey!" Nick Fury's face suddenly turned, like Chuan Chu's face changed, suddenly extremely cold, and his whole body released awe-inspiring evil spirits, and said coldly, "In him, I can't see the slightest respect for the law. If this kind of person is placed in the society, it will be a time bomb, which will have a great impact on the stability of the society. Agent Norman Nova, you go to Morse Manor immediately, meet that little bastard, and let him join SHIELD. An hour later, I want a complete report. If he refuses, send him in prison. This kind of instability must be controlled by our shield." Natasha nodded. At the end of the SHIELD high-level meeting, Nick Fury remained in the office. About an hour later, Natasha returned to the headquarters. Her person and report appeared in front of Nick Fury at the same time. Nick Fury looked through the report and asked, "How is it? What did that little say?" Chapter 21 A funny comparison. 2 more. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Midtown High School. At the school gate, students talked a lot. "Hey, have you heard that there was an earthquake in Brooklyn yesterday?" "Damn, how could it be an earthquake? Why is it not an earthquake? Didn't you read this morning's New York Times? It has been published in the newspaper. Come on kid, can you use your brain to believe the government? I heard that it was not an earthquake at all, but Spider-Man. There was a group of people selling arms in Brooklyn, and Spider-Man took action and destroyed the group's base. God, it's Spider-Man again." Peter Parker and little Fatty Yawn also came to the school gate with their school bags on their backs. Hearing everyone talking, Peter Parker's eyebrows were smiling, and they almost yelled, "Yes, it was Spider-Man. I am Spider-Man." Little Fatty Yavin mumbled, "Spider-Man. Hey, I don't know who he is. It would be great if I had the ability of Spider-Man. Peter, what do you think?" Peter Parker pretended to be stupid, "I don't know." "Hey, didn't you just work in Brooklyn yesterday, and didn't hear anything?" "No. That's a shame," the little fat man said regretfully. Not far away, Lee Bufin and Wanda appeared side by side. If in the past, in order to avoid suspicion, Wanda would not go to school or out of school so much. After all, she had to avoid suspicion, but now she can't take care of it. She would definitely not agree to that bastard's disgusting request, but there was no other way but to use superpowers. Once the superpower is used, it will definitely be locked by Magneto. In addition to Magneto, there is also the government. This is New York. There are too many mutants and secret agents, which means that this kind of peaceful life is gone forever. Thinking of this, Wanda couldn't help but feel heartache. She just wants to seize every minute and every second and enjoy this last little happiness. Wanda, what's the matter with you? Li Bufan asked. Oh, no, nothing. Really nothing. Wanda nodded, then looked at Li Bufan deeply, and said tenderly, Unfan, my man, I have something to hide from you, you may be surprised, but please believe that I love you 3,000 times. She is kind of wanting a showdown. I know. Li Bufan blinked at Wanda and said, Unfortunately, I also have something to hide from you, so we are even. Moreover, I don't want to tell you those things for the time being, so please don't tell me. Okay. Chapter 17. Wait when you want to say it, it's never too late to say it, never force yourself. Wanda's smart eyes suddenly became a little moist. This is my man. You little villain, can you hide anything from me? You say this just to make me feel better. Li Bufan took out the wet tissue, handed it to Wanda, and said, Please, this is the school. Pay attention to the image and don't be seen by others, Teacher Wanda. Wanda burst into laughter, and suddenly raised his face, Bruce? Classmate Li, this is how you talk to the teacher? No, next time, or it depends on how I punish you. Okay, Teacher Wanda. Li Bufan bowed his head at Wanda and said in a very low voice, Tonight, I will punish you like yesterday. Wanda's face blushed, and Li Bufan gave Li Bufan a strange look. Really? Do you dare to say anything without looking at the occasion? But it was the first time, when I recalled last night, I was really shy, you little villain, where are so many tricks? Teacher Wanda, goodbye. Li Bufan smirked and separated from Wanda, and at the school gate, countless men. Chapter 22 Moral, Intellectual, Physical, Art and Labor, All-Round Development. 3. Morse. Little Fatty Yavin said suddenly, Peter, don't you know? There were two big news last night, one was the Brooklyn explosion, and the other was the Morse Manor murder. The is dead. Morse, his background is not low, the family put him in Midtown High School, which is used to accumulate seniority and pave the way for politics in the future. That guy didn't want to teach at all. He had a bad reputation at Midtown High School, and many people avoided it. Among the students, it was even a word of mouth who did a lot of disgusting things. His death was a delightful one. What? Hearing Yavin's words, Peter Parker's entire expression froze, as if he had eaten a fly. Halfway through the meal, he realized that he was stuck in his throat. Swallow it and feel sick, but he can't vomit. Li Bufan suppressed his smile and patted Peter Parker on the shoulder, Old Ty, it seems I don't need your help anymore. Damn! How could that guy die? Peter Parker swore annoyed and cursed annoyed. He immediately thought of something, staring at Li Bufan, and whispered, Li, you wouldn't do this, right? How is it possible? That's murder. Right. Peter Parker nodded and immediately eliminated Li Bufan's suspicion. Don't say he didn't have the courage, even if he had the courage, he didn't have the ability. Now he, unlike Li Bufan, already knows many unknown truths in this world. This good friend will still rely on him to protect him in the future. Peter Parker gave Li Bufan a confident look, and said in secret, My friend, you will be a happy boy with peace of mind in the future, and everything is mine. By the time of the morning, Morse's tragic death had spread throughout Midtown High School. The explanation given by SHI Morse dropped. The reason is made up, but the story is true. Morse's death did not cause any waves in Midtown High School, no one felt sorry for him, and even many people felt happy, showing how unpopular that was at Midtown High School. Wanda was already ready to tear his face, and was overjoyed when he heard the news suddenly. God! Her peaceful life will continue, no matter who killed Morse, she prayed for that person. 3 days later, it was Monday again. Wanda went to school very early and reminded Li Bufan again and again before leaving that he must not be absent from school. Li Bufan made a guarantee, but unexpectedly, the accident still happened. Before leaving the house, a mysterious empty number entered his mobile phone. The caller, SHI SHIELD Headquarters Base. Li Bufan refused decisively. Joke. Yesterday he received a system prompt that the second ultimate mission was completed, the level was increased, and the real-life red envelope extraction was upgraded from B to A. That is to say, he has been certified as an agent of SHIELD, this time let himself pass. The purpose should be to consider one's own strength, and then rank oneself. He didn't bother to care about it. Collison looked dumbfounded and said, "Lee, why did you refuse?" He was a little angry, and said, "Please remember, you are now an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and your information has been entered into the Archives Department of S.H.I.E.L.D. Also, no one can reject S.H.I.E.L.D. You must give me a reasonable explanation." Li Bufan said, "I want to go to school." Collison. Walter Rafuk? Li Bufan is still a high school student, and today is Monday again, so, this is really a reasonable explanation. At this moment, Collison felt like a dog. He took a deep breath, held back his anger, and calmed himself down. "Lee, I will help you settle the school affairs. It's very simple. Just a phone call will do. You won't have any trouble, and there won't be any people are suspicious." "That's not okay." Li Bufan curled his lips and refused decisively. "You know, I'm a five-hearted student with comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physicality, art, and labor." Chapter 23 Hostility from the Agents. 4 more. 2 hours later, Manhattan, SHIELD headquarters. I don't know if Li Bufan made the joke too much, or for other reasons. Originally it only took half an hour, but it took him a full 2 hours to arrive at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents who came to respond were basically go around in circles. Boring. Li Bufan's patience was very good. He was not angry, but was angrily laughed at by S.H.I.E.L.D's childish actions. After entering SHIELD, Li Bufan was taken by a fourth-level agent to the secret underground base by elevator. When he reached the sixth underground level, the fourth-level agent returned the same way. The authority of the fourth-level agent ends here, and he has no right to enter the seventh floor. The elevator doors opened. Wow! Nick Fury opened his hands and laughed. "Come and see, our little hero, the future of SHIELD is finally here." Chapter 18. This old guy, just like in the movie, has a very bad personality. Li Bufan's mouth twitched. On the seventh floor underground, the first thing that caught his eye was the neatly standing SHIELD agents. There were 30 people in total, and the lowest level was level 5. These people can be said to be the backbone of SHIELD and are in charge of Aegis, the operation of the Bureau. Phil Collison and Black Widow Natasha were there. Seeing Li Bufan, a trace of unhappiness flashed in Collison's eyes, and Natasha was expressionless, as if she didn't know Li Bufan at all, and nothing happened in the subway not long ago. Nick Fury's obvious sarcasm caused a commotion. 30 agents stood neatly, laughed out loud, followed closely, talking in a low voice. "Hey? The future of SHIELD is this yellow-skinned kid. Is he worthy? You two idiots, Mr. Director is saying something ironic, can't you tell me this? Ha ha ha. This yellow-skinned kid is not very capable, but has a big temper. I heard that Agent Collison asked him to report to SHI. I didn't drop the phone. Damn, what is he, dare to refuse Agent Collison? Hey, brothers, don't forget what our mission is. We will use our true skills later and give a severe lesson to this ignorant boy. Yes, give me a lesson. Of course. Let this kid know how good we are in a moment. Humph, SHIELD, not all cats and dogs can come in. It needs to be explained that in S.H.I.E.L.D., the level and position of agents are not completely symmetrical. Like Phil Coulson, although he is only an 8th level agent, he is one of the veterans of SHI Fury. Whether it is a level agent with him, or even a level 9, he must follow his instructions. He was upright, and he was well known in S.H.I.E.L.D. Lee Bufin dared to reject Collison. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among other agents, and the reason they stood here was to investigate Lee Bufin. Lee Bufin completely ignored those people's comments. Okay. Nick Fury rubbed his hands, like an old fox, and smiled lightly. You, the troublemaker, have finally come. I have been waiting for you for a long time. First of all, I am very happy to meet you and welcome you to join God. S.H.I.E.L.D. Lee Bufin said, I am also very happy to meet you, Director Fury. The two shook hands. Very mature. Nick Fury smiled, okay, I'm very busy. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. is very busy, so let's not talk nonsense. Let's go straight to the topic. Little guy, your file has been entered in Aegis Bureau Archives. Since yesterday, you have been an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., but there is still a small problem. We are not very clear about your abilities and cannot rate you. Therefore, you need to participate in the agent assessment. Lee Bufin said, no problem. Nick Fury smiled, little guy, don't blame me for not reminding you that these guys standing in front of you are not easy to mess with. At least they are level 5, there are 2 levels 7, and there is even one level 8. A hint of cunning flashed in Lee Bufin's eyes, and he smiled lightly. Does that mean that if I pass the examination of an 8th level agent, I can? Chapter 24. How could he win? One more. Nick Fury and Collison stood not far away watching the show. Collison said, Director Fury, are you serious? Nick Fury said, of course. Collison said anxiously, how can this be? That's an 8th level agent. Nick Fury pointed towards the agent group, and said somewhat speechlessly, please, Agent Collison, look at that big guy, he was discovered by you. Do you really think that little can win the big guy? Almost all of the 30 agents started warm-up preparations, with only one exception. The guy wore a blue peaked cap and black casual clothes. He was very burly, at least 2 meters tall, and probably weighed 200 kilograms. He was sitting quietly in the corner with his head down, like a hill. Big guy, a veritable metaphor. He was very quiet, like a quiet beast. The dangerous aura released from his whole body gave people a strong pressure not to get close to anyone. Even SHI. Collison shook his head and said, how could that little be Odin's opponent? If he angered Odin, I can guarantee that Odin will tear his small body in half. Nick Fury smiled and said, so, what are you still worried about? That little is definitely not Odin's opponent in front of him, but he is cunning. What if he wins Odin with any tricks? Then he is an 8th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Before Collison could speak, Nick Fury squinted slightly and asked, Agent Collison, I promise to give him the treatment of an 8th level agent, but there is no guarantee to give him the right to an 8th level agent, right? Ah? Collison was taken aback, and immediately shook his head helplessly. He was really worried. You are such an old fox. He looked at Lee Bufin sympathetically, and secretly said, little bastard, no matter how rebellious you were before, as long as you joined S.H.I.E.L.D., it is impossible to escape the palm of this old fox. The agent exam began soon, and it was divided into 3 categories: physical fitness, shooting, and close combat. Lee Bufin had absolutely no problems with physical fitness. Close combat was his favorite. Only shooting could not help. Lee Bufin had already thought about it, whether it was physical fitness or shooting, it was all nonsense. Fighting. Only close combat is fundamental, otherwise no matter how good your physical fitness is, no matter how good your marksmanship is, it will be useless. To put it simply, you just need to win, and a hard fist is the last word. The plan was perfect, but the accident still happened. Just before the assessment was about to begin, Li Bufen's mind was shocked, and the real map reappeared and a red dot appeared at the same time. Li Bufen is overjoyed, the first A-level red envelope is here. He likes this accident. After the red envelope level was upgraded from B to A, the coverage of the real map expanded from a radius of 1000 meters to 5000 meters. At the same time, the frequency of red envelopes increased, and the extraction time was still limited. Once exceeded, the red envelope will disappear. Chapter 19. Li Bufen would naturally not miss the first A-level red envelope, but he did not lock the position of the red envelope for the first time because he didn't need it at all. Natasha's 2 red lips were shining in gold, and the book was written in 5 song typefaces - Kiss, I have a red envelope. Time limit, 10 seconds. Pete. Li Bufen has been unable to complain. He is absolutely sure that you are a rogue system. When Natasha saw Li Bufen staring at her with scorching eyes, her heart was like a small deer, and she secretly asked, "This little villain, what does he want to do?" "Agent Normanova, I have a question." Li Bufen suddenly spoke. Natasha said, "What's the problem?" Yes, just when Natasha thought Li Bufen really had a problem, she didn't expect that it was just Li Bufen diverting his attention. In full view, Li Bufen kissed his examiner before the examination started. Actually a bit. Chapter 25 Kid, you're still far away. 2 more. Fuck. What did you do? Damn it. I am going to kill you. Don't let Li Bufen think too much, the agents of SHIELD have all exploded. Black Widow Natasha, a 10th level agent of SHIELD, in their eyes, it is a godlike existence, and would never stay in SHI. See a real person once. The fascinating amorous feelings on her are something that 90% of men in this world can't resist. These agents, whether single or married, Natasha is the perfect goddess in their hearts. It is a great honor for them to say a word to Natasha, but now this kid is in full view. Next, Natasha was attacked. It was also successful. Moment. The agents were all out of anger, one by one, like bulls in heat, they would swarm in the next moment and tear Li Bufen to pieces. Damn it! Collison cursed, this bastard. Nick Fury looked at Li Bufen speechlessly. He was really an unruly wild horse. Even if you are attracted by Natasha, you shouldn't do that, right? The time is wrong, and the occasion is wrong. But he has no plans to end, and Natasha. When the others were filled with righteous indignation, Natasha's brain was dumbfounded, still reminiscing about the beauty of her talent, and when she recovered, the agents had already fried the pot. Shut up all! Natasha let out a cold yell, all the agents shut up, followed by an annoyed look at Li Bufen, and shouted, "You little bastard, I think you need to give me a reasonable explanation." Li Bufen said, Can't help it. Can't help but you big head. Even if you can't help it, you won't wait for the end of the assessment, will it only be the time for the 2 of us? Natasha rolled her eyes madly in her heart, almost not mad at Li Bufen, and said with a stern face, "Just this time, don't take it as an example. Otherwise I will make you pay a heavy price, you know." Knowledge. Okay. The assessment begins. The agents looked at each other and looked at their goddess in disbelief. Damn it! Just this time, not as an example? Is this the attitude of the goddess? How can this be? There used to be a guy who didn't know the heights of the sky, and wanted to do something to Natasha because of his special abilities. Natasha broke the guy's legs directly. If it wasn't for the chief to intercede for that guy, Natasha definitely interrupted that guy's 3rd leg. Natasha didn't mean to pursue it at all, even if they were upset, they could only do so. The physical fitness assessment begins 5,000 meters long run. The purpose of this assessment is simple and rude. It is to assess Lee Bufen's physical durability. Not all 30 agents participated. After the competition, there were 7 level 5 agents, 2 level 6 agents, and 1 level 7 agent. Lee Bufen's results will be compared with these 10 people. There are all level 5, level 6, and level 7 agents, and there is a complete comparison. The agents of SHIELD took the lead and completed it very quickly. Most of the results were about 15 minutes, the best 2, the 6th level agent Tom Allen 10 minutes and 27 seconds, the 7th level agent Phil Andrew broke 10 in only 9 minutes and 11 seconds. Everyone cheered. This result is already very terrifying. You must know that the shortest time for the world's 5-kilometer race record is only 12 minutes and 37 seconds. If Phil Andrew participates in the Olympics, he will definitely be an undoubted champion. The agents looked at Lee Bufen in a playful manner. There was triumph in Phil Andrew's eyes. Lee Bufen appeared on the stage. The guy was only a 7th level agent. He was definitely going to beat him, but there was no need to fully reveal his strength. Therefore, Lee Bufen, who still had reservations, completed the race in 5 minutes and 27 seconds. Damn kid, something. 5 minutes and 27 seconds? Is he still a human? It's definitely not. Chapter 26 Terrorist Shooting Technique, 10 shots through the heart. 3 more. At this time, the real shooting master Hawkeye Button completed the task, returned to SHIELD, and came to the agent's assessment site. Agent Patton. How about the mission? Finished. Has the assessment been completed? Chapter 20. Almost. Andrew shot 50 meters, all 10 shots hit the hearts. Hawkeye came to Nick Fury and Collison, exchanged a few simple words with Collison, then nodded, and said, Andrew's shooting is unique, and other agents are inferior to him. This is the result. Is also expected. Collison smiled and said, that kid is planted this time. Range. Lee Bufen was already in place. Natasha gave an order. He raised the muzzle decisively and shot 10 shots quickly. The total time was less than 3 seconds. After he finished shooting 10 bullets, the computer reported the number to report. The 5th. The cold mechatronics sound, 10 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings. 0 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings, a total of 10 rings. Next to Lee Bufen, Natasha's face changed drastically. Damn it! Hawkeye Button's face also changed drastically, so excited that there were several bulging veins on his face. He widened his eyes and locked Lee Bufen, as if he had seen a ghost. The agents were all stunned. The first shot came with 10 rings, but all the next 9 shots missed the target. What kind of magical operation is this? Mongolian. That's right, his first shot must be blind, otherwise such an unthinkable result would never happen, and he shot so fast, he didn't aim at all. He must know that he couldn't win no matter how much he hits, so that's why. It will be like this. This is the only explanation. Ha ha ha, boy, you are a bit too tender. My grandma's marksmanship is better than yours. Go back and practice for another 10 years. A master stroker like you is not qualified to join S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents burst into laughter and ridiculed unscrupulously, but they did not notice that Nick Fury, Hawkeye Button, Natasha, and other high-level SHI. Hawkeye Button said coldly, "Shut up all, a bunch of ignorant idiots." He didn't miss the target, but hit all 10 shots. The first shot hit the red heart, and the remaining 9 shots passed through the hole made by the first shot. Pass. The reason why the computer misjudged is because of his 9 bullets, none of them touched the target. The noise came to an abrupt end, and the scene was instantly silent. The expressions of those hilarious agents all froze, especially Phil Andrew, who was dumbfounded and his face was hot. Hawkeye Button, this is the master of shooting, where to shoot there is no difference, The eyesight is terrifying, not to mention, since even he said so, then this is a fact, don't you believe it? Look at Natasha's face. Look back at Director Fury's. God! What kind of monster is this kid? Nick Fury was shocked, and said at Hawkeye, Agent Patton, how do you think this little guy's shooting skills compare to yours? Eagle Eye confidently replied, Director Fury, I will not lose to anyone in terms of shooting. But this little guy, in our SHIELD, no one is his opponent except me. Even, his shooting skills are comparable to mine. Finally, Hawkeye added another sentence. Collison was shocked. Nick Fury stared at Lee Bufin in the distance, and muttered, how much ability does this little guy hide? I have called him into SHI decision. Nick Fury, Collison, and Hawkeye walked over to everyone. Nick Fury clapped his hands and announced, little guy, you have proven yourself. The close combat test is exempted. I will fulfill my promise. From now on, you will be an 8th level agent of SHIELD. Lee Bufin smiled and said, thank you Mr. Fury. Chapter 27 God Level Choice? Ninjutsu? Fire Escape? 4 more. The agents cheered. Odin is angry. That's the way it is. Big guy, take out all your strengths and teach this kid hard. Boy, you are dead. Odin, come on. We will all support you this time. Nick Fury was big for a while. Bagley Odin, this guy is like a mini version of that green monster. His strength is definitely not comparable to that of the Hulk, but his temper is exactly the same. As long as he is up, he can do anything. This guy is also one of S.H.I.E.L.D's killers. In the war that took place in Mexico not long ago, Soul wanted to get his sledgehammer back. It was Bagley Odin who resisted Soul. Although Soul was deprived of Thor's position, even if it's not Thor, that guy's fighting power still sturdy. When Lee Bufin showed a shot that was not inferior to Hawkeye Button, Nick Fury's mentality has changed. This little guy can make a great contribution to S.H.I.E.L.D. Bagley Odin is the gold medalist of SHIELD, and this little guy has also proved his strength. In that case, he will be given the title of 8th level agent. Anyway, there is definitely no right. How about giving it to you? This is a win-win situation. There is no need to hurt both sides. Once Odin goes crazy, the ghost knows what he will do. What if an accident happens? He considered everything, but he underestimated the anger of the agents. The agents didn't know how he thought about it. They only knew that Lee Bufin, an 18-year-old little guy, only joined SHIELD and became an 8th level agent. Bagley Odin's face was fierce, and he grinned at Lee Bufin, damn bastard, are you ready to meet my anger? Gee! The corner of Lee Bufin's mouth twitched, and he looked at the big man in front of him jokingly. In a mysterious space that no one knew, Odin's head showed a few lines of shiny Chinese characters. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have found a choice red envelope, you will have the following choices. 1. Ignore Odin's challenge, you will be awarded the title of King of Indifference. 2. Reject Odin's challenge, you will get the title of Coward as a Mouse. 3. Accept the challenge of Odin, you will get 3 kinds of fire escape ninjutsu cheats. Chapter 21. Ding dong, please choose. Pete, as long as you are not an idiot, you know how to choose it, right? Lee Bufin's mouth ticked, okay, big guy, I accept your challenge. System, ding dong, congratulations to the host, get 3 kinds of fire escape ninjutsu, 1. The technique of impatience, c. 2. The technique of dragon fire, c. 3. The head work hard, b. Ding dong, after the items have been distributed, the host can check them in the red envelope space. With a thought, Lee Bufin scanned the red envelope space. Sure enough, he found 3 cheats in the red envelope space and immediately read it in his mind. The 3 kinds of fire escape ninjutsu, those not mentioned, all come from the world of Naruto. The 3 ninjutsu levels are all A level, but the power is different. For example, the Dragon Fire technique will emit a linear flame after the seal, which is powerful enough to instantly break a giant tree with a diameter of 2 meters. Hard work is better. The user of this technique is a member of the Akatsuki organization, Jiaodu, and has 2 major characteristics. First, the killing range is extremely wide. A small fireball is spit out from the mouth to the ground, and when it falls on the ground, it can instantly expand the burning range and swallow everything around it. The second is that it is extremely explosive. Once it is used, it is enough to make the surrounding land burn into a sea of flames in a blink of an eye. Huodun finally got something a little harder. Wonderful! Li Bufan's mouth twitched and he couldn't help whistling. In just a few seconds, he has fully mastered the 3 types of ninjutsu, just like a ninja who has practiced for decades. The 3 types of ninjutsu's knot printing methods are so familiar to the chest that they can complete the knot without even a second. Print. Boy, what are you laughing at? Am I funny? Li Bufan chuckled and whistled, which completely angered Bagley Odin. He was like an angry maned dog, baring his teeth fiercely. You will pay for your actions, and I will tear you up soon. Fragments. Okay. Chapter 28. Level 8 Special Agent in Instant Seconds. One more. Li Bufan and Odin are 10 meters away, standing opposite each other. The other agents have retreated far away. Nick Fury, Collison, Hawkeye Button, and Natasha are the closest to them. Collison said, "Director Fury, why do you agree?" Nick Fury said angrily, "Agent Coulson, don't you see the attitude of those agents? If I disagree, although there will be no trouble in front of me, there will definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. It is better to solve it now." Coulson sighed lightly. Nick Fury ordered, "Agent Patton, get ready. If an accident occurs, immediately stop it." "No problem." Hawkeye smiled and said, "Don't worry, there will be no accidents." Nick Fury looked at Li Bufan and said, "Little guy, are you sure? The big guy in front of you is not easy at all. He is our SHIELD trump card. You must be careful. Hold on, or you will be injured. Do you get me?" "Clear." Li Bufan smiled, "Shield ace fighter? If this kind of strength is considered an ace fighter, then your SHIELD is really weak, no wonder you will be bombed by Hydra." Nick Fury looked at Odin again, and warned in a deep voice, "Odin, take care. Don't forget, you have already memorized 2 serious warnings. If you come again, you will be rolled back to prison." Odin stared at Li Bufan with a weird smile, as if a hunter saw his favorite prey. "I really can't do anything with this guy." Nick Fury shook his head and said, "I announce the rules of close combat. The rule of close combat is that there are no rules. You can use any means as long as you can knock down your opponent. Now, the close combat has officially begun." Odin's eyes stared suddenly, and Nick Fury hadn't even finished his voice. He was like a furious beast, suddenly exerting force. Crack! With a muffled noise, the floor under his feet was completely shattered. Next moment, Odin suddenly jumped up. Mr. Shield Ace Fighter still had some strength. Instead of rushing forward, he jumped forward. This forward jump was at least 4 meters away. When he reached the top, he was away from Li extraordinary less than 3 meters. Then, Odin charged his right fist, like a crossbow arrow, and shot Li Bufan directly. Odin grinned and said, "I don't know how high the earth is, you think you are a human after killing 2 trash fish? You still don't know anything about real power, come and meet this uncle's fist of anger." From the beginning to the present, only a second or two, Li Bufan still stood in place, as if he hadn't reacted at all. Nick Fury, Collison, and others were shocked. "This bastard!" Nick Fury's face was pale, and he cursed, "He was a sudden attack, and I haven't finished speaking, that little guy is not ready at all." Hawkeye, take action to stop Odin, he will really kill that little guy. Hawkeye didn't immediately make a move. He was staring at Li Bufan strangely. Although the little guy was standing in place, it was not without any response. His hands seemed to be making something strange. Hawkeye! Nick Fury yelled again, but Hawkeye had already missed the best time, and it was too late to think about it. Li Bufan was not making any surprises, but enjoying. Si Chen Mao Yin. Fire escape? Dragon fire technique. Next moment. Call out. A straight flame shot from Li Bufan's body and rushed straight into Odin's chest. What? Odin's face changed dramatically. The corner of Li Bufan's mouth twitched, and he chuckled, "You still don't know anything about real power. So, are you ready to meet the fire of my anger?" What? Accompanied by a heartbreaking scream, the dragon fire was like a sharp sword, easily pierced through Odin's chest, and Odin's momentum was like a rainbow, and finally it flew backwards like a rainbow. And back. Chapter 22. Chapter 29 is just a trick. 2 more. After a while. Office. Only Nick Fury and Li Bufan, no one spoke. Nick Fury stared at Li Bufan in annoyance and helplessness. Li Bufan said, Director Fury, no one has any opinions now, right? Nick Fury. Li Bufan reminded, "My 8th level agent is serious." Nick Fury instantly exploded, "You bad boy who can only cause trouble, you almost killed an 8th level SHIELD agent just now. Do you know what you did? In the end, this is your focus. Bad boy, are you sure you are joking with me?" Li Bufan, "Not at all. That guy is begging for death. I just met his wish. Director Fury, from start to finish, he is provoking him. Even if he is killed, it has nothing to do with me. Isn't it true?" Nick Fury. "I have to say, it makes sense, but your kid's mouth is too poisonous. What do you mean by asking for death?" Nick Fury was completely speechless, shook his head and said, "That's all for it, but in the future, little guy, I don't want something similar to happen again, absolutely not allowed." Li Bufan said, "As long as no one is looking for death, it won't be. Why is this guy smelly and hard like the stone in the pit?" Nick Fury got a big head and said, "Forget it, let's talk about something else. Little guy, I want to know, what was that just now?" "Magic." "Magic?" Li Bufan shook his head and chuckled lightly, "That's nothing magic, it's magic at best, it's just a trick." Nick Fury glared one-eyed, and said speechlessly, "Little trick? It's nothing more? Your little trick instantly killed Bagley Odin, don't you know? You want to say that, I'll give you a code name, and you'll be called in the future. The magic is ready." Li Bufan, "Magic? Not bad, this is my code name." Nick Fury frantically said, "Damn! Irony! I'm ridiculing you, don't you know, you are driving me crazy. Tell me, do you still have similar tricks like the one just now?" Li Bufan, "For the time being, that's all. I can still develop it in the future, right?" Nick Fury waved his hand and said, "Okay, Mr. Magician, the 8th level agent, you can leave. You are still a middle school student. If there are no special circumstances, you will go to school normally during school hours, and come to the bureau to report on Saturdays and Sundays. I will notify you if there is a task." Followed by Nick Fury and said other things, such as Wanda and Magneto. Without the consent of Li Bufan, SHI entangled with Wanda again. With the 8th level agent certification, plus Wanda, Li Bufan's goal has been achieved and he left SHIELD with satisfaction. Just after he left, Nick Fury, who was still violent and frantic before, suddenly recovered his calm. Before this, all kinds of disguise. An old fox like him who has practiced for decades, and even Captain Marvel has seen the world-destroying weirdness. How could it be possible that Li Bufan has shown a little magic and lost his sense of measure? Of course, the shock is absolutely real. Click. The wooden door of the office was pushed open. Natasha, Hawkeye, and Collison walked in. Nick Fury slammed at the 3 chairs and motioned for the 3 to sit down. Collison asked, "Director Fury, how did you talk?" Nick Fury told the truth. Collison stared, speechless and annoyed. "Little magic. Damn, he called the killing skill just now little magic. So what is the big one?" Nick Fury looked at Hawkeye and Natasha, and asked, "What do you two think?" Hawkeye said, "He didn't lie. It shouldn't be magic, at least not the magic that we recognize in the West, but more like the skill of that mysterious power in the East." Nick Fury, "Then he will be Mr. Magician, an 8th level agent of SHIELD from now on." Natasha said, "Director Fury, I don't think this is the most important thing. This little guy seems to have many secrets. Of course, the most important thing is how he thinks about our gods." Chapter 30 Crazy Plan. 3 more. In the office. Nick Fury said, "Okay, put that little guys aside in advance, let's talk about something else first, Agent Collison." Collison said, "The sledgehammer has been solved, and Thor has returned to Asgard." Nick Fury, "In other words, the alien trouble is solved." Collison shrugged, "It looks like this now, boss." "Very good." Nick Fury looked at Hawkeye again, and said, "Agent Patton, where is that big green guy?" Hawkeye said, "After the Suburban War, the Hulk disappeared. Just this morning, our people found Dr. Banner. He hid in the slums of Kolkata and used his knowledge to help the poor." Nick Fury smiled. Hawkeye added, "He is now a doctor in the slums of Kolkata, and his reputation is not small." "Wow!" Nick Fury exclaimed, and said, "How long has the big green guy not come out?" "Half a year or a year, Dr. Banner is really amazing. Compared to him, another hates him a lot." "Agent Normanova, what's the situation with that dude? Is the palladium poisoning done?" Natasha said, "Tony has suppressed the toxicity of palladium according to the video his father left him, but he still has a big trouble. The whip has been taken out of prison by Tony's rival, Justin Hammer." Nick Fury said, "So, Justin Hammer has become the boss of the whip? That fool who tramples the law, he really thinks he can control the whip? Want to be the boss of the whip? How did he even die? Do not know at all. It's really troublesome. Let Dr. Banner stay in Kolkata first. I hate that so much, so Natasha, you will get in touch with him next." Natasha, "No problem. The meeting is over." In addition to this trouble, there is one more thing Nick Fury didn't tell Natasha and let Natasha be in charge of Tony. Of course it's not just because of annoying, but because of him, Hawkeye, Collison and more important things need to be dealt with. Cosmic Rubik's Cube. The first phase of S.H.I.E.L.D's research on the Cosmos Rubik's Cube is about to be completed, and it will soon enter the second phase, the use of the Cosmos Rubik's Cube to develop higher-level black technology weapons. Chapter 23. Not to deal with other countries, but to save the Earth and protect all mankind. The appearance of Thor, has made them understand that there are really alien intelligent creatures outside the Earth. Their power is terrifying, and to take precautions, Nick Fury must be prepared before danger comes. Lee Bufin left SHIELD headquarters and then returned to the school. As expected, Collison said that it would be resolved with a phone call without any trouble or doubt. Class normally. When Nick Fury racked his brains to tame his wild horse, Lee Bufin also had a crazy plan in his mind. What is the ultimate mission this time? Become a level 10 agent certified by S.H.I.E.L.D. He has always had a misunderstanding, that is, to join S.H.I.E.L.D., then make contributions, and eventually get promoted, but he was wrong. The system just made him a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., but there was no prescribed method. Then, he can use his own means to force Nick Fury. Of course, this requires absolute strength. Then wait for a while, then it will be interesting. Li Bufan, who had figured out everything, suddenly enlightened. Although that bitter egg is very ugly, joining SHIELD actually has quite a lot of benefits. As I thought, although he was certified as an 8th level agent, he only has the authority of a 5th level agent. In New York, he can move on his own. SHI. In addition, he can also access a certain level of top secret information, the most obvious of which is wanted criminals of various levels. In Li Bufan's eyes, those people weren't wanted criminals, but Franklin's shining brightly. Wanted criminals are divided into 4 levels: B level, A level, S level, and no authority. The last one is unauthorized. Okay, manual funny. The lowest B level reward is $500,000, and the S level reward is. Chapter 31 The villain died of talking. 4 more. A bar named Rose on the coastline in Brooklyn. The music is noisy and the human voice is full. A punk-like young man with a full-body leather jacket and a studded peaked cap walked into the bar and came to the bar. The bartender who was mixing the wine said, "Hey, call, something to drink today." "A cup of red bombs." "No problem." This young man, it was Suwon Call, who finished drinking, turned around and stared at the graceful figure swaying on the dance floor. A hot blonde girl came into his eyes. "Hey, it's yours." Suwon Call said excitedly, "Baby, it will make you so cool tonight." He didn't worry at all that he would be rejected, because no one could reject him. If there is, then be strong. Even SHIELD has nothing to do with it, let alone ordinary people. New York, the headquarters of SHIELD, once on the blacklist of SHI. He also escaped from New York 8 times, but every time he survived. Of course, he returned to the Big Apple City alive. This city has the prosperity of the whole world. He loves it to death and will never leave completely. To survive it is to avoid the limelight. Guru. Locking on tonight's stunner, Suwon Kaur quickly drank the wine, then got up and walked towards the dance floor, but at this moment, a joking voice sounded behind him. "Suwon Kaur, go out and chat with me." Suwon Kaur didn't turn his head back, and said annoyed, "I don't know who you are and don't want to know. You just need to know. I'm very angry now. If I lose 3 times, I will turn around. If you are still there, I promise you will die miserably." "Oh, then don't count, turn around immediately." "Asshole!" Suwon Kaur screamed, turned his head sullenly, and saw a green but disgusting face. He gritted his teeth and said, "You don't know how to live or die, you are dead." "So bloody." Li Bufan twitched his mouth and said with a chuckle, "Then let's go outside, and you are welcome to kill me." 2 minutes later, the two came to the dark and dirty alley behind the bar, with vomit on the road everywhere. Li Bufan chuckles and said, "Introduce myself, Li Bufan, an 8th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Hey? S.H.I.E.L.D. The expression on Suwon Kaur's face became very exciting, and he burst into laughter. "Please, has S.H.I.E.L.D. been down to such a level? Even the little guys who don't have the same hair like you have collected it. You're kid. Are you kidding me?" Li Bufan chuckled, "What do you think? Move your poor brain cells, think about it carefully. It's definitely S.H.I.E.L.D. Because the danger level of Suwon Kaur is too high, ordinary policemen cannot access his core information, let alone receive related tasks. They don't even know that Suwon Kaur lives by their side. You bastard! You dare to look down on me!" Suwon Kaur was furious. "Do you know that before you, S.H.I.E.L.D. had chased and killed me 8 times, but every time, I survived. 8 chases, 3 sieges and suppressions, 5 single-agent chases, but now those 5 guys are all turned into corpses. Congratulations! This is the last time. You will never have to live in fear again." Suwon Kaur frowned deeply, still don't know what Li Bufan meant. "No one will chase and kill people, will they?" Li Bufan smiled and added. That's what it meant. Damn bug. You must pay the price of your life for your own words. Cao Call immediately drew his pistol and aimed it at Li Bufan's head. Boom. Chapter 24. The bullet came out of the barrel, and at the same time, Li Bufan grabbed it from the side. Chapter 32 Absolute Guardian of the Mind. One more. Li Bufan curled his lips and sneered, Idiot, as a villain, you haven't heard a very reasonable saying. The villain died of a lot of words. Also, from which eye did you see me very surprised? Ziyin Suzhou Mao Yin. Fire escape? The technique of impatience. Whoosh. Like the impatience seeds that fluttered all around at the touch of a touch, several petal-like flames rushed towards Cao Call, instantly turning Cao Call into a fireman, amidst the screams of screams. Cao Call sandification. Except for the feet, all the other parts of the body were deserted, clamoring bitterly, I'm going to kill you, and flew towards Li Bufan. But when he was about to fly in front of Li Bufan, the flame went out, and every grain of the sand that had been burned by 1,000 degrees of heat shattered, turned black, and fell on the ground. Wipe. For Li Bufan, the trouble now is, how can he explain to others that this dark thing is Cao Call? Li Bufan's mouth twitched. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, complete the task, you will get absolute. Guardian of the Mind Profound Meaning. Item, Absolute. Guardian of the Soul Profound Meaning. Quality, A-level high. Attributes, Special Items Skills. World, Witcher World. Features, Refining Spirit, Absolute Soul Guarding Ability, no spirit system ability can cause damage to your soul. Absolute Guardian of the Soul? Li Bufan was overjoyed and immediately put aside the small trouble of not being able to recognize the corpse. According to the item information given by the system, this is a reward without any offensiveness, but it can absolutely protect the spirit. He needs this so much. When Professor X is weak, he is rubbish, and when he is strong, he is a myth. He can use equipment to know the whole world without leaving the house into the whole world, anyone's brain. Except for Professor X, the Phoenix Girl Piano Grey and Loki, the of Tricks, all possess similar abilities. Phoenix Female Piano Grey can read the consciousness of others and control the opponent at the same time. The reason why Loki, the of Tricks, has the ability to control his mind is because he has a psychic scepter inlaid with psychic gems. In that sensational New York war, Loki almost controlled Tony Stark. If he succeeds, the outcome of the New York war will definitely be rewritten. Mind control, this ability is too buggy, don't worry about it now. Li Bufan's thoughts flashed, entered the red envelope space, and quickly browsed it. After about half a minute, he completely mastered this ability. Even if Professor X stood in front of him, it would not be possible to cause any interference to his spirit. Cool. Li Bufan was so happy that he could not help but blew his whistle and returned to Queens. 2 days passed in a hurry, and soon came Sunday. Everything is business as usual. Nothing special happened. Li Bufan is a layman. Nothing happens is a good thing. He only needs to guard his daughter-in-law and live a small life that belongs to him and her daughter-in-law. By the way, he waits for the red envelope to appear and get it. For example, now, the two of them are lying on their own sofa, enjoying the bright sunshine. Of course, Li Bufan's hands are not idle, he is playing the ball wantonly. Little villain, no further down. Wanda blushed, angrily grabbing Li Bufan's hand. Li Bufan laughed and said, sorry, I can't help it. Wanda gave Li Bufan a coquettish look, and said, the little villain who can never be fed. Boom. The two were in love with their concubines, when a block more than 200 meters away suddenly burst into a loud noise, a huge wave of air impacted all around, and the whole building was slightly shaken. What happened? Li Bufan and Wanda's expressions changed, and they immediately got up and came to the huge glass window. Chapter 33 Iron Man is going crazy. 2 more. 2 hours later, at Tony's villa, Pepper Potts was treating Tony's wounds. This guy was very embarrassed with countless wounds just like the first time he met with the whip. "Ah! Miss Potts, I think you should be lighter. It's already very light." "No, I think you could be a little lighter, a gentle and considerate person like you. Don't be pitiful." Little Chilly gave Tony a sullen look. This guy was already hurt like this, and his tongue was so glib. While helping Tony treat the wound, she asked with concern, "Tony, what's the situation? Vank is not in prison." Little Pepper was shocked. "What? Yes, that guy didn't stay in jail, he has already come out, I can even be sure that he has been out for a long time." "Oh, God!" Little Pepper stopped in shock. "Do not stop." "Oh, sorry." Chapter 25. Little Chilly hurriedly continued his work. All the medicine was applied. All he had to do was to tie a bandage. He continued, "That dangerous guy, who released him from prison? How come there is no news at all?" Tony put on his shirt, thought for 2 seconds, and already had the answer in his mind, and said, "Miss Potts, you have to know that money can make ghosts worse. But this is too exaggerated." "It's not an exaggeration. It may not be possible to have money alone, but if that person has both money and power, it will be easy." Little Pepper's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Justin Hammer! My God, in order to defeat you, he did this to such an extent? Is he crazy, and would cooperate with that extremely dangerous lunatic?" Justin Hammer, Tony's competitor. Since Tony Stark refused to release the manufacturing materials of the Iron Man suit, which made the US military extremely annoyed, Justin Hammer stepped up and cooperated with the military on the one hand and the Whiplash on the other. A copycat version of the Iron Man suit was released. He has money, he also has rights. It couldn't be easier to get the Lash out of prison. Tony cried, "Oh, it's nothing surprising. Everyone who wants to beat Tony Stark will eventually become a madman. Vank is the whip, and so is Hammer." Little Pepper said, "Then what are you going to do?" Tony said, "I already have a perfect plan. I can solve that guy tonight." At this moment, the smart butler Jarvis suddenly said, "Mr. Tony, the somewhat disgusting Miss N came to visit." Little Pepper. "Who is Miss N who is a bit annoying?" "Damn! I knew it." Tony explained quickly, "It's the woman who came to apply for a special assistant last time you met. She is from S.H.I.E.L.D. Jarvis, open the door and let her in." Soon, Natasha walked into the villa, but she was not alone. Lee Bufin is also there. Tony, Potts, and Natasha greeted Natasha briefly. Tony looked at Lee Bufin casually, activated his venomous tongue, and said with a serious expression, "Miss Normanova, who is this little guy? Is your son? During work? Do you still have to take care of the children? It's really hard work." Natasha smiled and said, "Tony, if you dare to talk nonsense, I promise you will tear your mouth." Well, she couldn't go on any more, because Lee Bufin had already sealed her alluring red lips. "Well, use your own mouth." "Oh, God! What did I see?" Tony exclaimed. Little Chilly was also stunned. "You guy!" Natasha broke free with the will of the agent, and asked with a reddish cheek, "What are you doing?" Lee Bufin said, "I just proved it to Tony." Chapter 34 What he can do is beyond your imagination. Mark 6, which is the 6th generation suit of Iron Man, the latest invention of Tony Stark. He developed a brand new arc reactor. At the same time, he added an infrared laser knife to his wrist, but cut the steel door. The power of this suit is unprecedentedly powerful. The only flaw is that the weapon consumes too much energy. After a cool outfit, Tony has turned into Iron Man. Wow! Cool! Although he entered the Marvel world, this was the first time Lee Bufin had come into contact with Iron Man so close, and he couldn't help whistling. Iron Man is worthy of being Marvel's C position. Although Tony this guy is poisonous, rich, self-willed, tattooed, and picking up girls, he is still a good boy. A few years later, this guy sacrificed himself in order to save half of the human race. It is even more great. How should I say, the body of a mortal is comparable to a god. Lee Bufin would not do that, but from the bottom of his heart, he has a respect for such a person. Hey! Tony pointed at Lee Bufin, and said, "Shield must be crazy. It actually recruits little guys like you. Boy, are you still weaned?" Wipe. There was a black line on Lee Bufin's forehead, and he withdrew his words, now that respect was gone. New York will be very dangerous later. It's more dangerous than just now. You'd better hide, or it's not a mental damage expense. It's useless even if the dead person needs compensation, right? Oh, no, the dead will not be compensated at all. Although this guy didn't care about the money, he lost Lee Bufin 2 million, but how could he be the kind of master who is willing to suffer losses? He must ask for it back. The character is still very bad. The corner of Lee Bufin's mouth hooked, which is not a coincidence. We are half a cat, you are poisonous, you are bad, and the little master is not bad. Wait. Natasha frowned, and immediately said, "Tony, what happened? What are you going to do now? You must explain it clearly to me." "Sweetheart, I don't have time to explain to you." Whoosh! Tony activated the Iron Man armor, turned it into a red streamer, and flew towards Manhattan. There. It was Justin Hanmer who held the first set of unmanned steel soldier press conference of Hanmer Industries. Yes, unlike Tony's Iron Man suit, the steel armor designed by Whiplash for Hanmer Industries is a remote-controlled model. Of course, in order to prove himself, Justin Hanmer also put together a wearable, controlled by Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes. In the U.S. military, Rhodes is the best soldier in handling steel suits. He has a very good relationship with Tony, but he is in the rivers and lakes and can't help himself. He can't disobey the military's orders, even if Justin Hanmer is Tony's enemy. Even if he himself hates that guy extremely, he still has to cooperate with Hanmer. "Vank that lunatic!" Little Chilly exclaimed as if thinking of something. Natasha looked serious. "Miss Potts, what happened?" "There is no time to explain, let's go to Justin Hanmer's exhibition right away." As we walked, we said, "Jarvis, prepare the Phantom sports car." Little Chilly looked eager. Chapter 26. Jarvis, okay, Miss Potts. 10 minutes later, Lee Bufin, Natasha, and Pepper drove the Phantom sports car and galloped towards the exhibition center. On the way, little Pepper quickly sorted out the matter and exclaimed, "It's incredible." Lee Bufin chuckles and said, "It's very simple." Little Chilly glanced at Lee Bufin, "Where is it simple?" Lee Bufin shrugged and said, "Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has great magical powers, it does not mean that no one can control it. What if the lashes were released by the president himself signing a document? It was just a prisoner." Little Pepper fell into deep thought. "That's what Tony said." Natasha said, "Miss Potts, what do you want to do with the whip?" "What does Tony mean?" Little Pepper shook his head, "I don't know. Whiplash must have a big plan. Tony should have guessed it, but he didn't say. I only know it must be related to Hanmer's product exhibition, and I will know it there." Chapter 35. Don't follow me again, or you will die. The scene of the Hanmer Industrial Products exhibition has been messed up, and the attendees have suffered numerous casualties. In the Marvel movie, taking the New York War as an example, the Kittery alien army invaded the Earth and used this super technology to kill in New York, but the alien army collectively blinded, either attacking buildings or attacking vehicles. People? No, basically you can't see anyone killed or injured. The Kittery are not here to invade, but want to come to a science and technology show. It's just hilarious. But that is just a movie, not reality. The reality at this moment is that at least 60 people have died, and there are countless injured people. When Li Bufan entered the exhibition, all he encountered were people who had fled. When he saw Li Bufan, the little guy who was looking for death, they all a surprised look. Only two kind people reminded him not to go in. Li Bufan smiled slightly and ignored it. Damn it! Little guy, you will die. Don't go in anymore. In the silent exclamation of passers-by, Li Bufan walked into the venue with a confident expression. At the control center in the venue, Justin Hammer was completely dumbfounded, and roared at the technicians, "Damn! What the does that Vank want to do? It's over, it's all over. It is indeed over." Originally, at this weapons exhibition, Justin Hammer wanted to prove to the military how advanced and powerful his weapons are, but he was lashed into a massacre scene. The anger of the people cannot be quenched, and the military will not let go. Pass him. The only thing he can do now is to minimize the loss. Cut off Vank's control of the steel soldiers. Damn it, hurry up. Boss, the signals are all blocked. Fuck. Then quickly contact the control center of Hanmer Industrial Headquarters to modify the control program of all the steel soldiers, and it can be done there. Boss, the signal is blocked. Justin Hammer was going crazy and yelled, "Damn, you idiot, the signal is blocked, don't you know how to use a landline? The phone cord has also been cut." Justin Hammer. At the venue, in addition to Justin Hammer, Tony is also working hard to stop the massacre. He did a good job. If it weren't for him, the number of deaths would definitely not be so small, at least twice as many. His enemies, in addition to those unmanned steel soldiers, and his good friend James Rod. Whoosh! Boom! Tony tried his best to avoid Rhod's attack. While dodging, he asked, "Rhod, hasn't the control been lifted yet?" Rod exclaimed, "No. Tony, think about a way. I'm still locking you down." The cleverness of the whiplash trick is that Rod is different from those steel soldiers. In the face of steel soldiers' attacks, Tony can fight back unscrupulously and without psychological pressure, but he can't face Rod. He can't do this cruel hand. "Oh, friend, it seems we are in a bit of trouble." "A little bit." Rod vomited. "Tony, what do you call the situation now?" Tony said, "The people here are too dense. If you fight, it will cause a lot of casualties. You can't stay here." "Where are you going?" "Kennedy Garden." "What about the whip?" Tony shrugged and said with a smile, "My friend, the purpose of the whip is to kill me. It's not these ordinary people, he will definitely follow." "All right," Rod said, and then turned his head and saw the VIP seats in the audience. Except for the dead, all the people in the meeting had left, but there was still a calm and composed big boy sitting there, not panicking at all. With his thighs and two legs cocked, there was a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, as if he were watching a play. "Damn it! What's the matter with that big boy?" Rod exclaimed and said to Li Bufan, "Hey, get out of here quickly. Otherwise you will be dead." "Oh little bastard!" Tony also saw Li Bufan. Chapter 36 My God, damn it, two more. Tony is in a fierce battle with the unmanned steel soldier, and Rod always locks Tony and carries out continuous force output on him. Tony vomits, "Damn, Miss N, you are not a little annoying now, but very annoying. Hasn't Natasha changed Rod's operating system yet? The work efficiency is really a bit low." Li Bufan has the same idea as Tony. He originally wanted to wait for Natasha to finish it by himself, but he didn't expect, it was too slow. "In that case, I'll do it myself." Li Bufan's mouth twitched, and he suddenly appeared in front of Tony and Rod. "Oh, God! Luo was shocked and exclaimed, "Tony, I think you need to introduce this little guy to me now. What ability does he have? How can he keep up with us?" Chapter 27. Damn it! Tony was also taken aback for a moment, and muttered, "You lingering little guy, you have a bit of skill. Could it be that I mumbled you?" Li Bufan said, "Hey Tony, can't your mouth be so stinky?" Next moment, Li Bufan suddenly used his force, like a cannonball, and shot straight towards Luid. Rod's face was dumbfounded. Tony, what does he want to do?" Tony didn't have time to answer him, yelling, "Damn bastard, don't be foolish, you will die. Get out of here." The hero is a hero, even if he is extremely annoying, but Li Bufan is in danger. Tony will do his best to save it, but this time there is no need for it. Boom! In the loud noise, Rode received a fatal blow in the chest, which was not only the source of power for the steel armor, but also a fatal flaw. Oh! Luo was shocked, and at the next moment, an incredible scene appeared. Li Bufan stepped on Luo's chest, and then as if cutting melons and vegetables, he tore off all the steel suits on his body. In just 3 seconds, Li Bufan completely removed Rod's steel suit. Rod looked dumbfounded. "Nima! What kind of monster is this little guy? Tearing the armor with bare hands? This is too exaggerated." Li Bufan clapped his hands and said, "There is no trouble now." Tony looked at Li Bufan in surprise and swallowed abruptly. There is indeed no trouble. Hell, Lord's steel suit has been completely scrapped. How to control the whiplash? Quite a while. Tony said, "You little guy, it really surprised me." Okay. I take back what I said before, you are fully qualified to enter SHIELD. Little guy, you have gained my approval. Li Bufan rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Damn, Tony, I need your approval? What are you kidding? Tony craps, the whole world needs Tony Stark's approval. Go eat shit." Li Bufan's narcissism towards Tony is completely speechless. Without Rod's restraint, Tony's firepower was fully on, and the infrared laser knife cut the steel soldiers like melons and vegetables. With the roar, all the remaining steel soldiers were quickly resolved. But before there was time to celebrate, a heavier roar suddenly came from the sky, and a grey-white steel monster descended from the sky. Boom! The whip fell heavily on the ground, and a huge hole appeared 10 meters in front of Li Bufan. ZZ. At this moment, the whip is completely armored, and the biggest difference between his suit and the Iron Man suit is that 2 energy whips are connected to his wrist. The power is stronger than before, and it is enough to cut a metal staircase, or even cut one army. Click! The armored helmet was removed, revealing a rough face, with a toothpick in his mouth, of course Ivan Vanquip. "Welcome back." He greeted Tony first. There is a reason for this sentence. Previously Tony was depressed because of palladium poisoning. Through the videotape left by his father, Tony created a new element and fixed the palladium poisoning, which then re-emerged. As for you. Chapter 37 Flight Ability and Shadow Clone Technique. 3. This sudden raging flame almost burned them all. This kind of oolong will naturally not appear. These flames are all controlled by chakra, and Li Bufan can control the attack range of Huodun as he wants. God! Tony exclaimed, "Who are you? What was that just now? Magic? Are you a magician? Or a legendary magician? Hell, how can a magician exist in this world?" Before Doctor Strange joined the reunion, no one believed that there was magic on the earth. Not to mention Tony, even Doctor Strange himself, after his hands were abolished, he went to Nepal to find a way to heal his hands. When he first met the Guyi mage, he absolutely did not believe that Guyi was a magician. For Doctor Strange and Tony, magic has completely subverted their existing worldview. Not magic. What is that? Tony asked in shock. Li Bufan smiled and didn't explain much. He just pointed to the iron soldier who had been torn apart by Tony on the ground, and said, "Tony, I think you are focusing on the wrong thing now." The chests of those steel soldiers began to flash red, which meant that these steel soldiers were about to explode. "Damn it! Vank this bastard!" Tony's face changed drastically, and he cursed fiercely. He immediately picked up rod and rose into the sky. At the same time, Li Bufan, who was still rushing to the ground, said, "Little guy, you should have no problem, right? Leave me alone." Li Bufan casually said that Tony had a lot of trouble. At the gate of Hanmer Industry, in front of Little Pepper, there was also a steel soldier who was destroyed by Natasha. A few minutes later, Li Bufan appeared in a coffee shop. "System, ding dong, congratulations to the host. After completing the side quests of the plot, you have won Flying Profound Truth and a type of ninjutsu. The relevant rewards have been distributed to the red envelope space, and you can check it yourself." Li Bufan immediately checked the profundity of flying. Item: Flying Profound Meaning. Attributes: Special Item Skills. Chapter 28. The World, the Supreme Law. Quality: A-level high. Special effects: once you master the Flying Profound Truth, you will gain the ability to fly. Flying? This ability is very good. Li Bufan nodded and quickly browsed through the entire cheat book. 2 minutes, the browsing is complete. It was as if electric current ran all over the body, a huge torrent of information entered Li Bufan's mind, and at the same time he felt that his body seemed to have undergone subtle changes. Li Bufan was taken aback for a moment. "What's going on? Your body seems to be strengthened again?" He reread all the information in Flying Profound Truth and quickly understood it. Flying Profound Truth, the top spell in the Supreme Law world. Yes, this Supreme Law is the world of wizards. Li Bufan masters the flying profundity, the highest speed can be comparable to that of Iron Man, and the flying height can rush into the atmosphere. Without the corresponding physical fitness, how could it be possible to fly so fast and so high? As the top spell in the magician world, such flaws are impossible. Body strengthening is also a part of this top-level spell. The fundamental reason why this spell can become the top-level existence in the magician world is that it is instant. No spells are required. Once the practice is successful, flying will become the magician's natural magical powers. Putting it in this world basically means that Li Bufan has suddenly awakened the superpower of flying. This reward is unexpectedly powerful, but it is also in Li Bufan's expectation that this is an A-level high-level reward. Let's see what ninjutsu is rewarded. Li Bufan's thoughts swept through the red envelope space. Item: Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, A. Attributes: Special Item Skills. Chapter 38. Mom, look, someone is flying in the sky. Li Bufan's thoughts flashed. He quickly browsed the technique of multiple shadow clones, and said in secret, "I have too few chakras, and multiple shadow clones can't be used. You can get 2 clones, and it's easy. This is also a blessing in misfortune. The basis of multiple shadow clones is the technique of shadow clones. This reward is equal to 2, rewarding 1 A-level ninjutsu, and an extra B-level ninjutsu as a gift." Soon, Li Bufan completed his training and has fully grasped the profound meaning of multiple shadow clones. Li Bufan secretly said, "Multiple shadow clones, this ninjutsu is a bit interesting, but it's a pity that you can't use it." The system: what level of reward is the chakra god tree? That's right, don't you just need chakras, get the sacred tree directly. How many chakras do you want? The system machine replied, "The host has no permission." Pete. With authority again, Li Bufan shook his head, and continued, "Then let me ask another question, what level of rewards are the 9 big-tailed beasts?" System: report host, S-level advanced. That's it. The sacred tree is the true face of the 10-tailed beast, and the 9 big-tailed beasts are all differentiated from the sacred tree. Since the 9 big-tailed beasts are S level higher, it indirectly shows that the sacred tree is at least SSS level, even semi-god, or class. Of course, it is absolutely impossible to be the ancestor level. Marvel is a multi-universe civilization, and Naruto is just a civilization of one planet, maybe it can't reach the level. When he got the information he wanted, Li Bufan nodded in satisfaction, and secretly said, "It seems that it is time to raise the level of the red envelope." Director marinated, "I will give you a big surprise soon." After drinking the coffee, Li Bufan walked out of the coffee shop and came to a small alley next to him. "Come on, try new abilities." Li Bufan smiled slightly, his mind moved, his feet slowly left the ground, his whole body soared up, getting higher and higher. When he was 20 meters above the ground, he stopped still, overlooking the ground. This new ability is cool. Since ancient times, flying has been the dream of mankind. Later, mankind finally realized it, but it only relied on flying machines to realize it indirectly. Just like Iron Man, it also relies on that set of steel armor. How is it like Li Bufan? Go home. Li Bufan blew his whistle happily, like a rocket launching, and with a squeak, he swept across the Brooklyn sky and flew towards Queens. Soon, he flew to his own community. Outside the cold drink shop on the street, an 8-year-old kid was eating ice cream. He raised his head by accident, his eyes widened suddenly, and the ice cream on his face dropped out of his hands. "Mom! Mom! Someone is flying in the sky! Superman! Superman!" This is the Marvel world. There is no Marvel Comics, but there are DC Comics. In the DC world, the omnipotent Kryptonian Superman has countless fans. Whoosh! While the little boy was still exclaiming, Li Bufan had already fallen to the ground and came to the little guy's side and caught the ice cream that fell. The little boy was stunned. At this time, the little boy's mother also came out and looked at the little boy suspiciously. "Tom, what did you say?" "I'll give you ice cream, don't drop the little one." Li Bufan stuffed the ice cream into the stunned little boy. The little boy's mother hurriedly said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Li Bufan blinked at the little boy, then turned and walked into his neighborhood. Only then did the little boy realize that he could care about ice cream, and he took his mother's arm and exclaimed excitedly, "Superman! Superman! Mom, he was flying in the sky just now." "Really, I didn't lie." The little boy's mother said with a serious face, "Tom, when you lie, you always say that I didn't lie." "Really, mother? It's definitely true this time. Also, go back with me and let your father teach you." "Ah, he really can fly, mother." Chapter 29. The little boy yelled helplessly. It's a pity that no one would believe him. Chapter 39. X-Men Foursome. One more. Outside, Li Bufan drank the water and didn't immediately return to his room. Instead, he nestled on the sofa in the living room and used his phone for half an hour. Time came to 11:30. Suddenly, his spirit shook suddenly, a powerful mental consciousness was invading his brain, and the absolute guardian of the mind was activated instantly, immediately blocking that mental consciousness from the brain. Li Bufan's face was cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Mind control? Is this Professor X or Phoenix?" Ding dong, congratulations to the host, trigger the storyline, open the special quest red envelope, defeat the X-Men Quartet. If the mission is successful, corresponding rewards will be issued. Oh, it looks like the X-Men came to the door. Li Bufan has already figured out the characteristics of the red envelope system. This is not only a real scene extraction system, but also a portable smart housekeeper. Whether it is a released task or a task reward, it perfectly fits Li Bufan's needs. Li Bufan's face sank, a little angry. First Magneto, then Professor X, what is going on with these mutants? If you don't trouble them, they should burn the incense, but they do it well, angering themselves one after another, and now they are coming to the door even more. It's nothing more than going to the door. Without saying a word, I tried to enter my mind and read my thoughts. This behavior is extremely rude and excessive. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and a gentle voice came in. Mr. Lee, we have no intention of offending, but there is something we want to talk to you. Would you please open the door? Coming? Very good. With a hint of coldness at the corner of Li Bufan's mouth, he opened the door blankly, and 2 men and 2 women appeared in front of him. 2 men. A gentleman with glasses, but once this guy activates his superpowers, his whole body will be covered with blue hair. He is Hank McCoy, the Beast, and he has both power and IQ in the X-Men. The other wearing red quartz glasses with opening and closing devices is the Laser Eye Scott. 2 women. The one on the left is full of silver hair, dancing without wind, tight-fitting leather clothes, silver cloak, devil-like bumpy figure, delicate skin, and shiny, all over his body exudes a strange temperament. What a black pearl! It is Alaro, the girl of the storm. The other person is a typical white beauty. The explosion of her figure is comparable to that of the storm girl. Her natural red hair adds a charm to her, but it is the Phoenix female piano? Gray, but the invasion just failed, making her mouth full. Pant. His white forehead was covered with dense drops of sweat. Li Bufan looked at Jean Grey and said lightly, "You'd better be careful in the future. When you don't even know the strength of your opponent, it's best not to use superpowers casually. Oh, more. It is very impolite to try to get into other people's brains and read other people's thoughts without their permission." The Phoenix girl looked at Li Bufan in shock, and said in a puzzled way, "What are your abilities and why?" "What ability do I have? Why should I tell you?" Li Bufan asked with a sneer. Oops. Hank the Beast and Alaro, the Storm Girl, were shocked. As long as a person with a slight temper, I am afraid that they will not be able to accept the behavior of the Phoenix woman, let alone the man in front of him, not only has a temper, but he is more capable. The Beast helped his glasses and immediately said, "Mr. Lee, we are indeed reckless in this matter. I apologize to you on behalf of Jean." Li Bufan sneered, "I haven't finished speaking, and her behavior is very impolite." "Isn't your behavior very polite?" The X-Men quartet looked dumbfounded. "What did we do? You came to visit without permission. Do you still feel reasonable?" "Ah?" The group of 4 is still dumbfounded. "Is this impolite? According to your statement, as long as we don't get your permission, we can't come to your house or even contact you. We just came to talk to you and didn't do anything." Chapter 40 Conflict. 2 more. After reading this, Li Bufan shook his head and said, "Professor X made a mistake. I am not a mutant." The Beast was taken aback and shook his head, thinking that Li Bufan was an identity that rejected mutants. As we all know, in this world, superpowers are heroes, and variable races are born of stepmothers. Humans regard them as heretics and do not want to live in peace, but always think about how to eliminate all these heretics. The other 3 couldn't help it a long time ago. The Storm Girl sneered, "Your denial has no meaning. Don't think that you don't identify with your identity as a mutant, and you are not." Laser Eye said grumpily, "Come to the college with us, and when you see Professor X, you will know everything." "Oh." Li Bufan narrowed his eyes and said with a sneer, "So, the purpose of your coming here is to take me away? If I don't agree, you will forcibly take me away." Laser eyed his neck and said, "How about it?" At this time, Professor X and the Beast Hank telepathically said gently, "Hank, stop other people, don't let the situation develop beyond control." The Beast immediately said, "Don't be impulsive, everyone, if you have something to say, please." "Nothing to say." Li Bufan said with a cold face, "You don't think that they can leave without a problem after a lot of cruel words?" How can I count my face? It's impossible to speak well. If you want to speak well, what about my task? Of course, the task is not important. The important thing is that you are all so arrogant. How about giving you a severe lesson? Where is my face? Hey! I want to fight, okay. Chapter 30. Laser Eye's temper was already rushing. Seeing Li Bufen's uncooperativeness, how could he bear it? Yelled the man opposite, "You don't want Wanda to discover your secrets, do you? Let's go to no man's land. This time I must severely teach you this brazen boy." Okay. Li Bufen's mouth twitched, "Then you don't want to run away, you have to keep up. Laser Eye and Storm Girl are going crazy. Escape? They are X-Men, what are you talking about?" But they soon understood what Li Bufen meant, because just after Li Bufen uttered that sentence, wearing sandals, he went out and closed the door carefully without making a sound. Then, whoosh! Li Bufen flashed out like a flash of lightning, and disappeared instantly. His speed is Iron Man. The difference is that Tony needs the help of that suit of steel, and he doesn't need anything. For this alone, the two have already made a judgment. Storm Girl can also fly, but the speed is so slow that it cannot be compared with Li Bufen. "Oh my god!" the Storm Girl said in a speechless voice, "What level of superpower did that guy awaken, and how could he fly so fast?" The beast shook his head and smiled bitterly, "I don't know, I only know that we are really in serious trouble this time." Laser Eye said displeased, "Hank, what's the use of fast light? You don't think we will really lose, do you?" The beast did not speak. "Humph, keep up. One can't do it, let's just go with the four of us, we must give him a severe lesson." Laser Eye said, and immediately rushed downstairs. 20 minutes later, everyone rushed to the forest outside the suburbs. The Big Apple City is very large and very prosperous, but there are few foreigners, and the suburbs are real suburbs and retain many natural gifts. The Beast, the Storm Girl and the others couldn't keep up with Li Bufen at all. When Li Bufen deliberately slowed down, the Storm Girl barely kept up, and then reported to the others. The Beast, the Phoenix Girl, and Laser Eye arrived by helicopter. "That's it." Li Bufen nodded in satisfaction and suddenly landed on the ground. "The Laser Eye is ready to go." "Wait." The Beast ran out to disrupt the situation again, and said anxiously, "Mr. Li, can't you really listen to me?" Li Bufen said impatiently, "Blue-haired monster, what else to say, I have said all that should be said." Chapter 41 Superpowers with Endless Levels. 3 more. The Phoenix Girl said with a weird expression, "Then, what kind of monster is that guy? With such a high-intensity confrontation, his physical fitness doesn't seem to decrease at all. What was it like 5 minutes ago, and what it is now, too abnormal." Yes, this is the key. After fighting for a full 5 minutes, Li Bufen was still full of energy. Looking at Laser Eye, he was already out of breath. After another 10 minutes, Li Bufen didn't need to fight back. Laser Eye would fall down by himself. The Storm Girl frowned and said, "Did Professor X feel incomplete?" "Phoenix Girl, what do you mean?" Storm Girl guessed, "This abnormal physical ability, will he not only awaken his flying ability, but also other things?" "It's possible." The Phoenix Woman nodded. At this time, Professor X's voice suddenly appeared in the minds of the Beast, the Phoenix Girl, and the Storm Girl. "Hank, Cheen, Aurora, take it. Scott can't hold on anymore, since this battle cannot be avoided. Then let that little guy know that the strength of our mutant academy is also good." The three of them all responded. The Beast instantly turned on its superpowers, and blue hair grew all over its body, and its stature suddenly expanded, like a giant blue-haired ape. Over there, Li Bufen had noticed the changes of the three of them, and said with a light smile, "Why, are you finally going to make a move?" The Beast said, "We don't want to bully too much, but Scott can't hold it anymore. If you fight him head-on, we won't make a move. The Storm Girl sneered. Humph, are you just hiding? Li Bufan said speechlessly, please, I have speed. This is my ability. He can't hit me. This counts as my head? Do I have to stand here and let him shoot? What do you think? The police is too domineering, right? The beast and the party's laser eyes are all red. Embarrassment. Never reason with an angry woman. The Phoenix Girl and the Storm Girl at this moment are totally unreasonable. Phoenix Female said, then you don't blame us for deceiving less. To bully the less? What do you want? Li Bufan twitched his mouth and said, want to be one-on-one? Simple. The beast frowned and immediately observed its surroundings, and said vigilantly, do you still have a helper? The 9th of the 10 heavenly stems. Shadow clone technique. Hey! Suddenly, before the voice of the beast fell, 3 people exactly like him appeared around Li Bufan. The X-Men quartet changed color in horror. Damn it, what is this operation? The beast's scalp was numb by Li Bufan's show, and in his consciousness, Professor X, who saw this scene through the eyes of the beast, was equally shocked and beyond words. The beast said in a speechless voice, Professor X, what's the situation? Professor X, who was far away at the Mutant Academy, shook his head, I don't know either. Illusory? Magic? For Li Bufan, 3 of them are fake? Shouldn't they have any offensive ability? The beast asked a series of questions. Professor X said, it should be magic, he is just one person, it is impossible to suddenly become 4. Have a short pause. Professor X ordered, you, Storm Girl, and Laser Eye will go together, and Sheen and I will find out the body of that little guy, and see if it can enter his brain and control his consciousness. No problem. Chapter 31. The beast responded and immediately issued combat instructions to the remaining 3. Fight separately. The deity Li Bufan chuckled and gave orders to the 3 branches. The 3 avatars confronted the beast, the Phoenix Girl, and the Laser Eye, and his deity fought against the Storm Girl, but the accident still happened. The beast and Laser Eye respectively fought against a clone of Li Bufan. Qin Ziyuli's cheeks secreted countless drops of sweat. At first, it was just dense sweat, but almost instantly, it turned into a bead of sweat. She stared at a clone who was walking towards her in horror, and shouted, how is this possible? After turning his eyelids, he fainted directly. The face of the beast, the Laser Eye, and the woman of the storm who floated into the air changed drastically, and she exclaimed at the same time. Chapter 42, The Man Who Resists Thunder and Lightning. 4 more. The beast was taken aback. In his eyes, Professor X was wise, peaceful, and absolutely calm. No matter what or when, he did not show such strong feelings. Well, in fact, he was too horrified. Professor X, what happened? Why did Jin faint suddenly? She's okay, just rest for a few days. Just now, I and Qin intended to find the deity of the little guy, and then enter his brain, but I was surprised to find that all 4 people have their own consciousness, and Qin could not bear it. With this intensity, that's why I fainted. What? The beast was completely horrified, and said in disbelief, how is this possible? How can a person have 4 consciousnesses at the same time? Doesn't that mean that the 4 guys are independent, and each is Li Bufan? God, it's impossible, how could this happen? Professor X has calmed down, his face is unprecedentedly dignified, and said, I don't know what is going on. You continue to fight with Storm Girl. His consciousness is extremely strong, like a steel plate. I can't get in at all, but at least it can have some influence on him, and I will assist you from the side. I know the professor. The beast no longer communicates with Professor X, and instead fights with Li Bufan in front of him wholeheartedly. Blue-haired monster, you have finally finished talking, let's fight a battle soon. I can't wait. The beast was speechless, and Li Bufan in front of him was like a naughty child, but he immediately learned the horror of this bare child. Huo done? Hard work. Boom. A small fireball spit out from the avatar Li Bufan's mouth, and quickly expanded, like a huge wall, overwhelmingly attacking the beasts, crushing the ground. The ground instantly burned, and it turned into a sea of flames. Damn it, what is this again? The beast's eyebrows throbbed, and he looked at Li Bufan in shock and amazement. Wrong. They all underestimated the strength of this little guy. Not only is he not weak, but also very strong. It's not so strong, but terribly strong. Although the beast escaped, the blue hair was burned a lot, all scorched, extremely embarrassed. In the air battlefield, the battle between Li Bufan's deity and the Storm Girl is also in full swing. The Storm Girl is suspended 50 meters above the ground, completely still, her eyes are widening, and it seems that there is a sea of stars hidden inside. Rumble. The sky changed color, the weather was still clear and cloudless, and the dark clouds shrouded in an instant. At the same time, feeling that the Phoenix Girl is about to take action, Professor X, who is far away from the Mutants Academy, jumped out of the beast's brain, and with the help of the brainwave device, began to launch the most fierce offensive in history against Li Bufan. ZZ. Li Bufan only felt unprecedented shocks in his head, dizziness, vertigo, and flaws in his incomparably hard defense of consciousness. The consciousness was like a copper wall and iron wall, and there appeared a gap like a spider web. Giving up resistance, attributed to me. Give up resistance, attributed to me. A diabolical voice didn't stay in Li Bufan's mind, and if it continued like this, Professor X would definitely break through his conscious defense. The shortcomings of the shadow avatar technique appeared. In addition, there is another point, that is Professor X's ability, unexpectedly powerful. Receive. Li Bufan made a decisive decision and immediately retracted the 3 shadow clones. His consciousness defense was solid again, and the devilish voice disappeared, but he felt a little dizzy. Crackling. At this time, the Storm Girl in the sky, with silver hair flying, had completed the preparation work, and the raindrops dripped down like the sound of drumming. But this is just a prelude. The dark clouds in the sky became denser and denser, and it turned into a downpour in a flash, and then... crack! There was a thunderstorm, and then a serpentine lightning tore through the night sky. The lightning was as strong as a window. Under the guidance of Storm Girl, it was unstoppable and struck Li Bufan. Chapter 43 Bastard, you are a gangster. One more. Li Bufan raised his head and grinned. Black Pearl, I let you chop for no reason, what do you think should be calculated? The Storm Girl snorted coldly, you asked for it. Whoosh. Like a rocket, Li Bufan rushed straight towards the Storm Girl. In a blink of an eye, he came to the Storm Girl. Before the Storm Girl reacted, he took her in his arms. The Storm Girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with shame. But after the reaction came, I realized that not only was he hugged by the other party, but Xiong was silently attacked. Even squeezed. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. The Storm Girl ran away in an instant, and she wanted to hit Li Bufan when she changed her hands. Unfortunately, her melee ability was really worrying. Li Bufan grabbed her 2 wrists with one hand and held her behind her back. Let me go. Li Bufan sneered and said, Woman, where is this and where, you can't stand it. Tell you, this is just the interest I charged in advance, and I will settle the general ledger with you later. Before that, you carefully consider this account. How to calculate. Chapter 32. Right below, the beast looked up. Professor X borrowed the mouth of the wild beast and said, Mr. Li, please don't hurt Olaro. I have already said that the Mutant Academy has no intention of being invincible with you, let alone hurting you, please come down, listen to my words, and then make a decision. It's not too late. At this moment, Li Bufen's mind sounded a system prompt, and the task had been completed. Okay, I also want to hear what you want to say. Li Bufen chuckled lightly and brought Storm Girl down, landing straight on the ground. His goal was originally to teach the X-Men Quartet to complete the task, and it was not a deep hatred, and it was far from a life-and-death struggle. Furthermore, he is neither a villain nor a murderous demon. After falling to the ground, Storm Girl hummed blushingly, "Don't let me go. It's okay to be on top just now, now I'm down, and in front of my companions, I'm even more shy, especially the guy's hands are still playing unscrupulously, making the storm too shy. I wish I could find a place to sew in." Ahem. The beast looked embarrassed, turned his head, pretending that he was looking at the scenery. "No problem." Li Bufen let go, and the Storm Girl immediately returned to the beast, not daring to look at the beast's eyes, for fear that her companion would make fun of it. "Storm Girl, remember what I just said? Oh, the same thing, please also transfer to Phoenix Girl for me. Want to control my consciousness without my permission? She is more rude than you, let her think about it. How can I apologize to me? This is a hooligan." The Storm Girl stared at Li Bufen shyly and angrily. She wanted to go crazy, and she wanted to question Li Bufen. "Why are I alone with Chin, Hank, and Scott? Are you just staring at our women, hey, men who are not breathless?" However, the situation is better than others, and Li Bufen has already proved that she is strong, so she doesn't want to get into trouble anymore. "If it's because of yourself, the relationship with this guy deteriorates, it will not be worth the loss." Therefore, the Storm Girl resisted the angry questioning and did not speak. "Okay." Li Bufen looked at the beast. He knew that Professor X was in the consciousness of the beast, and said, "Professor X, what do you want to say? Just say it." Professor X said, "Okay." "Mr. Li, are you really a mutant?" Li Bufen shook his head, "No." Professor X stopped struggling with this question and continued, "The reason why we came to Mr. Li is because of Magneto. He still has a zealous heart towards Wanda. After all, Wanda is a veteran of the Brotherhood, and he is also a capable man." Li Bufen frowned, and said, "Houghton said, Shield has reached an agreement with Magneto. Spiced corned egg." Professor X, the Beast, and the Storm Girl were all taken aback, and immediately realized that Li Bufen was referring to Nick Fury, the director of Shield Bureau. The Storm Girl chuckled out loud. Professor X could not help but smile. "Mr. Li, your metaphor is very unique. Let's get back to the subject. Shield did reach an agreement with Magneto, but according to my opinion." Chapter 44 Phoenix Power. 2 more. Magic. Now, Doctor Strange doesn't know that birth is not born. Guyi still takes her students to hide in the shadows. Every time he fights, Guyi will take the initiative to open the mirror world, which is roughly equivalent to the inner world of Marvel. Therefore, neither the superpower nor the mutants have ever been exposed to magic. For them, it is still a strange story passed down in legends and novels. Li Bufen shook his head and said, "It doesn't count." Professor X, the Beast, and the Storm Girl all breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't magic, otherwise their worldview would collapse. Li Bufen smiled secretly, almost couldn't hold back the spoiler. Superpowers, mutants, look forward to the expressions of these guys when they see magic and their worldview collapses. It will be very interesting. After the matter was finished, Li Bufen wanted to leave, and suddenly thought of one thing, that is, the timeline of the X-Men is really messed up. In this world, returning to the Marvel Cinematic Universe family, I don't know how far it has developed. N.S. Logan. This time the X-Men Quartet came here, but there was no Wolverine Logan. That was the melee role of the X-Men and the Mental Totem. Thinking of this, Li Bufen asked, "Professor X, I want to ask you something." Professor X said, "What's the matter?" Li Bufen said, Wolverine Logan, have you joined the X-Men now? Professor X shook his head and said, Wolverine is a good fellow. He saved the children from the Mutant Academy, but after the children were rescued, he disappeared. I tried to find him, but failed. So, even the story of the X-Men hasn't even started yet? That's not fun yet. Lee Bufin blew his whistle and said, You will succeed. I'm going back to sleep. Oh, I almost forgot the most important thing. Professor X said, You said. Lee Bufin said, Unless Wanda volunteers, you are not allowed to disturb her, because she enjoys her current life. Also, no one is allowed to tell Wanda about me. Professor X, this is not a problem. We didn't plan to let Wanda join the X-Men. We just didn't want Magneto to succeed. Lee Bufin nodded and flew back home quickly. If Magneto said this, it is absolutely false, but if he is Professor X, it would be another matter. When Lee Bufin disappeared, the Beast and Storm Girl couldn't help it anymore. Storm Girl snorted and said, Professor X, that is a stinky rascal. Why are you so polite to him? Don't think he is only 18 years old, but his eyes are dead. Aurora, what can you do if you are welcome? You have already learned his strength. Professor X said helplessly. The Storm Girl glared, but you didn't fully utilize your strength just now, and Hank and I have hidden everything. If you really start, we may not have nothing to do with him. And the violin, that guy must not be ours. Opponent. Professor X sighed, Aurora, you also said, let's shoot together. The Storm Girl was speechless. Indeed, she overlooked the most important point. Even as she said, all of them showed 100% of their strength and defeated Lee Bufin, so what? Doesn't this already explain in a disguised form that that guy is resisting the existence of the Mutant Academy by one person? Storm Girl glanced at the fainted Phoenix Girl and said, if Jean uses the power of the Phoenix, that guy must not be our opponent. Aurora. Professor X's expression suddenly became extremely severe, and he stared at Storm Girl. Listen, I don't allow you to mention the power of Phoenix anymore, do you know? Chapter 33. The Storm Girl was taken aback, knowing that she had touched Professor X's inverse scales, and hurriedly said, Professor, I won't be any more. The power of the Phoenix, the most mysterious power in the Marvel world, is also one of the most powerful. In the comic setting, the power of the Phoenix is the embodiment of the life force and emotional power of the universe, immortal and fickle. Even in the Marvel movie universe, the piano with the power of the Phoenix Gray is still one of the biggest bugs. In the Battle of Apocalypse, Professor X, Magneto, Quicksilver, Storm Girl, Laser Eye, Beast, Demons and many other X-Men teamed up. They were not opponents of Apocalypse, but Jean used the power of Phoenix to burn Apocalypse. The Ashes. In that battle involving the life and death of all mankind, if it weren't for Jean Grey, the power of the Phoenix exploded at the last moment. Chapter 45. Someone is going to be unlucky. 3 more. Queens, at home. Lee Bufin poured a glass of cold water and drank it and said, the system can issue task rewards. Mind. The sound of the system's machinery sounded, ding dong, congratulations to the host, for completing the special task, you can get special task red envelope rewards. Related items have been distributed to the red envelope space and you can check it yourself. Oh it. Lee Bufin's thoughts flickered, and he found the rewarded treasure in the red envelope space in an instant. There are actually 2 more. Lee Bufin was overjoyed. Yes, after defeating the X-Men quadruple, the item rewards 1 are not 1, but 2, just like the previous triggering of the Iron Man 2 plot branch. This gave Lee Bufin a bold conjecture. The task red envelope is definitely a kind of item reward, but these 2 times are 2 kinds. The fundamental reason is that the storyline is triggered. Will it? This also reminded Lee Bufin that he still shouldn't be too salty. Whenever he encounters the beginning of any incident in Marvel, he must participate as much as possible. Only in this way can he have more opportunities to trigger the storyline. Never mind this, just look at the reward items. Li Bufan thought, and received the first reward item information. Item, Empty Cicada. Attributes, Special Items Skills. Quality, A-level high. World, Reaper. Special effects, based on instant step, higher teleportation method. The teleportation method is good. Li Bufan nodded. Kong Cicada, a skill from the world of death, cannot be transferred over long distances, and is suitable for close combat. Based on the instant step, in the rapid movement, the visual afterimage made the enemy mistakenly believe that the opponent had been stabbed, but in fact it only pierced the outer clothing. As for the person, he had already disappeared. This is an extremely clever body technique. Mastering the empty cicada is equivalent to mastering the instant step. In other words, this is also a reward equal to 2. Learn now. 2 minutes later, Li Bufan had completely mastered Kong Cicada, without any changes in his body, just an extra skill. Li Bufan ticked the corner of his mouth and said with a chuckle, "Come on, try new skills." Whoosh! Before he finished his words, his deity had disappeared from the sofa in the living room and appeared at the door of the bathroom. He fixed his eyes and looked back. There was still his afterimage on the sofa. Confusion has a great effect. Cool. Li Bufan blew his whistle, cast Empty Cicada again, and instantly sat back on the sofa, and immediately browsed the second item reward. Item, Lei Dun. Lei Che, S. Attributes, Special Items Skills. Quality, A-level high. World, Naruto. Special effects, S-rank ninjutsu, as you know. Li Bufan frowned. Richi. This technique was developed by Heiji Kakashi. It is an improved version of Thunder Dun. Chidori. That is to say, this is still a reward equal to 2. As long as Li Bufan has mastered Reishi, he will have mastered Chidori. Heiji Kakashi used this technique to sever the lightning in the sky when he was a teenager, hence the name Leiki. Facts have proved that even if they are both A-level high quality, there is a difference. This is the first S-level ninjutsu that Li Bufan has obtained. It is powerful enough to penetrate the human body directly, but the problem is that this is Lei Dun, and Li Bufan previously used it as Huo Dun, with different chakra attributes. Can you learn by yourself? I haven't considered this question before, but now I have to think about it. Li Bufan asked the system immediately and the answer was yes. He underestimated chakra operation profound meaning. It is not only the profundity of chakra operation, it is also a cheating device against the sky. He has quietly transformed Li Bufan's body so that he can use 5 attributes for investigation. Carrot. Chapter 46 The Return of the Legend. 4 more. Li Bufan quickly ate up his breakfast, and then went straight to the rooftop. Now that he has mastered flying skills, how could he use other means of transportation? 3 minutes later, Li Bufan descended Leica and appeared above Shield Bureau. In other places, in order not to cause public panic, it is natural to hide special abilities, but this is Shield, which is another matter. Strangeness. Li Bufan frowned. What happened? Chapter 34. I saw. The Shield Bureau went around, and the guards were quite strict. The agents who were usually in charge of these tasks were all level 1 to 3 agents, basically all of them are dragons, but today is different. Those dragons are absent, and they are all replaced by elite agents. There are still many familiar faces among them, but aren't they the ones who clamored to be good-looking agents when they graded their agents? That 7th level agent Phil Andrew is also there. When Li Bufan looked around, all the agents found him, and their eyes widened in an instant, showing an expression of disbelief. God! What's going on? How can that guy fly? Damn it! Is this also his special ability? I want to know how many superpowers he hides. Isn't this too exaggerated? Your focus is wrong, that guy didn't use any equipment, he wouldn't be a mutant, right? Humph, I think he is a mutant. In dumbfounded, the agents exclaimed one after another, and when they talked about why Li Bufan could fly without any modern equipment, they came to a unified conclusion that this guy is an abominable mutant. When it comes to mutants, the eyes immediately become complicated, with both disdain and fear. This is now, mutants. Compared with Spider-Man and Fantastic Four, they are really stepmothers. Spider-Man and Fantastic Four can become household superheroes, and they can be the strongest mutants in the eyes of humans. They are all alien. Li Bufan sighed, but he understood Magneto's concept of fighting for fellow mutants. Not everyone is Professor X. As long as there is a chance, mankind wants to exterminate mutants. How many mutants can not hate mankind? How many can, like Professor X, embrace the idea that the strong should protect the weak, unswervingly, and fighting for it for a lifetime? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Li Bufan's mind like lightning, and followed him slowly to the gate of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hiss! As if seeing the devil, those agents instinctively stepped back and looked at Li Bufan's eyes, revealing undisguised horror. Li Bufan hooked his finger at Phil Andrew. The arrogant guy who was in the assessment of Agent Li Bufan and threatened to give him a severe lesson, shivered all over his body at the moment, shrank and did not dare to step forward, and trembled. I didn't say bad things about you, and didn't provoke you. Hey, this is the guts of the 7th level SHIELD agent? Li Bufan sneered and said, what's afraid of? I didn't say what to do with you. I just wanted to ask you, what's the situation now? Phil Andrew let out a sigh of reverence, and said, the legend is back, the captain is inside, and you'll know when you go in. It's clear. After a long time of trouble, it is the captain who thaws finally here, but this posture is too much, right? But this is also no way. Who will let the captain have the ultimate fan, and the power of the 8th level agent is so powerful. Li Bufan stopped staying, and strode into S.H.I.E.L.D. After entering SHIELD, he received a call from Collison and asked him to go to the 7th floor. There is surveillance at the door. When Li Bufan came to SHIELD, Collison knew. The tone is still very aggressive. Mr. Level 8 Agent, you are really getting more and more interesting. Li Bufan walked into the elevator and pressed his fingerprint. Ding! You are welcome, Agent Li Bufan, you have permission to enter the 7th underground floor. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 7th floor underground. Below the circular corridor is an area similar to a training base. The huge area is divided into many small areas with many training equipment. Li Bufan bowed his head. Chapter 47. This is really a big surprise. In the circular corridor, Li Bufan watched the two leave, looked at the scientist in the white scientific research uniform, and started thinking. Dr. Sevig, whose full name is Eric Seville, officially appeared in the first Thor, the world-famous astrophysicist. Thor's little girlfriend is his student. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, this guy is an expert in the universe's Rubik's Cube, and now he is involved with S.H.I.E.L.D. In other words, that sensational battle in New York is about to begin. Even Iron Man 2 can trigger the storyline. It is impossible not to trigger such a campaign that shakes all mankind. How much benefit can this bring to me? Li Bufan ticked the corner of his mouth, looking forward to it. After Collison left, the US team also saw Li Bufan, with eyes like the blue sea, flashing a hint of surprise, and asked, Mr. Fury, what's the matter with this kid? Why does he appear here? You won't tell me that he is also a member of S.H.I.E.L.D.? This is too crazy, he is just a child. Nick Fury shrugged and said, Steve, you already have the answer in your heart, so why bother to ask? God! How old is he? A few days ago I was 17 years old, and now I am 18 years old, an 8th level agent of SHIELD, officially certified, and genuine. The US team shook his head and smiled. Can you tell me the specifics? For example, if this little guy has any special abilities, he can become an 8th level agent before joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, Steve, that's a long story, so don't talk about it. Nick Fury smiled. You are lucky, and we are unfortunate. Just last night, this little guy who likes to cause trouble caused us a big trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D. We spent the whole night giving he wipes the fart. Later, I will definitely give you a big surprise. The US team looked at Lee Bufin and said with a chuckle, if this is the case, then I'm really looking forward to it. While talking, the US team took out a $10 bill from the wallet. Nick Fury twitched his mouth and took it smoothly. This is what he deserves. After the US team woke up, Nick Fury contacted him for the first time and told him that he wanted to form the Avengers. He hoped that the US team would join. He also said that the world is different from before and has undergone great changes. The US team smiled and said that what he saw now, he had experienced it 70 years ago, and there was nothing to surprise him anymore. So the two made a bet. If the US team were still shocked by the current world, then he would lose $10 to Nick Fury. The US team firmly believed that he would never lose, but he did not expect to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. and he would lose. Chapter 35. 3 minutes later, Collison had sent the man away and returned again. You. He came to Lee Bufin, glared at Lee Bufin, and said angrily, you little guy, do you know, what did we do to settle what you did last night and to keep the people from knowing? Damn it! At 12 o'clock in the morning, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were recalled and worked all night long. This falsified a perfect pilot operation error in the site where the helicopter crashed. You don't even know the basic duties and responsibilities of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. What is it? You don't know? Hey! Let me tell you, S.H.I.E.L.D., the full name of the National Territory Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Guarantee Agency, is our responsibility for all supernatural incidents in the United States. Covering all supernatural incidents and avoiding public panic is the basic duty of S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter what happens, you must never let yourself be exposed easily. This is the basic obligation of every S.H.I.E.L.D. member. Do you understand now? When Collison reprimanded in anger, Lee Bufin was lazy and still picking his ears. When Collison finished speaking, he blew the non-existent earwax and said casually, Mr. 8th level agent, have you finished talking? Collison was furious. This is how you talk to me. I'm done, now it's up to you to say. Boom. Lee Bufin kicked out like lightning, hitting Collison's chest. Collison vomited blood and flew out of the circular corridor at the same time. Chapter 48. God, are you crazy? 2 more. Lee Bufin shot suddenly, seriously injuring Collison. The elite agents in the circular corridor and the office were all astonished, and then stunned. Shit! What did he do? This is too crazy. Is it true that a mere S.H.I.E.L.D. newcomer dares to attack the S.H.I.E.L.D. meritorious veteran? How could he hurt Agent Collison? This guy is absolutely crazy. After being shocked, all the elite agents reacted and drew their weapons one after another and aimed at Lee Bufin. Don't move. Damn bastard, you dare to move, even if it's just a small finger, I will shoot. Countless guns were aimed at Lee Bufin's head, but Lee Bufin was like a okay person, as if those weapons did not exist at all, and said to Nick Fury, Hey, Mr. Braised Egg, you are the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D., I think make sure, is this your attitude? Braised. Mr. Braised Egg. Nick Fury's mouth twitched, almost vomiting blood. He swears. If he can, he will absolutely squash this hateful venomous kid. Take all the guns away. Nick Fury's face was pale. Now that the boss said so, even if the agents were angry, they couldn't do anything but obey. Nick Fury stared at Lee Bufin, gritted his teeth and said, Agent Lee Bufin, what are you doing? Whoosh! Lee Bufin jumped, jumped down the circular corridor, and casually said, "If I remember correctly, Collison is an 8th level agent, and I am also an 8th level agent." Nick Fury looked dumbfounded. "So you mean, since you are both level 8 agents, so you two are equal, there is a problem with Collison's attitude when talking to you? Damn it! Madman!" The agents were also dumbfounded, with too many slots, and they didn't know where to start spraying. "Can your 8th level agent be the same as Agent Collison's 8th level agent? Don't you have any points in your heart?" Li Bufan shrugged and said, "Since we are both 8th level agents, he dared to use that attitude, so I decided to teach him a little lesson." "Director of Salted Egg, you don't have any comments?" "Var. Damn it, you really think so?" The agents were all dumbfounded. Even the seriously injured Collison was stunned, with an expression as if "You were making me laugh." "Enough!" Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "Little guy, don't use Collison's attitude as a shield anymore. What do you want to do? Don't be circumspect, just say it." "Hey, he deserves to be a legend of S.H.I.E.L.D., his mind is turning fast enough." Li Bufan shrugged and said, "Two things. The first thing, what are the conditions for me to join SHI? He pester Wanda again. The former is achieved by you, but the latter." Collison exclaimed, "The Magneto has promised that we will never harass Wanda again." "You little bastard! Idiot!" Li Bufan said coldly, "That's Magneto fooling you, don't know. Mr. 8th level agent, are you a 3-year-old kid so easy to be deceived? Or is it all in your mind? Is it shit? My Nema!" Collison almost didn't squirt a mouthful of old blood. "Is this little bastard's mouth so poisonous?" "Okay." Nick Fury said, "The Magneto incident is our fault. I will deal with it immediately and give him a fierce warning. This time I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." "Need not." Li Bufan sneered and said, "There is only one negotiation. Since Magneto does not want it, there will be no second time. This will be given to you as well. I have given you a chance, but if you don't use it, I will solve it myself." Nick Fury nodded and said, "The second." Chapter 49. Yes, brother is just kidding you. The agents at the scene changed their colors in an uproar and looked at Li Bufan in disbelief. This guy is absolutely crazy. Chapter 36. Collison flew into a rage, gritted his teeth and said, "You bastard, you are alone, actually want to threaten the entire SHIELD bureau. One person is enough." Li Bufan shrugged and said, "Well, I am indeed threatening SHIELD, and indeed the whole, but for now, it is not all, just all the people present." Collison exclaimed, "You lunatic! I tell you, no one has ever threatened S.H.I.E.L.D. We will never agree." Li Bufan chuckled and said, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid you will be ready to meet my anger." "Hey, kid!" The American team showed its iconic sweet smile, and suddenly said, "You still have time to look back, deny, I promise you in the name of God, you will regret it." Li Bufan, "Oh, really? An old antique that has been frozen for 70 years, you can't keep up with the times, at least, you can't keep up with me." The US team shook its head and said, "It's really a poisonous tongue, then let's try it and see if my 70-year-old antique can stop you." The atmosphere at the scene is tense and fierce battle is on the horizon. At this time, "Wait!" Nick Fury suddenly said, stopping the US team preparing to take the shot, and stared at Li Bufan, "Little guy, don't be damned about me anymore, let's get it straight, why do you want to be an Aegis level 10 agent of the Bureau? Can I tell you, Lao Tzu doesn't want to join S.H.I.E.L.D. at all, is it all for missions?" "Certainly not." Li Bufan shook his head and said, "Mr. Braised Egg, this has nothing to do with you. You only need to answer yes, is it all right? Damn it! You are not allowed to call me Mr. Layden again." "Okay, Mr. Braised Egg." Nick Fury. "I just don't have hair, so where did you provoke you? Forget it, it's not important. Nick Fury gritted his teeth and said, okay, I won't ask, I can agree to your request, but I can tell you clearly, even if you are certified as a level 10 agent by SHIELD, you cannot have level 10 agent's rights. Cut. Li Bufan said with a sullen mouth and a look of disgust, who tells you that I want to have the rights of a 10th level agent, I just want the certification. What the hell? Nick Fury was bewildered, what on earth this guy is going to do, why don't you play cards according to common sense at all, as long as the title of the 10th level agent, you don't care about the corresponding rights of the 10th level agent at all. Without rights, the title of a 10th level agent is a scum, and it's okay to send one to everyone in the world. But this is also good. In this way, this inexplicable fight can be avoided. To be honest, let alone Nick Fury, everyone at the scene was stunned, and didn't know how to describe their inner emotions. This guy did not hesitate to be an enemy of SHIELD, just for a 10th level certification? This guy is really crazy. Amanda. Nick Fury raised his head and gave the female agent in charge of S.H.I.E.L.ds files on the second floor a wink. The female agent responded and immediately returned to the office to operate quickly, plus Nick Fury's fingerprints and retina. Soon, the 10th level agent certification was completed. It took about 10 minutes before and after. Li Bufan has also been waiting. When his SHI. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate task of upgrading A to S. From now on, the real-life red envelope extraction has been upgraded from A level to S level. The relevant information about the real-life extraction of S-level red envelopes has been instilled into the host's mind, and the host can consult it on his own. That's it. Li Bufan clicked the corner of his mouth, and as expected, just as he had guessed, it didn't matter what method was used to complete the task, the result was important. Nick Fury said, "Little guy, can you be satisfied like this?" "Fairly satisfied." Li Bufan nodded and looked. Chapter 50 confronts the beautiful team, Kong Chan is amazing. 4 more. It's not just Nick Fury that Li Bufan is playing around. He is humiliating the entire shield. When is the level 10 agent certification of SHIELD really a mess? If even the level 10 agents are all shit, then what kind of people are they? You must know that for many of them, level 10 agents are just an unattainable dream. They only exist in dreams. They just keep improving themselves, hoping to become level 8 agents like Agent Cole. Enough, kid. Before Nick Fury broke out, the US team took the lead. He shook his head and said, "Although I don't belong to SHIELD, as the government agency responsible for supernatural events across the country, SHIELD is by no means allowed to insult you. Why do you dare to be so arrogant? Let me see your true ability." This time, Nick Fury didn't stop it. Scold. The strong wind howled, the shield in the hands of the US team broke out and blocked the chest. Natasha said, "Steve, don't be impulsive. It's no big deal." The US team shook his head, "I have to make a move. This is not only because of SHIELD, but also because I want to know, what this little guy said just now, whether I can still keep up with the times." Natasha had no choice but to look at Nick Fury. Nick Fury was also ignored. In fact, as early as when the US team was about to take a shot, he helped Collison to exit automatically and headed towards the circular corridor. Natasha shook her head, jumped over several times, and went directly to the corridor on the second floor. Nick Fury came to the corridor, stood in front of the iron railing, and said, "The arena has been opened up, and now it's your turn to perform. Steve, let me remind you, don't despise this little guy, or you will suffer." The US team said, "Don't worry, I will never despise any enemy." "Hey, kid, are you ready? Come." Li Bufan is full of fighting spirit. The US team, also known as the US team, is 50 to 50, and the fighting power is high and low, which is confusing. He can not only compete with the Marvel superpowers such as Iron Man and Spider-Man, but also can hardly resist Thanos. This can't help but make people think about it. If Thanos doesn't have the Infinite Gloves costume, can it be 50-50? What Lee Bufan is curious about is whether he can be like him as well. Chapter 37. Whoosh! Before Lee Bufan's voice fell, the American team had already rushed towards him, like an agile cheetah. It suddenly launched and reached the ultimate speed. Instantly explosive, even Lee Bufan couldn't help but take it. Shock! Little guy, are you really ready? In the light of laughter, the US team took Lee Bufan's half-meter as its center, and suddenly turned around, and instantly came to Lee Bufan's back. The back is a fatal flaw for anyone. That is not only a blind spot for a person's vision, but at the same time, because there is no defense at all. Wow! Nick Fury exclaimed, is it about to enter a white-hot state just now? Coulson looked at his idol with stars in his eyes. This is too strong, right? The other agents were dazzled by the American team's offensive actions, and they cheered, come on, American team! Teach this unaware boy a tough lesson. Let go of the fight, you can't kill it. Whoosh! The fierce wind rose suddenly, and the US team had raised the gold shield and hit Lee Bufan's back hard. Although Lee Bufan's series of operations were very ridiculous just now, the US team is the US team. Even if Lee Bufan's character is very bad, he still fights with a speed of only 60%. This shield strike looks fierce, but it is only used 3%. He still doesn't know Lee Bufan's strength. This is just a test. If he rushes out and shoots this little guy to death, it will be bad. Boom! Lee Bufan's clothes burst at the sound, standing still, as if he hadn't reacted. The surrounding agents cheered louder. Sure enough, this guy is also arrogant in front of them, facing a real superpower. Is he still unable to fight back? This gave them great psychological comfort. Oops! Chapter 51 Shock, an endless stream of superpowers. The US team took a breath and chuckled, little guy, you are right. I did make a fatal mistake. I should go all out. What kind of posture was that just now is incredible. Lee Bufan shook his head and said, don't explain it anymore. Why, worry about being seen through by me? No, like this kind of gadget, I know too much. It is too troublesome to explain one by one. The US team was shocked, and said silently, God, you call this a gadget? Well, you don't need to explain, I am looking forward to how many such, gadgets you have. He soon saw it. The three kinds of fire escape ignited the raging flames of the entire arena, and the American team was caught off guard. While he was sighing, Kong Chan launched, Lee Bufan appeared behind him and launched a lightning-fast sneak attack. Comparable to Iron Man's flying ability, it made the American team frown. Sometimes he was already in the upper hand and wanted to fight back, but Lee Bufan suddenly flew away, making him very helpless. In this battle, Lee Bufan did not intend to kill, and the US team did not. Even so, the process has been ups and downs. The US team was embarrassed by Lee Bufan, but the US team was not beaten all the time. He saw Lee Bufan's various gadgets, and Lee Bufan had a further understanding of the strength of Marvel's superpowers. Can't underestimate it. Even if reality is not a movie, these superpowers do not have the protagonist's aura, but he also does not, and these experienced superpowers, strong on-the-spot adaptability, also taught him an extremely important lesson. Okay, then. In the raging flames, the embarrassed US team shook his head slightly, and said, are these all your gadgets? Honestly, they are really scary. Mid-air. Lee Bufan chuckled lightly and said, of course not. Let me show you another. Lei dun? Lei che? ZZ. Lee Bufan, who completed the seal almost instantaneously, burst out a cloud of blue lightning on his right wrist. With his right hand as the center of the circle, Countless folded blue currents appeared, either long or short. The short was less than 1 meter, and the elder was 3 meters. In the circular corridor, the nearest poor bug was hit by the blue electric current, rolled his eyes and twitched all over. Oh my God! The agents shrank suddenly, their eyes full of horror, as if they had seen a god. This is the first appearance of Lay Dunn in the Marvel world. Even Nick Fury exclaimed with a numb scalp, "What the hell? Don't tell me, you can control thunder and lightning. Damn, how much do you know? Oh, my God!" The US team's mouth was wide open. Originally, Lee Bufin had already shown many gadgets. He thought that the other party should have displayed all of them. Even if they didn't, he couldn't be surprised anymore, but he was wrong. He was shocked again. "Take it, Mr. 55. In his relaxed words, Lee Bufin flew straight towards the US team like a cannonball. The US team immediately blocked it with a shield, but Lee Bufin's Ricci turned away and hit the wall on his left. Rumble! In the astonishing explosion, the reinforced concrete blasted all around, dust and smoke, and when the dust and smoke dissipated, a huge hole appeared. The US team turned his face and gave Lee Bufin a surprised and puzzled look. It seems to be surprised that Lee Bufin didn't attack him. Lee Bufin sneered without explaining. "Please, brother is not a murderous madman, and he has no intention of being a villain. I have no grievances with you, and I will kill you when I come up. I really think I am crazy." "Enough! Enough!" Nick Fury shouted, "Little guy, no, Mr. Lee Bufin, you have thoroughly proven yourself, there is no need to fight anymore. I go." The surrounding agents looked at their boss speechlessly. "Just now they could call you a braised egg, not to mention that you went back ironically, but even the little guy didn't call him. It was Mr. Lee Bufin, who was called so respectable." "Really? From the heart? What do you look at? Clean the scene immediately." Chapter 38. Chapter 52. The story is getting more and more interesting. 2 more. Wanda masters chaos magic, and this skill is extremely magical in the setting of the Marvel Comics world, and it is extremely powerful, even more terrifying than the power of the Phoenix. At first, Lee Bufin thought he was traveling through the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but with the emergence of the X-Men, he discovered that this world is not so simple, at least not a simple Marvel Cinematic Universe. The origin of Wanda's ability follows the comics setting. In the comics, Wanda and Qui-Yen are both children of Magneto and mutants. Ability is born. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the superpowers of the two were obtained through Loki's Mind Scepter, which was just fine-tuned. The Mind Scepter triggered the mutant genes hidden in the two of them. As for her power, not as buggy as in the comics setting, Wanda is still very strong, but it is not too outrageous. Of course, it is also possible that Wanda has not fully developed its own abilities now. If you encounter a stimulus, you may be able to see it. Lee Bufin would not allow such things like runaways to happen. It is based on various factors that Wanda and Qui-Yen brothers and sisters will remain anonymous, but what is going on now? Nick Fury quickly explained. "I go." Lee Bufin's mouth twitched and he was extremely speechless. It turned out that everything was because of Magneto, and of course, his wise brother. Didn't SHIELD and Magneto reach a settlement agreement? It's a pity that Magneto is just playing tricks and temporarily delaying SHIELD get Wanda and Qui-Yen. Magneto King was jealous of Lee Bufin, who suddenly emerged. After folding the big steel teeth and toads, he did not contact Wanda directly, but found Qui-Yen instead. Qui-Yen knew Nick Fury's thoughts again, so he decisively found Nick Fury and agreed to join SHIELD, with only one condition, that is, SHI. This is Wanda's heart. "My stupid eldest uncle, what have you done, and my cheap father-in-law, others are cheating fathers. You cheat your own baby, you are not merciless at all." There are too many slots, and Lee Bufin doesn't know what to say anymore. Fortunately, this little devil still makes sense. Yes. In the eyes of Nick Fury, Lee Bufan has been upgraded from a little to a little devil. Nick Fury let out a sigh of relief. He used to think he could definitely control this little guy, but when so many things happened suddenly, he knew how naive his thoughts were, no different from a 3-year-old kid. Control this little devil? Haha. Don't be kidding, it would be nice if he doesn't demolish the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he controls it. That's the situation. Nick Fury said, although I have agreed, but if you don't want Wanda to join the Avengers, I can refuse her. Lee Bufan curled his lips and said, the salted egg, don't come with me. I don't know what you are like. If you really want to refuse, you would not agree to Kuei-in at that time. Now you have agreed to refuse again. This will make Wanda suspicious. Marinated eggs? Nick Fury was going crazy, gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Lee, you can call me the chief, or you can call me by my name, please stop calling me salted egg. Lee Bufan glanced at Nick Fury complainingly, and vomited, please, you are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., so you have a little bit of strength? What's the matter with you? Damn it! Nick Fury said hello to the Negro, what are you doing well? Okay, what you say is what you say. Lee Bufan waved his hand and said generously, Little Nick. Little Nick? Nick Fury. Lee Bufan said, forget it, just join, but I have one condition, you are not allowed to reveal my true identity to Wanda. Have a short pause. Lee Bufan's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said, don't think it's a trivial thing. Whether it's a fool like Collison or another fool of S.H.I.E.L.D., if anyone leaks it, I'll keep this account in on you. Nick Fury took it. Chapter 53 Nick Fury's Request. 3 more. Nick Fury said, there are 2 camps of mutants. One is represented by Professor X, and the other is led by Magneto. Professor X is the wise man among the mutants. S.H.I.E.L.D. also supports Professor X, otherwise it's impossible to hide the school. Oh? Lee Bufan became interested and said with a smile, aren't you afraid of mutants? Nick Fury sneered, why should you be afraid? Is it Stryker's set of mutant threat theory again? He is an extreme human being, mutants are also humans, just humans with special abilities. That idiot doesn't want to get along with the mutants, but just thinks about the mutants. Lee Bufan smiled and said, his theory of mutant threats also makes sense. Once upon a time, Neanderthals were the overlords of the Earth, but later, weren't they replaced by Homo sapiens and completely extinct? Nick Fury shook his head and said, they have not been replaced, let alone extinct. Homo sapiens, that is, us, still have 1% to 4% of Neanderthal genes in the body. They are just fused with the blood of Homo sapiens. This is an explanation. Lee Bufan smiled, stopped discussing the topic, got up to leave, but was stopped by Nick Fury again. What else is there? Nick Fury stood up and said seriously, although you don't want to work for S.H.I.E.L.D., but, please join the Avengers. Huh? Lee Bufan was taken aback, fixedly looking at Nick Fury, thinking for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled, and said, actually, this is your goal, right? Nick Fury was silent. Lee Bufan continued, you hope that Wanda and Kuei-in will join the Avengers, but I have already warned you severely. Even if Kuei-in finds you, you can delay it. You don't have to agree to it immediately, but you still agreed. Your purpose is not Wanda at all, but me, right? The voice is calm, but the expression is getting colder and colder. Unleashing a terrifying power. God. Chapter 39. Nick Fury has set off a stormy sea in his heart. Is this kid really only 18 years old? I have said so much before, and the performance is so perfect, I can't fool his eyes, and he can see through it at a glance? This is so spicy. Nick Fury couldn't believe it at all. Lee Bufan said coldly, Little Nick, I won't say that no one has ever dared to count me, but I can tell you that those who want to count me all die terribly. Cold sweat. Nick Fury had already let out a cry of cold sweat on his back, soaking the shirt underneath. He knew he had to say something, and he knew he could no longer play tricks. I didn't want to calculate you, just, what happened in New Mexico. You already know that this universe is not only our Earth, this time it is Asgard. Who will it be next time? The Earth is getting more and more danger, we must prepare early. That's your business, what does it have to do with me? Nick Fury said anxiously, how can it be okay? Under the cover of the nest, there will be no eggs. If the Earth is in crisis and the world is destroyed, you can't be alone. More importantly, you have this ability. I have no interest in saving the world. Lee Bufan interrupted roughly. Nick Fury was extremely speechless. Lee Bufan said, Little Nick, do you know why I didn't do it at SHIELD? Because no one can order me whatever I want, do what I want. Nick Fury's eyes lit up and he keenly caught the subtext under Lee Bufan's words, and immediately said, You can rest assured, as long as you join the Avengers, you are, the Avengers General Council. For frontline combat, you are my spokesperson, with supreme rights, and all heroes are under your control. The Avengers General Council. Lee Bufan smiled, What is this, does the Avengers have this position? Nick Fury said, Not before, but 3 seconds ago, there was. You can rest assured that if the Avengers can solve the trouble, it will definitely not disturb you, and it will not delay you too much time. Besides, Wanda is also in the Avengers, you can't watch her appear in danger, right? Chapter 54 Mutant Brotherhood. 4 more. Just when Lee Bufan left SHIELD and even closed the office door, Nick Fury's expression changed suddenly, as if he had been greatly humiliated, roared frantically, all kinds of vulgar curses, machine guns. It seems to stand out. Well, as the director of SHIELD, the conversation just now was indeed humiliating. Boom. Suddenly there was a crisp sound from the office next door, as if the vase had fallen on the floor. Nick Fury clenched his fist and roared, Damn! You all come in. Come in if you want to, don't be so sneaky. 10 seconds later, Natasha, Collison and the US team appeared in Nick Fury's office. They all seemed to be holding back a smile. Damn it! Nick Fury blushed old. Collison glanced at Nick Fury's bald head and was about to open his mouth. Nick Fury roared, Don't mention the marinated egg. Natasha said, Little. Nick Fury shouted again, Don't mention Nick. Natasha and Collison looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. They weren't going to mention this, right? After holding back for about 10 seconds, Nick Fury suddenly burst into laughter, Ha ha ha, that nasty little bastard, if I can, I really want to break his small brain and see how his brain is structured. How bad is a person's character to be so venomous? Collison and Natasha both showed knowing smiles. Collison said, Boss, are you sure you want to do this? Nick Fury said, What? Collison said, Let the little devil join the Avengers, and appointed him as the Avengers General Council. Nick Fury said, Please, Agent Collison, didn't you hear that? I have already saved the face of the director of SHIELD and asked him to join the Avengers. Of course it is true. The little devil hasn't agreed yet. Collison frowned and said, Is this wrong? Natasha also said, Director Fury, Lee has demonstrated extraordinary abilities, but the abilities he demonstrated are not strong enough to make you condescend, and there is no need to set up an Avenger General Council for him. Position. Nick Fury nodded and said, Now he is really unnecessary. But. Have a short pause. Nick Fury looked at the US team and said, Steve, did you know that, just a few days ago, Lee showed us his ability. At that time, he was a perfect shooter and a super fighter. Know some magic? The US team frowned slightly. You mean? Nick Fury looked solemnly. It's what you understand. The flying ability, thunder, and lightning ability, and incredible body skills were all developed in just a few days. The US team was shocked. How is this possible? I also think it's impossible. Nick Fury nodded. The only explanation is that he retained most of his strength when the agent was assessed. What happened just now? Everyone thinks that he is doing his best, but he has to pay it back. Like last time. The US team sighed softly. If that's the case, it would be incredible. To be honest, he is really a terrifying little guy. Nick Fury said, of course it's horrible. Having this kind of terrifying ability is actually nothing, but the point is that he is really a little devil, doing his own way, recklessly. This kind of enchantment, only within my field of vision can I feel relieved. Otherwise, I'm afraid only God knows what earth-shattering things he will do. The US team took it seriously and nodded in approval. But what he didn't know was that there was another thing Nick Fury didn't say. Who can enter the Avengers, who is not a big one? Isn't you Lee Bufan not observing the order? Okay, then I will let you be the person who issues the order. As for whether those people listen or not, it depends on your own ability. The Brooklyn coastline is an absolutely hidden place. From the outside, it is just a cliff, but there is a neat and narrow gap on the mountainside more than 10 meters high. Chapter 55. Is he coming to die? One more. Chapter 40. In the wide silver hall, Magneto looked into the distance through the round window, thinking about something. The Red Devil Azazo twisted his neck and said, "Boss, what are you waiting for? The SHIELD waste has been delayed. We should do it now to bring Wanda and Kuei-Ian back. The Brotherhood needs they, and they also need the Brotherhood." Torrent Janosch contemptuously said, "To be honest, boss, I think you are too conservative in this matter. S.H.I.E.L.D.S. trash is not our opponent at all. We don't need to pay attention to them at all, and directly put Kuei-Ian and Wanda. Just bring it back, they were originally ours." No. Torrent, you have made things simple, and even SHIELD has made things simpler. Magneto shook his head and turned around and said, "I told you that you should never despise any opponent. Contempt, arrogance, and arrogance will bring failure and destruction. SHIELD, that is the agency responsible for handling supernatural events across the country, how could it not have its own cards? And as far as I know, they have a very good relationship with Charles. If we ignore it at all, the X-Men will join in. At that time, the situation will become complicated, and a simple thing will become complicated." The White Queen Emma chuckled, "Eric, we are not afraid of the X-Men at all, and don't they keep against us?" Magneto shook his head and said, "You don't understand. Although I don't agree with Charles's philosophy, there is one thing in common. We are all fighting for the destiny of mutants. Charles made sacrifices for our compatriots. Too much, too much. If we have to, we can't have a conflict with the X-Men. Infighting will only make humans look at jokes, and it will also hurt both sides, allowing humans to take advantage of the ready-made." The three nodded. The White Queen said, "Then what should I do now?" The Red Devil had a full face and said with a strange smile, "Boss, IMHO, although Dagong Gaia and Toad are our compatriots, they are just trash. You shouldn't send them to perform that task. Torrent Genos believes in himself. If I had acted with the Red Devil, I would have brought Wanda and Kuei-Ian back long ago." "Yes." Magneto thought for 2 seconds, then sighed softly, "But it's not their fault, it's not anyone's fault. No one knows that the little man of Wanda is actually a superpower, maybe even our compatriots. He pulled off the Toad's long tongue, but didn't kill the Toad. He just hoped that the Toad would return to spread the word for him." "Huh?" The Red Devil had a strange expression, as if he had heard an extremely absurd thing, and said, "The kid said, as long as we pester Wanda, it will show us good looks. Are all the boys so arrogant now? GG, a trash without self-knowledge. Torrent Genos said helplessly, if it hadn't been for the boss to stop him, I would have cleaned up that kid long ago. The White Queen said, it's not too late, Eric, do it. Magneto said in a deep voice, this time, I don't allow it, and there won't be any accidents. We can't wait any longer. All of us are dispatched to bring back Wanda and Quayen, and then leave Brooklyn. At this time. Whoosh! It was like a meteor piercing the sky and galloping towards the base. Magneto's pupil shrank suddenly. The White Queen, the Red Devil, and Torrent immediately got up and came to the side of the Magneto King and saw this scene. The White Queen said with a stunned look, what's that? Cannonball. Magneto narrowed his eyes, people. Torrent Genos' body was shocked, and he was surprised, it's the kid who doesn't know the height of the sky. He stared, unable to understand what the eyes saw, and said speechlessly, God, we didn't go to him, he came to us first. What he wants to do, there is no such thing as death. The Red Devil Jaja smiled strangely, boss, do you need me to kill him immediately? No. Magneto shook his head slightly, and said in a deep voice, his ability, seems to have evolved again. He has become stronger and stronger. I am very interested in him. Open the door and let him in. I want to follow him. Have a good chat. Okay, boss. The Red Devil agreed. Chapter 56 Abilities. Thought power drives objects. 2 more. G. Lee Bufan's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help whistling. This gambling red envelope is interesting. Accept or reject. Lee Bufan was born an adventurous person. How could he refuse such an interesting gamble? Decisively accept. System, ding dong. Congratulations to the host, you have won the red envelope reward for gambling. The reward items have been put into the red envelope space, and the host can check it by yourself. Task, complete this purpose and completely dispel Magneto's idea of the Scarlet Witch. This is the first S-level red envelope reward, and it is impossible not to expect it. Lee Bufan moved his mind and immediately scanned the red envelope space. Item, Thought Force drives objects. Attributes, Special item skills abilities. Quality, S-grade medium, classified, medium, high. World, superpower out of control. Special effects, ability. Thought force driving objects, control distance, 0 to 100 meters, weight, 1 ton, speed, 10 meters per second. Lee Bufan was overjoyed, this is the ability to read magic. So far, for many people in the Marvel Universe, it is still just a legend. Doctor Strange is amazing, right? After Guyi's death, he succeeded Guyi as the Supreme Mage. Not only was it defeated by Thanos, but the most embarrassing thing was defeated by one of the 5 Obsidian Generals in Avengers 3 by Ebony Maw. And the most powerful ability of Ebony Maw is mind manipulation. After all, a long-range mage is a long-range mage, and the melee ability is really worrying. Chapter 41. Magic takes time to activate. What happens when Ebony Maw comes to the Earth to the Gem of Time and fight against Doctor Strange, Iron Man, and Little Spider? I won't talk about Iron Man and Little Spider. Just talk about Doctor Strange. Basically, when Doctor Strange was still using magic, he was dealt with by Ebony Maw. Reality is not a novel. Magic effects are very powerful and gorgeous, but no matter how powerful they are, they have flaws. Just like Omega-class mutants, many people simply cannot control their abilities. It is not that they are manipulating superpowers, but they are controlled by superpowers. S-level medium-level thought force driving objects, with a range of 100 meters, a maximum weight of 1 ton, and a speed of 10 meters per second, already very good. Lee Bufan started to receive abilities while thinking. Buzz, buzz. The power of mind drives things. This ability has something to do with the body and spirit. Therefore, Li Bufan's genes and spirit have been strengthened again. He can feel every cell of himself shaking. He can feel that his spirit is strengthening. The change is huge, but the process is very rapid. It takes less than 10 seconds before and after the reception is completed. There is no need to try at all. Li Bufan already feels that his physical strength and spirit have undergone a tremendous change. Magneto stared at Li Bufan closely and frowned. What's happening here? He has an unbelievable premonition, as if just now, this kid has completed the strengthening process in front of them. How could this be possible? He didn't do anything. The Red Devil looked impatient and sneered, "Arrogant kid, you don't think that you can scare us away by pretending to be a fool, right?" Torrent Genos smiled weirdly, "Boy, what are you doing here? Because you killed Dagong Fang, you are worried and afraid, come over and pray for our forgiveness? Do you finally understand? Don't think you will be safe by joining Shield NS." Li Bufan returned to his senses, glanced contemptuously at the Red Devil and Torrent, and said lightly, "Two stupid pigs. What did you say? Asshole! I want to smash you into pieces." The Red Devil and Torrent Genos were furious in an instant. "I will give you a chance." Chapter 57. You seem to be teasing me. 3 more. Li Bufan chased the Magneto King and asked east and west, without discussing the purpose of his coming this time. The Red Devil, White Queen, Torrent Genos, and others were impatient for a long time. The Red Devil said annoyed, "Hey! Is your kid here to chat?" The White Queen sneered, "Isn't he from SHIELD? I saw him coming, just to spy on intelligence." Li Bufan glanced at the White Queen and shrugged his shoulders and said, "Correct a little, I am no longer working at SHI. Enter my brain, don't you know if you look at it?" The White Queen hummed, "Okay. Brat, I'll let you taste the taste of life is better than death." "Asazo, Emma, don't be impulsive," Magneto said, stopping the two of them, smiling at Li Bufan, and said, "Little guy, you have asked so many questions, now it's my turn. Why are you here? What is it?" Li Bufan said, "Oh, I almost forgot about the business. I came here to tell you that you are not allowed to disturb Wanda and Kuei-en brothers and sisters in the future." "Ha! Magneto looked like you were teasing me, and said silently, "That's it. That's it." Li Bufan nodded, "Otherwise, what do you think I want to tell you? Except for this matter, it seems that we have nothing else to talk about. Honestly, I never understand, how can you talk to Wong Da and Kuei-en are so ruthless?" Magneto wondered, "They are mutants, and they are my subordinates. Shouldn't they be doing things for me?" Li Bufan frowned, and instantly understood that Wanda and Kuei-en had not yet recognized Magneto. The two brothers and sisters knew Magneto was their father, but Magneto didn't know that they were their own children. "Although I don't know what Wanda thinks, since she didn't recognize Magneto, Li Bufan would naturally not talk too much." Magneto continued, "Oh, in fact, they are not doing things for me, but fighting for the future of all our mutant compatriots. Kid, aren't you also a mutant?" "Wipe, come again?" Li Bufan shook his head and sneered, "Professor X also thought I was a mutant, but I am not." "No? How did your flying ability come from?" Magneto puzzled. Li Bufan was too lazy to explain, and said, "You don't have to worry about it. You just need to know that I am not a mutant. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not interested in you, and I'm not interested in what you want to do. I will not help you, nor will I stop you, but if you hinder me, you will be at your own risk, you, understand?" The Red Devil, the White Queen, and Torrent had constipation on their faces, just like seeing an idiot, looking at Li Bufan. Magneto looked ridiculous, shook his head, and said helplessly, "Little guy, you are really stubborn, I give up to convince you." "Boss, stop talking nonsense, give this kid a lesson. As long as this kid is in our hands, Wanda will definitely come back. Humph, I don't know what's wrong with Wanda, I will actually fall in love with this kind of brat boy who hasn't grown all the fur. The Red Devil and Torrent Genos stared at Li Bufan and spoke. Eric. The White Queen looked at Magneto. Magneto turned and walked away, and said casually, you can do it, but just to teach him a little lesson, don't kill him. If you want Wanda to do things for me sincerely, he still has the value of being alive. No problem. Clear. The Red Devil rushed to the White Queen and said, Emma, see how strong this guy's mental strength is and can you control it directly? Torrent Genos smiled and said, I bet this guy can't bear it, alas, it's a pity, I don't have to play. Among the mutants, many have the ability to awaken telepathy, and they can be strong or weak. Chapter 42. Professor X is very strong, and the White Queen cannot be compared with Professor X at all. Good. The White Queen sneered and immediately concentrated, launched a mental attack on Li Bufan, trying to invade Li Bufan's brain. Wipe, Magneto, I will give back that sentence, you are really enough. Chapter 58 Horror, a crushing victory. 4 more. You're looking for death. The Red Devil gritted his teeth and sneered, damn bastard. If you don't play with you, I will let you know how ridiculous your remarks are now. Janosch, Emma, do it. Whoosh. Before the words fell, the Red Devil instantly turned into a cloud of black smoke, disappearing in place, and the smell of sulfur appeared in the air again. The Red Devil is Azo, a demon-type mutant whose enemy is an angel-type mutant. The blood of angels can melt their bodies. In thousands of years of fighting, all the demon-type mutants have been expelled to a different space. This alien space becomes a transit point. As long as the strength is sufficient, it can reach anywhere in the real world instantly, and the sulfur gas comes from the alien space. The Red Devil only developed this spatial ability to medium and short distances. GG. I want to tear your neck. A strange laugh sounded, and the disappearing Red Devil instantly appeared behind Li Bufan, his sharp claws glowing with cold light, and he grabbed Li Bufan's neck. Catch! Li Bufan's neck was immediately torn with blood. The Red Devil sneered and said, you can only speak big words, you are too weak. However, careful. Magneto sat not far away, staring at the battle, his pupils suddenly shrinking. The Red Devil said strangely, what? Damn it! He exclaimed suddenly, the afterimage left by Li Bufan disappeared, where he tore a blood mark on Li Bufan's neck, it was clearly caught in the air. At the same time, a sneer sounded behind him, and he couldn't react at this time, and Li Bufan kicked him behind his back. The Red Devil had an old face and hit the ground hard. I am going to kill you. The Red Devil became angry from embarrassment and disappeared again in an instant. Smelly boy, come over here. Torrent Genos gave a sneer, turned his body into a storm, and instantly produced a strong suction force, pulling Li Bufan towards him. Bang, 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 bang. In the screaming wind, countless white calcifications the size of glass marbles, like bullets, shot at Li Bufan overwhelmingly. Li Bufan's body has been greatly strengthened, but it hasn't been strengthened to the level of a steel man. Bullets can still be shot into his body, he can only use the empty cicada, and instantly appear in the southwest corner from the middle of the hall. Those calcified marbles blasted the steel walls out of countless pits, and their power was more terrifying than bullets. Want to hide? Can you hide? Torrent Genos grinned, he didn't need to move his position at all, he only needed to move his mind to lock Li Bufan's approximate position, and he could launch an all-round coverage attack. Li Bufan sneered and said, then don't hide. Ding! He snapped his fingers and heard a loud bang, and the heavy iron gate split in two and flew towards Li Bufan, blocking him in front of him. Hiss! Magneto couldn't sit still anymore, stood up suddenly, and said in surprise, you can also manipulate metal. Li Bufan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't grab your job." Magneto said in a deep voice, "Then what is this?" Li Bufan, "Guess." Magneto said in shock, "The ability to read." Li Bufan, "You guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward." When the two talked, countless calcified marbles all hit the steel gate, and countless pits appeared on the gate. Fortunately, the steel gate was extremely thick and its weight reached the limit that Li Bufan could control a full ton. If it is a little thinner, it will be directly penetrated by the calcified marbles, and the shield will become a sieve in seconds. That powerful suction still exists. Li Bufan's mouth twitched. "Want me to pass? Since you are so enthusiastic, then I will fulfill you." Chapter 59 Fuck, can you still play like this? One more. After solving the Red Devil and Torrent Genos, Li Bufan looked at the bumpy White Queen with a tick at the corner of his mouth. The White Queen did not participate in the battle of talented people. It was not that she did not want to. She was really powerless. Her two superpowers could not be said to be weak. Against ordinary people, which one is a big killer, but the problem is, her opponent is Li Bufan. Telepathy? Garbage doesn't do anything. Diamondized whole body? The defense is barely possible, but I want to use this to break the wrist with Li Bufan, but it is far away. Her fighting skills are too weak, and she is stronger than ordinary people. It is difficult to be elegant, and she is not Li Bufan's opponent. What do you want to do? The White Queen's nerves were highly tense. Staring at Li Bufan, she made up her mind, as long as Li Bufan moved her finger, her whole body would be diamondized immediately. Chapter 43. Don't worry, I won't hit women. Li Bufan said with a chuckle, besides, I didn't want to do anything to you. Hey! The attention of the White Queen was distracted, and Li Bufan suddenly disappeared. He was only a few meters away from the White Queen. He did not give the White Queen time to react at all. In the blink of an eye, Li Bufan appeared behind the White Queen. Oops, it won. The White Queen's face changed drastically, and she was about to use her diamond-like ability immediately. Hateful. The head hugged her from behind, his hands were not honest yet. Ear. The White Queen seemed to hear the voice of the devil, and the guy said, God's right hand. Then, the White Queen was instantly lost, her eyes widened suddenly, revealing her unbelievable color. Damn it, what the is going on? This guy's hand seems to have indescribable magic. Deep in her heart, deep in her mind, a devilish voice appeared. Don't stop, don't stop. That's herself. My God! You are a demon. The White Queen was shocked, she couldn't gather her energy at all, let alone make her whole body diamondized. It really works. Li Bufan twitched the corner of his mouth and laughed secretly. He originally thought that God's right hand was just a chicken rib, but he didn't expect it to have a huge effect. What he didn't expect was that there was an additional surprise. Mind. The system voice appeared, ding dong. Congratulations to the host, complete the hidden mission red envelope and get the corresponding reward. Hidden mission, the first close contact with Emma Frost, the White Queen. Items, Mind Power Driven Object Attribute Bonus Card. Attribute, Ordinary Items. Quality, S grade 2nd grade, divided into elementary, medium, and high. World, Super Power Out of Control. Special effects, the two attributes of distance and weight can be manipulated by the mind-driving ability to be tenfold. Damn it! Li Bufan was a little stunned by this sudden surprise. What's the matter with this? His original intention was to do a small experiment, but he didn't expect to complete the hidden task smoothly. Hell, hidden task, no reminder to trigger the task, either completed or missed. Li Bufan can only say, System, you really know how to play. Forget it, it's not important. Receive it now. After a few seconds, the system prompts that the point adding card has been received, and Li Bufan checked the attributes of the lower mind force driving things. Thinking force driving things, control distance 0 to 1000 meters, weight, 0 to 10 tons, speed, 0 to 10 meters/second. Note 1, the effective control distance is 300 meters, and the control weight and speed can reach the highest value in an instant within 200 meters. Note 2, the farthest control distance is 1000 meters. When the control distance exceeds the effective control distance, the weight and speed that can be controlled will be weakened to a certain extent. Chapter 60 Romance, Love Game. 2 more. After Magneto was completely resolved, Li Bufan immediately returned to school and went to class as normal. The next day, there was definite news from Schild that Magneto had led his subordinates to leave, completely lost track of them. To be honest, Li Bufan didn't know what Magneto wanted to do next. The timeline of the X-Men was so messy that he couldn't figure it out at all. That is, in the current Marvel Master world, Li Bufan could have foresight, but he couldn't be 100% sure. Because he is here. If it's just an ordinary person, it's a pity that he is not. This means variables. His own existence is a variable. Each of his actions will affect other people and the world. The greater the movement he makes, the greater the impact will be, and it will eventually be fed back to the real world. God knows what it will turn out to be. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. This point has also troubled Li Bufan. He even considered whether he should keep a low profile. The result is no. No matter how big the impact is, he cares about the plot and not the plot. Only in the shortest time, it is the king to improve himself as much as possible. A snapped finger, maybe he disappeared. After all, that big purple potato face has collected 6 infinite gems and completed his family planning office. Marvel's superpowers relied solely on time and space to travel through this kind of leaky cheating device to complete the counterattack. Dazishulian, he died unjustly. Furthermore, he has to consider not only himself, but also his wife, so let the Loki or anything go to hell. Become stronger. Be as strong as possible in the shortest time. Chapter 44. In the next half-month, there were no more S-level red envelopes, and Li Bufan was also happy and peaceful, enjoying the good high school time. Although he desires to become stronger, he is not in a hurry. Urgency is useless. The only thing he can do is not to miss any opportunity to become stronger. Schild Bureau has fulfilled her promise and has no trouble Li Bufan again. Wanda quit her job in Midtown High School and joined the Avengers. In the original plot, Wanda hasn't joined the Avengers at this time, and he hasn't even appeared yet. To some extent, this is the huge change brought about by the emergence of Li Bufan. Wanda chose to work for SHI Worries. During this time, the basic framework of the Avengers has taken shape. Tony, Steve, Wanda, Fast Silver, Black Widow, plus Hawkeye, the initial 7-member team was born. Dr. Banner is still incognito in Nepal, working as a happy barefoot doctor. Nick Fury really wants him to join the Avengers, but Dr. Banner is a double-edged sword. No one can control. Even Dr. Banner himself can't do it. Once he becomes a Hulk, he will lose his mind. At that time, no one can guarantee whether he will hit the enemy or his own. Therefore, Nick Fury chose not to disturb Dr. Banner for the time being, and continued to let him stay in Nepal quietly, as long as he knew his specific location and made sure that when he wanted to find him, he would be able to find him. In addition, Stark Industries has developed 2 full-body suits in accordance with the requirements of SHIELD, similar to the Spider-Man suit, with the face completely covered. One set was prepared for Wanda, and the other set was prepared for Li Bufan. Li Bufan's full-body battle suit, red and blue, and his face is the Shurayasha 100 Ghosts figure proposed by Li Bufan himself. It is an image from Eastern mythology, hideous and terrifying, and equipped with a voice changer. In Li Bufen's view, this is a romantic game between himself and Wanda. She thinks that she is an ordinary person, and she also enjoys the ordinary and peaceful happiness of being an ordinary person, and she is unwilling to destroy, then the only thing he can do. Chapter 61 Selection, Hell Level Difficulty Dungeon. Li Bufen was indeed in the second bedroom, but he did not sleep. He left the living room just to give Wanda a chance to leave. In fact, he had been observing in secret, and he had already heard Maria Hiller's phone call. When Wanda left, Li Bufen walked out of the room and went to the living room. On the dining table, there is a note left by Wanda. "My dear, the company suddenly has a major trouble. I may be traveling for a few days. I'm not here these days. You have to be obedient. Love you 3,000 times, Wanda." "Hey, I love you 3,000 times. This is Tony's. Don't use it like that." Li Bufen clicked the corner of his mouth and said secretly, "It seems that the battle in New York is about to begin. The poor baby Loki should have come to the Earth now with the help of the power of the Cosmos Rubik's Cube." The entire Battle of New York seemed very simple, that Loki wanted to occupy the Earth, enslave all mankind, and then led the Kittery army to invade the Earth. But in fact, it is Dazisha Face that controls everything behind the scenes. Thanos is the former guardian of the psychic gems, and all the Kittery are his subordinates. Through the hands of the Kitteress, he handed the scepter inlaid with the psychic gems to Loki, and then used Loki's king dream, let him act as the vanguard. This is a little test to see if the Earth can stop it. To be successful even for Rocky, he doesn't need to do it himself, just a few gems can be commanded by remote control. Li Bufen's mind was shocked. Coming! He was overjoyed. Sure enough, the next moment, a system voice appeared in his mind, "Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, trigger the main storyline, open the main storyline mission, the host will get a god-level task selection red envelope, do you want to check it?" Li Bufen's eyes flickered with a red light, a golden light burst, and a red envelope of the sun as big as a palm appeared. Even the appearance is different from before? Li Bufen ticked the corner of his mouth without any hesitation, "Yes. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the god-level task chooses the red envelope to open, you will get the following difficult tasks, the higher the difficulty level, the higher the item rewards you will get. A-level difficulty, capture Loki, counter Cheatery's invasion, and save the Earth. S-level difficulty, capture Loki, defeat Thor, and prevent the Kittery from entering the Earth. Hell-level difficulty, Loki is the god of trick, with a cunning nature, good and evil, and good at disguising and deceiving. Once you choose this task, the host must absolutely suppress Loki in both spirit and combat. Remarks: if you choose Hell-level difficulty, you will get extremely rich item rewards for success. Failure will strip the host from 3 abilities. According to the host's current strength, it will deprive you of flying skills, mind ability, and thunder escape. Ding dong, the host has 30 seconds to consider, please consider carefully before making a choice. Li Bufen narrowed his eyes. Level A and Level S difficulty are very simple for Li Bufen, and can be completed easily. Although Thor and Loki come from the Asgard Immortal Palace, they are known as gods, but the Western gods are different from the Eastern gods. Great! To put it simply, Asgard is a civilization similar to that of the Earth. In the original plot, Tony, Banner, Steve, Thor, and others have teamed up to frustrate Loki's conspiracy. Now even the brothers and sisters of Wanda and Quayin have entered the game. Winning Loki is not a problem. Take these two, this is meaningless. Various thoughts flashed through Li Bufen's mind like lightning. He chuckled and said decisively, Hell-level difficulty. System, ding dong. Hell-level difficulty dungeon, officially opened, no specific time limit. From this moment on, until Loki is brought back to Asgard's realm by Thor, he will all be in the S-level red envelope drawing period. Oh? Li Bufen thought for a while, until Loki was brought back to Asgard by Sol? In other words, he can't kill Loki myself? Also good. Loki is also Odin's son. Although he is not his own, he is still the of Asgard. If he wants to kill him forcibly, he might incur Asgard's anger, and Odin may commit suicide on Earth. Then, let go of the child. Loki Nawa, although he counts his elder brother and his father. Chapter 45. Li Bufan Panel Attributes. Physical body. 1 Super Soldier Genetic Modification Fluid Analogy, Super Soldier Serum. 2 Self-Healing Factor Analogy, Wolverine, Deadpool. 3 Super Body Analogy, Slightly Weaker Thanos. 4 The Body of the Super God Analogy, Father Odin. Physical fitness, strength, speed, agility, and other attributes, greatly improved. Super skin, it can resist cold, heat, electricity, radiation, poison, aging and disease. Spiritual power, close to invincibility, unless it is a demon or god level attack, it can't hurt the superpowered body. Skill. 1 Ninjutsu Naruto. A Lei Dun, Lei Che, Chidori. B Fire Escape, Impatience, Head Painstaking, Dragon Fire Technique. C Chakra, 9 Tails. D Pupil Technique, Kaleidoscope Writing Round Eyes, Left Eye Reading Moon, Right Eye Superb Power, and can be used at the same time full body must be able to be suffocated. 2 Shen Fa Reaper. A. Empty Cicada, Instant Step. B. Magic Short Distance Teleportation, 30 meters. 3 Magic. A. Space Teleport Portal. B. Soul Physique. C. Dark Energy Capture Technique. D. Refining Blade Technique. E. Absolutely. Guardian of the Mind, Witch, Strengthen the Spirit. F. Flying, Witcher. G. Thought Force Driving Things, Distance, 1200 meters, Effective Distance 500 meters, Weight 100 tons, Speed 100 meters per second. Detailed explanation. 1 Empty Cicada, a way to escape attack, surgery, in the anime and manga Bleach. The effect is that during fast movement, the visual afterimage makes the enemy mistakenly believe that the opponent has been stabbed, but in fact it just pierced the outer clothing, and the person escaped. The spell requires extremely fast movement, and it seems to be used in conjunction with the instant step. 2 A small fireball falling on the ground instantly expands the burning range and swallows everything around it. Coupled with the nature of the wind, the fire is more violent, and its explosiveness is strong enough to make the surrounding land burn into a sea of flames in a blink of an eye. Jiaodu. One of the members of Xiao. The partner of Feiduan can use the chakra to manipulate the black tentacles in the body to capture the meridian or heart of others. Including one's own heart, the body can store up to 5 hearts, and each heart can be transformed into a black monster formed by grievances, and its monster can use the technique of the original heart master. Became the victim of the protagonist's new halo technique, Wind Dun? Spiral Shuriken. 3 The essence of Suzuano is a physical chakra. The huge chakra forms a human form to surround the operator. Most attacks are ineffective against it, but too much use will have side effects. It is not only the guardian of the caster, but also the god of death that devours the vitality of the caster. Only when the eternal kaleidoscope is turned on can it be unaffected. Therefore, Suzuno is a powerful double-edged sword. The operator can choose to stand inside or outside of Suzuo Nohu. When the operator moves, Suzuo Nohu also moves. At the same time, Suzuo can make any action following the operator's intent. Suzuo Nangu can also be used locally, such as summoning only partial arms, palms and other forms to fight. 4 Full body must be Zonangu. The opening conditions for the complete body must be more stringent. Only those who can maximize the pupil power of the kaleidoscope writing wheel and have a large chakra have the possibility of opening the complete body must be able to turn on the kaleidoscope. There are very few people who have exercised their pupils to the extreme, and in general, if the kaleidoscope is used too much, it will cause blindness. Therefore, in history, there are only a handful of people who have opened a complete body. In this state, Suseo no Hu chakra is fully formed and stable, and its strength is enough to open mountains and seas, with wings growing on its back, and it can fly into the sky, and it can also use the ninjutsu that the surgeon is good at. In addition, Uchiha Sasuke's complete body can only be opened by the reincarnation eye of the left eye. The right eye is a three-hook jade instead of a kaleidoscope when opening Susanoo, and can resist the infinite moon reading launched by Uchiha Madara. 5 Lay done? Chidori. Chapter 62 Heroes Gather, the battle is about to start. 1 For the First Order. Time was hurried, and soon came the next day, as high as, in the clouds of thousands of meters, an invisible giant, like a fish in the sea, swimming quickly, it is SHIELD. Secretly researched and developed sea, land, and air amphibious combat black technology. Sky Mothership. 444 super powerful engines ensure the operation of the Sky Mothership. Even if 2 are destroyed, it can still operate as usual. On the Sky Mothership, several Marvel superpowers have assembled. Conference Room 1. Tony, Steve, Natasha, Wanda. 4 of 4 have assembled. Through the huge single-sided transmission glass of the number 1 meeting room, the command center of the lower hall is fully visible, as many as 400 shield. The technicians are working in full swing. Goal: find Loki. Tony Stark waved his hand and said to Natasha, "We have been sitting for half an hour. This is not the way of hospitality, your boss." Natasha said, "He went to pick up people." Tony looked like you were teasing me, and said silently, "Madam, I didn't mean to offend, I called us over so early, but you didn't even gather everyone. Don't you think your work efficiency is too low?" American team Steve Rogers frowned slightly. He is a soldier. He has always been disciplined first. He doesn't like Tony's venomous and silly appearance. He said, "Mr. Stark, please keep quiet. This is not Stark Industries. I believe Director Fury. It will be here soon." Tony didn't even look at Steve. He raised his finger and said, "When do we have another representative of the director?" Steve frowned deeper, but didn't say anything. He has been in contact with Tony for a while, knowing how poisonous this guy is. In terms of mouth escape, he is definitely not Tony's opponent. Crack. Chapter 46. At this moment, the wooden door of the office was pushed open. Nick Fury and Collison walked in first, and a slightly fat middle-aged man with glasses and a kind face followed behind them. Nick Fury smiled and said, "When I'm away, you guys are very lively. Let me introduce, Bruce Banner, Dr. Banner." "Oh, I forgive you." Tony stood up, reached out to Banner, and said with some excitement, "Hello, Tony, Tony Stark, it is nice to meet you, Dr. Banner. Your achievements in the field of anti-electron collision are unmatched." Banner shyly shook Tony's hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Stark, I am also very happy to meet you." "What?" Banner suddenly yelled, but Tony didn't know when. With a pen in his left hand, he slammed Banner on him. "Don't change your body. Tony expects. You know, I love that, the big green monster, let me take a look. You hateful playboy, you didn't know way before." Nick Fury's forehead is full of black lines, saying, "Tony." Steve's face sank, and he sternly said, "Are you crazy?" Tony curled his lips and said, "Oh, we also have a spokesperson for the director. It's a pity that Mr. Chief has already arrived, and you have been relieved of your post. Sorry for you. Steve said slightly angrily, "You like to joke a lot." Tony shrugged and said, "It's fun." Steve lightly smashed the conference table with his fist and said, "This is not fun at all, yours. A joke will lead to the failure of the mission." "Oh my god!" Natasha whispered a word, rolled her eyes, her face full of helplessness. Nick Fury was also helpless. In order to fight, it is possible to come out. Chapter 63, The God of Trick, Loki. 2 requests for subscription. Chapter 64, Variables still happened. 3 requests for subscription. Run away. Can't stay here anymore, or you will die. There was a scream of horror, the crowd scattered and fled, and Loki did not stop it. Ha, soldier, your attack didn't work. I'm afraid you still don't know who your opponent is. I'm Rocky, from Asgard. God. Steve sneered, you are not, there is only one God, that is, God, and he will never wear the same circus acrobatics. Damn mortal, you dare to be disrespectful to the gods. Not only do I disrespect the gods, I also plan to smash the gods. Boom. In the loud noise, Loki and Steve fought together. Steve returned from the thawing, and he was far from reaching the highest combat effectiveness. No matter how weak Loki was, he was a god. For several rounds, She-Tiff was knocked to the ground. He is not Loki's opponent. Of course, for the American team, combat effectiveness is not the only advantage. His biggest advantage is 11. Kneel down. Loki ends with a scepter. Pointed to Steve's head and said sharply. Impossible. Steve fought back in an instant. At this moment, Natasha drove a Quinn fighter jet and drove her weapon arsenal fully open and aimed at Loki on the ground. She reluctantly shook her head and said, that guy, too many clones. Suddenly, the operating system of the Kun-style fighter was invaded, and a rock and roll music began to be played. Tony Stark's lowly voice appeared, Agent Normanova, do you miss me? Natasha rolled her eyes and her face was helpless. When Tony Stark arrived, Wanda and other SHIELD agents have arrived. Steve is in charge of fighting Rocky, and they are in charge of evacuation of the crowd. Now, the evacuation is complete. The square became extremely empty, only Rocky, Steve, Wanda and talk about a few SHIELD agents. Although their duty is to protect the people, they are not superpowers, they can only do some simple tasks. This battle has nothing to do with them. Far away. In a building 100 meters away, Lee Bufin sits on the roof of the building with a drunkard peanut in his left hand. Fried chicken, Coca-Cola in the right hand, watching a play. The death was in his suit, and the mask of the Hell 100 Ghosts was taken off by him. Wanda's witch suit and his death suit are all produced by Stark Industry, and there is no doubt about how powerful Stark Industries' products are. The thin layer is strong enough to be bulletproof. The air tightness is also excellent, even if the entire face is covered, it will not cause any discomfort. Lee Bufin didn't wear it, not because of the death suit, but because of himself, simply because he was not used to it. When he saw Tony enter the arena, Lee Bufin yawned and said with a chuckle, it looks like this battle is about to end. Loki showed up so swaggeringly, originally he wanted to cast himself in, he wouldn't resist. It's a pity that everything that happened next went beyond Lee Bufin's expectations, and Loki ignored the threats of Tony and Natasha, and with the magic of the scepter, the whole street was destroyed. Wanda's mission was originally to evacuate the crowd, and Loki gave it to Steve, Natasha, and others to deal with it. Chapter 47. No way, her current strength is very weak. Chaos magic is very strong, but this is only the initial stage. If it is not for joining the Brotherhood, SHIELD, her ability, maybe it won't improve in a lifetime. But the current situation forced her to take action. You who took your dad's curtains as a cloak, you really annoyed me. Tony had a poisonous tongue and gave the US team a look. Second understanding. Tony immediately used an infrared laser knife to pin down part of Loki's attention, and Steve took the opportunity to deceive. Chapter 65 shocked Tony, God, you. For seeking subscription. So pretty girl, it's time to say goodbye to everyone. Steve yelled, No. Damn bastard. Tony's face was bruised, and his hands pointed at Loki. If you dare to hurt my companion, I will definitely make you worse off than death. I promise. Loki curled his lips and said, Mortal, don't speak big words, you can come now if there is a species. Before he finished his words, Loki's face changed drastically, and he directed at the building where Leibufin was located, shouting, Hey, hey, I'm just bragging, I'm not going to hurt her. Boom! A heavy motor vehicle flew out of thin air, appeared on top of Loki's head almost instantly, and smashed it fiercely. 1 click. 2 clicks. 3 clicks. Lots of clicks. Of course, Rocky has the ability to transpose 803. But very weak, and the distance is much weaker than that of the Red Devil. No matter where he appears, nearby cars, stone lions, statues of saints, or other things, they will fly. Then, it hit him fiercely. Call. Wanda broke free from Loki's control, took a breath, but still felt dizzy, his legs softened, and slowly sat on the ground. She is too weak in physical strength and spirit now. Tony, Steve, and Natasha on the Quinjet all looked dumbfounded and couldn't figure out the situation at all. What the is that heavy motor vehicle, which has several tons, how can it fly out of thin air, what kind of superpower, etc. This is not the key is who manipulated it. Steve looked at Tony. Tony removed his head armor and vomited, Don't look at me, although I am a genius, playboy, and philanthropist, I don't have the ability to fly things out of thin air. Idiot! Steve murmured, Of course I know it's not you. Tony said, Captain Popsicle, you seem to have a lot of opinions on me, are you going to fight with me? Please. On the Kun-style fighter, Natasha rolled her eyes and shouted at the building where Leibufin was staying, The person you are looking for is there. Natasha was no less shocked than Tony and Steve, because she knew the true identity of the man wearing the mask of the Hell 100 Ghosts. Her heart was already shocked, and she couldn't believe her eyes. Nick didn't say anything wrong, little badass. He also hid other abilities. God, how did you do it? Natasha stared at Leibufin with scorching eyes, lost in thought. Tony, Steve, Wanda, and others all looked at Leibufin. Damn! I admit that suit. Tony shouted, followed his eyes, and said unhappy, SHIELD. But I didn't tell me to use that suit for you. If I know, take this list. Wanda said, Who is he and did he save me? Steve said in a deep voice, If I didn't guess wrong, he is Director Fury's mouth, that, the super who hasn't shot yet. Tony rolled his eyes and said poisonously, Hey, I have to guess I can tell you for sure now, he is the of death. After a short pause, Tony glanced at Loki who was lying on the ground, and said, Asshole, I told you a long time ago, let you be honest, you know now. Loki lay pitifully on the ground, with a look of lovelessness, as if she had lost her precious first time. Whoosh! Leibufin immediately. It took almost a blink of an eye to perform the flying technique, and he came to the crowd and slowly fell to the ground. Tony exclaimed, Damn! What kind of monster is he can actually fly. Are you really a human being, aren't you a mutant? Tony, you better be polite, or you will regret it. Leibufin rushed to Tony. Chapter 66 I know everything, know everything. 5 requests for a subscription. God, it's been a long time since I saw you. Tony stared at Leibufin, shocked, but what the are you doing, why did you suddenly fly, and just now, what kind of ability is that? Don't tell me, you really can magic, I won't believe it. And many more. Isn't Wanda your wife? Don't you already live together? To be honest, when I knew that Wanda was also a superpower, and joined the Avengers, I was shocked, thinking that you don't know, you want to give you have a big surprise. But, what are you doing? Is this a fun game between your husband and wife? Wanda won't let any of us tell you her true identity, and you are like this now. This is too ridiculous. The corner of Li Bufen's mouth twitched. Once Tony turned into a chatter, it was really scary. Not only Li Bufen, Natasha and Steve were frowning at hearing. Chapter 48. Natasha shook her head and said, Tony, calm down, now is not when you are curious about the baby, first solve the trouble in front of you, okay? Tony said, no problem. At this moment, lying on the ground, a certain poor creature who was unlovable suddenly had a color in his eyes. He glared at Li Bufen angrily and roared, Fan-08. Me, Loki, but from Alaska. How dare you be so presumptuous? I've said it a long time ago, just to scare your little girlfriend. Why do you still hurt the killer? Why? Hoarse, even hysterical. Pete. Li Bufen's mouth twitched and he was extremely speechless. Look at Loki, the of tricks. He is ready to invade the earth and enslave all mankind, but now he is like a baby who has been wronged. Maybe in the eyes of this guy, the invasion of the earth is just a prank to show oneself. Wait. Li Bufen squatted down in front of Loki, squinted slightly, stared at Loki, and said nothing. Loki was stunned by Li Bufen's stare, and he shrank back, as if a little frightened and said, You, what do you want to do? Li Bufen sneered and said, Don't pretend, maybe others don't know what you are, but you are a transparent white paper in front of me, without any secrets. You play a weak person in front of me. Oh! Loki's expression changed, suddenly calm, smiled at Li Bufen, and said, The funny kittery is right, you are really funny. Li Bufen said, What else did they say? Loki snorted and said arrogantly, If you ask, do I have to answer? Li Bufen snapped his fingers, and the heavy motor vehicle that had been smashed nearby slowly flew up and hovered 3 meters above Loki's head. Loki's eyes flickered, and said, Don't be impulsive, just say something if you have something. Li Bufen yawned casually. If you don't want to be abused, then you can answer whatever I ask. Rocky said, Understood. Li Bufen said, Do you know who I am and the relationship between me and Wanda? Rocky said, I know. Li Bufen said, How did you know? A sneer flashed through Loki's eyes, and he smiled lightly, You don't think that I want to dominate the earth, and I will not do any work ahead of time. I not only know you, but also you, oh, and that green monster. No surprise. Li Bufen's eyes narrowed, and as the movement he made became bigger and bigger, the variables still occurred. According to the original plot, Loki would never follow. When the Avengers start the fight, he will obediently catch him, but what he did just now is obviously to force himself to take action and see his strength. At this moment, Natasha said, Li, if you want to chat with this bastard, you can go back to the base and talk again. The most urgent task is to bring this back to the base. The Cosmos Cube is not on him, and we have to rely on him to find the Rubik's Cube. No problem. Chapter 67 Thor, the of Thunder, comes. 6 more. Cut. Loki pursed his lips, obviously not believing it. It's okay if you don't believe it, but I know everything about you and your plans, including now. Why did you throw yourself into the net? Oh, isn't it? Then you just talk about it. Rocky was also interested, and continued, I have a hunch that you will be a very interesting opponent. Come on, let's talk about it. I can't wait to know how you are going to make this big talk. Since he is the of tricks, Loki naturally has strong confidence in his strategy. It is a pity. Li Bufen just smiled faintly and didn't say any more. The hook has been planted in Loki's heart, and then, just wait quietly for the net. Ha ha! Loki turned his head and said with contempt, Ignorant mortal, you don't know what true wisdom is. Boom! The frequency of lightning is getting higher and higher, and the distance is getting closer. Li Bufen said, Open the back door, otherwise they the violent man will use a hammer to close the door. Smashed open. Good. Natasha immediately. Do as it is. Tony, Steve doesn't know Thor yet, but she knows that Soul can live on Earth for a while. After Soul returns to Asgard, SHIELD. Thor's life on the Earth was investigated in detail. She even knew Thor, the of Thunder, had no malice against the Earth. Just when Natasha opened the rear door, Lee Bufin had a real map in his mind. In the real map, a red dot kept flashing. It's time to draw the red envelopes. At the same time, the red dot is still approaching the Kun-style fighter at a rapid speed. I didn't say, this red envelope is about to fall on Saul. Boom. A blonde violent man with silver conquering armor and a red cloak, holding a large hammer in his hand, suddenly appeared on the back door. It was Thor, the of Thunder. And on his chest, there was a golden red envelope. Kick, I have a red envelope. The corners of Lee Bufin's mouth twitched, which is really the consistent style of the system. Chapter 49. Tony and Steve all realized that Soul was bad, and Tony immediately. Equipped with the head armor, Steve picked up the vibrating shield. As for Thor, there was no one else in his eyes, but he stared at Loki in an angry and fierce manner. Hey, aliens, we. Tony came forward and wanted to talk to Soul, but before he could finish his words, Bufin Lee had already flown out, and he slammed Soul to his chest. Thor was kicked in an instant and disappeared in front of everyone. Tony and Steve are both dumbfounded. Loki was the same, staring at Lee Bufin dumbfounded, and after a full second, he was relieved, clapped 3 times, and said, "Wow, although I don't advocate violence, I still want to say that I did a good job." Of course, if the kick was the face, it would be even more beautiful. Lee Bufin ignored Loki. Mind. System, ding dong. Congratulations to the host, complete the task red envelope, kick Thor hard, the corresponding reward has been distributed to the red envelope space, the host can check it by itself. Ha's sure it's not joking, this is the end. Lee Bufin was confused by the system. What the hell, this task is too simple, is it different from free delivery? Scan the red envelope space. Item, from. Healing factor serum agent attributes, common item quality, grade medium graded grade, medium, high world, super empire special effects, as you know. Chapter 68 Thor, I'll beat you so hard that you can't even recognize your mother. 7 more. Chapter 69 Fuck, cut thunder and lightning. Soul dumbfounded. 8 more. Saul laughed, little guy, I thought you were weak. I didn't expect you to have this kind of assassin. Don't hide anything. Let's have a fight. The blood of fighting in my body has already boiled. Wow. 2 giant trees, one on the left and one on the right, shoot at him at the same time when Soul is still. Nonsense. Bang, 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 bang. Hands up, manipulating 2 giant trees like arms and fingers, skillful, and even perfect. Almost in just 3 seconds. Soul was smashed dozens of times by 2 giant trees. Soul was smashed. Tony, Steve's mouth twitches when he sees it, which is really miserable. Luo base station was on the cliff and exclaimed excitedly. That's it. I love your ability. What? Thor, the of Thunder, burst out a beast-like roar, slammed his hands to the left and right, and instantly smashed the 2 giant trees. He was very angry. You little who doesn't know how high the earth is. Don't hit me with a tree anymore. If you dare to use this stuff again, I promise to kill you. I promise in the name of Father Odin. Lee Bufin shrugged and chuckled, oh, as you wish. Whoosh. Behind Thor, a huge boulder flew away and hit Thor his head. Soul. Why don't you understand people? Don't let you use trees, you just use stones. What do I mean? I mean, you are not allowed to humiliate me like this anymore. Damn bastard, you'd ideal. Thor once again burst out a beast-like roar, smashed the rock with a fist, and made a loud humming sound on his right hand. It fell to the Thor's hammer in the distance and flew towards him, and he was instantly held in his palm. Raised suddenly. Crack! Bright lightning pierced the dark night sky again. Boom! The loud noise of thunder was even more ferocious than before. Wow! Loki covered his ears and gloated, "Hey! Although I like you very much, I have to tell you that the guy is really angry this time, and he is going to be real, that is to say, you are going to suffer." Tony, Steve's face changed slightly, and they also felt the change in Thor. This time the intensity of lightning was unprecedented. "Tony!" Steve called. Steve raised his mechanical arms, one aimed at Sol and the other at Leibufin, and continued, "Big guy, if you dare to mess around, I won't keep your hands. As for you, immediately fly away, if you don't leave, I will send you away." Leibufin chuckles, "Can you do it?" "It may not be possible." Tony was helpless. After seeing Leibufin's ability, he shrugged and added, "But I always have to try. Even if I know that I can't, I will do something. Standing idly by is not my character." This is Tony Stark. The body of a mortal is comparable to a god. Although he is still an unobstructed, selfish, and pushy image, his nature will not change. At the most critical moment, he will burst out with a bright, gorgeous light. Sol sneered said, "No, you can't do it at all, at least you can't do it to me. As for you, kid, it's still too late to apologize." Leibufin shook his head and said, "Sorry, I am not very good at this kind of thing, or else first." Chapter 50. Show me a demonstration. Tony said with a serious face, "He is really not good at it." Thor thoroughly blows up his hair, growls. Chapter 70 IQ Crush. Are you afraid that you are not an idiot? 9 more. Sol didn't stop him, he was still standing there, startled. Ahem. Tony coughed lightly, and said with a sigh of relief, "A visitor from a foreign land, Sol, right? Likely, I am sparse in our world. I mean actually I can also cut the thunder and lightning, again. Give me a few months. It's not important, what I want to say is, you don't want to take Rocky away before we find the cube of the universe. You can either stand by and watch the show or help us deal with Loki, there is no third option." Whoosh! The voice fell, Tony took off and chased the Kun-type fighter. Steve smiled gently at Sol and said, "Hey Sol, leave Tony alone, he is that kind of character. You said that you came to Earth to stop Loki's conspiracy, right?" Sol nodded. Steve said, "Then stand with us 140. On the side. As long as Loki surrenders the Cosmos Rubik's Cube, you can take him away. He is not an Earthling. In order to avoid disputes between the Earth and Asgard, we will not judge him. Soldeo, only Asgard can." Steve smiled and said, "That man, do you mind taking me a ride, those nasty guys, patronize yourself and leave me here." Sol, no problem. Whoosh! Sol took Steve and jumped into the air, through the thick clouds, and quickly caught up with the Kun-type fighter. Half an hour later, the Sky Mothership. Natasha was driving the Quinn fighter and has returned. Director Nick Fury, Commander Maria Hill, Collison, and others have been waiting for a long time. When everyone arrived, an agent immediately came forward and escorted Loki to one cylindrical cell. It was developed specifically for a powerful alien visitor like Loki. After referring to the Rubik's Cube and consulting various materials such as the battle between Thor and the Destroyer 6 months ago. Soon, Sol also returned with Steve. The heroes assembled again, and everyone came to the second-floor meeting room. The American team, Black Widow, Banner, Thor, and Leibufin were all present. Nick Fury is playing a mouth escape game with Loki. Natasha clapped her hands and said, now that Loki is in our hands, we can discuss how to get the Rubik's Cube through him. Sol, do you have any information you want to share with us? Sol stared at Li Bufan, his eyes seemed to kill. Li Bufan was lying comfortably on the office chair, with his legs raised on the desk, playing the little bee game, completely ignoring him. Sol? Natasha asked again. Kittery Legion. Thor quickly explained Loki's conspiracy. Finally said, I repeat, not from Asgard and any world you know. Steve nodded and said, according to your statement, the alien legion is far away from the Earth. Even if the technology is slightly more advanced than the Earth, they can't rely on spacecraft. That is to say, Loki will use the Cosmos Rubik's Cube for space teleportation. Banner said, it looks like this at the moment, don't take Dr. Sevig. Solki said, Dr. Sevig. Banner explained, an astrophysicist, formerly a SHIELD. Work and preside over the scientific research project of Cosmos Rubik's Cube. Thor said, I know, he is my friend. Natasha said, very well, we already know Loki's purpose, then why did he appear in Stuttgart? Bull. Tony's. The voice suddenly appeared, and he walked in with Coulson and quickly explained, to achieve spatial transmission, a space gate must be established. The bowl is the most important rare element. Unfortunately, there are many in Stuttgart. Eagle Eye has gotten. Chapter 71 Rocky, that guy is his own. 10 more. Tony shook his head speechlessly, and said to Banner, Dr. Banner, let's keep working and see if there is any room for improvement in the search system. I think so too. Soon. Tony, Banner left the meeting room, Steve got up and followed, and Sol went to find Coulson. Coulson was directly responsible for his affairs. He returned to Earth this time without knowing his own. Where is the little girlfriend? Natasha got up and walked towards the cell where Loki was held. Li Bufan put away the phone, got up and followed. There. Nick Fury and Loki's mouth fight continued. Seeing Natasha, Li Bufan came over and stopped. Nick Fury said, Mr. Li, thank you for your shot. Tony, Steve, and those people are not easy to manage. Li Bufan shook his head and said, Little Nick, you misunderstood, I didn't mean to join the Avengers. Nick Fury was taken aback, but last time you said you would consider it seriously. Chapter 51. Yes, I really considered my confirmation, but I turned it down. Li Bufan looked serious. Nick Fury. The wind is messy. Rocky laughed. Nick Fury still didn't give up, saying, but you still shot. Please. Li Bufan looked at Nick Fury like a 09 idiot, and said speechlessly, I have taken action to represent me to join the Avengers. Did I tell you a long time ago, I can do whatever I want, you can't control it. Nick Fury's forehead is full of black lines, and he feels like he is going to run away. Forget it, forget it. It doesn't matter if he joins or not, as long as he is willing to make a move, there is no problem. The Avengers General Council is just a title, it doesn't matter. Natasha didn't want Mr. Chief to be too embarrassed, immediately changed the subject and asked, what did he say? Nick Fury shook his head and gritted his teeth, he is just a stubborn bastard. Ask him if he doesn't say anything. I have other things to do. You and Lee will be in charge of the interrogation and see if you can pry open his mouth. After all, Nick Fury left directly. Natasha glanced at Li Bufan, Li Bufan waved her hand, and said with a chuckle, I'll come and take a look, leave me alone. All right. So, the head-on confrontation between Natasha and Loki began, and everything that happened next was not much different from the original plot. Loki deliberately used what Natasha had done before to stimulate her, and Natasha was recruited. Hiding his face and crying, bowed his head and choked with pain. Wow, the acting is awesome. As a melon eater, Lee Bufan said that he enjoyed it very much. Loki was also very proud. As soon as he lost his mind, he revealed a flaw and gave Natasha a clue. Natasha instantly changed her face and said with a little excitement, "Banna." Rocky looked dumbfounded. "What? You have to use Dr. Banner." Nada showed a sweet smile. "Thank you for your cooperation. Turn around and leave." Loki continued to be confused, only then knew that he was calculated by Nasha, and angrily cursed, "Bitch! Bitch! You are a bitch, a bitch! You will pay for your actions." Natasha ignored Loki's verbal abuse and rushed, "Little villain, won't you follow me?" Lee Bufan shook his head, "I will talk to him again." Natasha stopped talking, immediately. Heading to Tony, where Banner worked, Loki was still there, an angry roar, but his evil eyes flashed away. "Okay, people are gone, don't pretend." Lee Bufan was extremely speechless. "Rocky." Lee Bufan applauded and chuckled lightly, "It's really a wonderful performance." Chapter 72 Everywhere, Everywhere. One request for a subscription. Clouds thousands of meters high, the Sky Mothership. With Lee Bufan's departure, Rocky's plan to instigate separation worked, and the contradictions among Tony, Steve, Natasha, Banner, and others were completely intensified. Tony and Steve found extremely important evidence respectively. Nick Fury is using Rubik's Cube to create high-tech lethal weapons. Argument, start. Steve directly from SHIELD. The secret armory took out a sample of a new weapon and asked, "Director Fury, I think you need to explain it to us. You misunderstood." Nick Fury shook his head, and didn't intend to admit it at all. Even if the evidence is in front of him, it is impossible. "Oh, you still plan to continue cheating?" Tony turns a suspended LCD screen, where there are all the details of the second stage. In fact, since he boarded the Sky Mothership, he had ordered artificial intelligence Jarvis to crack SHIELD. When the US team found the evidence, the cracking had been completed. Nick Fury looked helpless. Banner said, "Director Fury, we all want to know, S.H.I.E.L.D. Why use Rubik's Cube to create weapons of mass destruction?" At this moment, Soul, Natasha also walked in. Natasha quickly said, "I know Loki's conspiracy. Dr. Banner, he wants to use me." Banner pointed to himself, feeling quite amused, and said, "Please, if it weren't for you, I am still staying quietly in Nepal and being a happy barefoot doctor. Are you diverting attention?" Natasha shook her head and said, "That's your own choice. You can't come here because I winked at you, right? You are just distracting." Banner pointed to the second stage weapon data on the screen and sneered, "I think you should explain this thing first, right, Director Fury? You want to know the reason? I will tell you, because of him." Nick Fury pointed at Soul. Soul dumbfounded, "I?" Nick Fury categorically said, "Yes, it's because of you. 6 months ago, we learned that the Earth is not the only civilization, and this guy from a foreign civilization destroyed a small town as soon as it appeared." Chapter 52. Soul defended, "That was an accident, Asgard is kind to the Earth. But other exotic civilizations are like the Kittery Legion in your mouth." Nick Fury shook his head and said, "Compared with those foreign civilizations, the current technology of the Earth is too weak. We must take precautions." Thor laughed, "Wow, you always have a reason, this is the chaos of your civilization." The quarrel intensified. Natasha aimed at Banner, Tony, Steve, and I all targeted at Nick Fury. Tony and Steve had originally disliked each other, the contradiction intensified again, and Banner was angry again. "It will explode. Calm down." Nick Fury's face changed drastically, "You better keep calm." Natasha's wrist has been placed on the gun at her waist. Tony patted Steve on the shoulder, and said, "Why can't you let people vent?" Steve shook Tony away and said angrily, "Go away. You know how serious the consequences will be if he gets angry. I now know why Lee left. I also know. Saul nodded and said, because you just. It's a mass of loose sand, the Avengers team, you don't need Rocky to take action at all, you will collapse on your own, that guy doesn't want to mix in it. Although I hate him very much, I have to say that he is very wise. Tony said, damn, that, little guy, don't take me with you when you leave. Chapter 73 Loki is dumbfounded. 2 requests for a subscription. Chapter 74 My Loki would like to call you the of tricks. 3 requests for a subscription. Hey, what is your little aggrieved expression? Lee Buffon's mouth twitched, and he couldn't bear to look at this little pitiful again. He was speechless. When I become your undercover agent, it depends on you. Are you qualified to order me? Loki roared, of course, I am a god, from Asgard. And you are just a mere mortal. Lee Buffon curled his lips and said, on the bloodline, this from Asgard, stand up and let's fight. While speaking, Lee Buffon snapped his fingers with his right hand. Street. 20 cars flew up in the air instantly. Lee Buffon pointed towards Loki, and the 20 cars flew towards him instantly, surrounded by a solid body. Loki's face twitched, and he couldn't help shrinking his body. He couldn't help but recalled that the shadow dominated by Lee Buffon's mind-driven thing last night. Lee Buffon snapped his fingers again, and Loki's psychic scepter flew up and landed in Lee Buffon's palm. No, that's mine! Loki exclaimed. The scepter is not Thor's hammer, just like the universe Rubik's Cube, it is just a carrier of infinite gems, and has nothing to do with Loki. Lee Buffon shook the scepter, curling his mouth and said, it's mine now, Tony, are you ready? The universe cube has been activated, you can't stop it, only the scepter can. Jarvis. The suit of the 7th generation Iron Man suit flew up and quickly put it on. On Tony Stark, only his head was still exposed. Unfortunately, at this time, the face was no longer laughing, too much serious. I have long been ready. Lee Buffon snapped his fingers again, and the psychic scepter flew towards Tony, and Tony reached out and caught it. Damn! 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 Loki was completely crazy, staring at Lee Buffon, and roared, tell me, you guy, who the are all your actions, there is no logic at all, what the are you playing? You bastard, I'm going crazy by you. Lee Buffon calmly said with a chuckle, no one belongs to anyone. I only listen to my own orders. Simply put, I do what I want. Wait a moment. Tony said solemnly, what the said just now is true. Lee Buffon nodded. You know his plan to throw himself into the trap, you know he wants to use Banner, deliberately anger Banner, make Banner lose his mind, you know he wants to create a space gate here. You already knew that only a scepter can stop the Rubik's Cube. Yes, I know everything. Oh my god! Tony's eyes were bigger than Loki, and he said, honestly, that guy is so poor. Thor flew into a rage, and roared, what kind of brag, if you really know everything, then why don't you stop you in advance to see? Now, the space door has been opened, and the monster has come. Only games. Lee Buffon blew his whistle and said casually. Walter. Tony, Thor, Loki, all faces confused. Hey, don't do that. Lee Buffon looked at Loki, smiled jokingly, and said, Loki, the of tricks, don't you like pranks? You can also think that I am playing a prank. Since it is a prank, what are you talking about logically and illogically, what do you think? That means, you are a fool. Loki was dumbfounded. Thor roared angrily, you call this a prank? Soul, don't be angry, the little guy is a bit too much, but he is my person, I am covered, if you dare to do something to him, don't think about going back to Asgard. Tony tapped Saul, and then gave Lee Buffon a speechless look. God! Chapter 75 Impossible, this is definitely a idiot dream. 4 requests for subscription. Second Olympics. Lee Bufen's mouth twitched. The system not only plays, but also makes a lot of talk, but the two blooms, what is the title, the system will naturally not respond. Chapter 53. System, ding. The corresponding red envelope reward has been distributed to the red envelope space, and the host can check it and receive it by himself. Immediately. Check. Item, 9-tailed 9 llama attribute, special item quality, high level is divided into inferior, medium, and high level special effects. After obtaining this item, the chakra owned by the 9 llama will be sealed in the host, and the host can use all of the 9 llama at will chakra. Coming. Lee Bufen is overjoyed. He has mastered the technique of multiple shadow clones, but he suffers from not having a huge amount of chakras and can't use it. Now he has obtained the 9-tailed chakras, which is a small multiple shadow clones. Still, of course, this is just 570. One of them, and more importantly, is that with such a huge amount of chakra, he doesn't need to practice ninjutsu at all, even if he squeezes those chakras into a ball and throws it out. Oh, that's not a ball, it's a tail beast jade. Immediately. Take over. Lee Bufen secretly said. Hey! Suddenly, Lee Bufen felt an unprecedented huge power, emerging from the mysterious space and pouring into his body. That power formed a chakra torrent, and entered Lee Bufen's body unrivaledly. Forehead, cold sweat condensed. No way, although Lee Bufen's body has been strengthened several times, even if it is placed in the Naruto world, it is not weaker than the shadow-level ninja in terms of physical fitness, but the tail beast, this is a big killer, and is basically a nuclear weapon level. Of the 5 great powers, Lee Bufen couldn't directly own any of them, but just like those people's strengths, all this huge chakra was sealed in his body. The difference is that those guys are really just Ren's Huli. How many episodes did it take Naruto to get the approval of the 9 llamas? Lee Bufen is completely different. This huge chakra belongs to him. Use it whenever you want, and your mind moves. Just open the seal. Of course, the premise is that his body can bear it. 3 minutes later, Lee Bufen had completely accepted the majestic and vast chakra, and had all used forbidden techniques to seal it in his body. At this moment, Loki, who was still stunned, suddenly roared angrily, "Asshole! You dare to play with me forever! I will definitely return!" The handsome face was extremely hideous due to the irresistible anger. Lee Bufen sneered and waved his hand, "Okay, I'll wait. How can I say that I suddenly received such a big gift because Rocky, as the saying goes, does not forget to dig the well, and let the child vent, he does not care about it." Boom! While the 3 of 3 were talking, a loud noise broke out in the nearby neighborhoods. Tony, Natasha, the US team and others tried their best to stop the Kittery army. Unfortunately, reality is not a movie, but the other party is tens of thousands of armed monsters. The physique is stronger than humans, and the equipment is stronger than humans. They are simply not enough to deal with them. It's not that I can't beat it, but I can't beat it. Even if Banner turns into the Hulk, one meal, killing indiscriminately, it is impossible to kill all the Kittery Legion. Well, the actual situation is that all the Avengers heroes are added together to kill people are only 1%. Worse still, behind. In the original plot, the Kittery Legion seems to be all idiots, obviously unable to fight, but still tough, as if the purpose of this trip is to fight the Avengers, not to invade the Earth. I've been nesting a few blocks nearby. Now, the situation has changed drastically, the Kittery Legion. The generals have already reacted. The vanguard troops are divided into several routes, each of which faces a superhero and government troops, and the remaining 2/3 choose to break through. From here, break through and kill the weaker defense area. Be sure after the intention of the Kittery Legion, on the Sky Mothership, SHIELD. All the agents up and down were shocked. Nick Fury's face was pale, and he roared hysterically, "Stop them! Damn! They must be trapped in those blocks, otherwise the whole country will suffer. This Group A beast who kills without blinking." At this time, the World Security Council S.H.I.E.L.D. His superiors, the 555 council members, all appeared in front of Nick Fury with holographic images. They are here to Nick. Chapter 76 The War Ends, The World, Unique. 5 requests for subscription. Banna, you go and kill that big monster, it is the base of the Kittery Vanguard. Tony issued an order to the Hulk, and he suddenly accelerated, rushing upwards, beheading dozens of Chita Swiss soldiers along the way. A few seconds. Tony came to the roof of the Stark Industrial Building and appeared in front of Lee Bufin, Soul, Loki, and others. "Soul, kid, leave him alone, come down and help. Asshole! I can't wait to skin you cramps. It's all a good thing you did." Tony glared at Loki with fire in his eyes. Following that, he quickly explained everything. Soul's face changed drastically. Lee Bufin was also shocked. The World Security Council's gang of trash is really as stupid as always. Soldiers who don't believe in themselves should know that it is not only the Avengers who are fighting at this moment, but also the army. When the situation is not settled, dare to make this kind of decision. You are all of Rocky's undercover agents. Rocky heard that, his eyes were 10 bright. He spread his hands and laughed happily, "Tin freak, although you should hate me, but I don't take the blame, this guy did a good thing. He can obviously stop this tragedy." Prank, haha. Boy, I like this prank of you very much. You teased me, but this place is about to be razed to the ground. Do you want to give your acceptance speech? Not only Loki, but Tony and Soul are full of anger. It's just that it's not the time to settle accounts with Lee Bufin. Why are you laughing? There was no change in Lee Bufin's expression, and he said lightly, "As long as you wipe out all the monsters you brought in 10 minutes, it's fine." Loki sneered, "Child, anyone can say big things, and may not be able to fulfill it. You are indeed very capable of fighting alone, but you can look at the Kitterus around. All are Kitterus. How do you eliminate them?" Ahaha, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard since I came to Earth. Lee Bufin didn't rush to put on the Death God's suit, and sneered, "If it's funny, you can laugh more, because soon you won't be able to laugh." Tony, Saul looked at each other, not knowing what Lee Bufin was going to do. Multiple shadow clones. With a move of Lee Bufin's mind, he first unblocked the chakra in his body, and then quickly completed the seal of the multiple shadow clones in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! In an instant, countless Lee Bufin clones appeared, no less than 500. God! Tony was dumbfounded. Saul was shocked and took a breath, and said in shock, "What kind of ghost can you magic?" Loki's expression completely froze. Lee Bufin took a light breath and calmed down Loki and chuckled, "Can you still laugh now?" Chapter 54. The mind flashed, and all the clones flew out. The art of Shadow Clone. The purpose of this art of second-generation Ihokage is for espionage. When it comes to the multi-shadow clone, although the spell has been upgraded, it is actually not ready to be used as an attack. The reason is simple. But now, it's different. Time has passed, the Avengers have worked hard enough, and their lives are almost gone, but they can't kill so many Kitterians. No more. Natasha killed another Kita Swiss soldier, immediately. Looking for a scrapped car as a shelter, he panted and said, "There are too many enemies. I suggest to change the strategy and first remove all the people in a few blocks nearby." Damn it, that little villain. Hawkeye also raised his head and looked at Lee Bufin in the sky, shocked. "A long time." He said, "Natasha, this is the little magic you told me." Chapter 77 Lawless, Arrogant and Domineering. 1 request for subscription. Time is hurried, a few days have passed since the New York War, and the sudden appearance of the Kittery Legion made the whole world know that the universe is vast and the Earth is not alone. Besides them, there are other intelligent life forms. But this kind of existence is not necessarily all benefits. The emergence of Asgard civilization makes SHIELD awakening, knowing the strength of other civilizations, so Nick Fury began to plan ahead, using the Cosmos Rubik's Cube to make weapons of mass destruction in advance. The appearance of the Kittery proves that his precautions are right. TV station. On the news channel, a female host standing on the devastated Queen's Road, facing the camera with a worried face said, "As far as we know, we are not the only life form in the universe. The universe is huge, even vast. Half a year ago, people from Asgard appeared on the Earth. 6 days ago, the Kittery monster also appeared on Earth. Half a year ago, the Asgardians only destroyed a town in New Mexico, but 6 days ago, the Kittery monster destroyed a small part of the city. The reconstruction has just begun and it is expected to be completed in 3 months. But this is not the point. The point is what will happen when more and more alien visitors visit the Earth. Next time they will destroy a country or destroy all of mankind. We are worried about this. All mankind must unite. Only in this way can we resist the attack of alien monsters. Of course, mankind is not hopeless, because in this war, we have seen hope. The heroes of the Avengers are fighting for the survival of the Earth: Iron Man, the American team, the Black Widow, and the Hulk. They were originally strange creatures in the eyes of the government and tried to eliminate them, but it turns out that our government is extremely stupid. They are heroes. Our hero, the hero of all mankind. Oh, of course, I forgot to mention a person. You must know who it is. I didn't forget it, but because he is so special. Without him, this battle could not end so quickly. The Kittery invaded. It will cause extremely serious consequences. He is the of Death. We don't know his real name, nor what he looks like, but we all know that he is the hero of this battle. He is the hero who saved us. Look at the children on the street, they are wearing the death suit, they wear the mask of the of Death, they regard the of Death as an idol, they aspire to be a hero like the of Death, and they want to grow up to become a great man like the of Death. The future is extremely difficult, we all know it, but fortunately, we have not lost hope, lost the future. Let's cheer for the of Death, shout for the of Death, he is our hero, our savior. Above, news channel reporter De Bruni reports. S.H.I.E.L.D. The headquarters, Nick Fury and Maria Highfield are watching this reporter's report through the LCD screen, and in front of him, there are 5 holographic images of 55 sitting on an office chair. 5 people, 5 are members of the World Security Council. Snapped. Nick Fury turned off the TV, and rushed to 5 people. After seeing it, this is the attitude of the people towards the Avengers. What is your attitude? You are worried that you can't control this force, you guys. A bald old man with a cold face said solemnly, "Nick, you know what we mean. Are we not right? You have seen how powerful those people are. If there is no supervision, God knows what they will do." Another member answered, "They must live under our supervision. I'm afraid this can't be done." Nick Fury shook his head. The bald old man had sharp eyes and said, "Why can't we be vigilant when the warrior kills the dragon, because the warrior is very likely to become the dragon next." A woman in a blue suit said, "Nick, we have given you a lot of time, but you have made any cosmic cube, and the scepter of mind is missing. Iron Man, Team Beauty, Black Widow, and Hawkeye all disappeared. Chapter 78 Horror. Is he a prophet? 2 requests for a subscription. Chapter 79 Let him be the little spider father. 3 requests for a subscription. I know. Nick Fury looked unlucky and said in a dull voice, "Don't worry, I'm just talking about it." Seeing Nick Fury said this, Hill was relieved. Hill continued, "By the way, Director Fury, there is one more thing. Nick Fury looked helpless and said, let's talk about it, what's the trouble? Hill immediately. I took out the computer, my fingers were flying, and I had a pause, operation. I adjusted the street video of New York during the recent period, and it was very blurry at normal speed. It was a red patterned monster flying around on the street. This is that little spider? Nick Fury asked. Hill nodded. Spider-Man Peter Parker, since he was bitten by a mutant spider and awakened his superpowers, he became a hero next door, and SHIELD couldn't ignore it. Chapter 55. They immediately. An investigation was conducted on Peter Parker, and the results of the investigation showed that this little guy is extremely suitable for the Avengers in terms of character and ability. The only drawback is that he is still too young. Okay, that's an excuse, Lee Buffon, the little bastard's age is not the same as the little spider, but the mind is. Although Lee Buffon stabbed a big basket, he was extremely old-fashioned in speaking and doing things, his personality was already formed, and his own system, even if it were another 10 years, I am afraid it will still be like this. Little spiders are different. At least he is different from Lee Buffon's little and troublemaker. He is a real troublemaker. He is filled with all kinds of heroism in his heart. He is thinking about how to be popular, and he always wants to show himself in a big event. To put it simply, it is naive. No, although the Avengers won this battle, they were devastated after the war, SHIELD. The aftermath must be cleaned up, and during this period of time, the little spider stabbed many more baskets. Oh, God! Nick Fury frowned and said silently, I really hate it now. These little ones are dead. One has made my head bigger, and now this little spider is here again. Can't they rest a bit? Hill ignored Nick Fury's complaints and said, we have been monitoring the little spider secretly, but from the current situation, the effect is not good. He has not grown up at all and is not qualified to join the Avengers. Immaturity, this is only one aspect. What's worse is that if we let it go, no one knows what he will do. Well, Nick Fury's eyes brightened, and he suddenly said, I thought of a wonderful idea. Hill roared, what? Nick Fury said, let the troublemaker deal with the troublemaker. Isn't Lee okay? Just let him be the little spider's nanny. Nanny? Hill doubted, will he take this task? Nick Fury laughed and said, if he doesn't accept this statement, then I will change the statement and let him be the dad of little spider. Ha 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 is so interesting, Hill you immediately. Contact the little bastard. Don't worry, he will agree, because in this world, if Wanda is ranked first in his heart, then little spider will take the second place, and he won't ignore it. Yes, for him, this is not a job at all. Hill smiled and nodded, I understand. Midtown High School, school time is up. Lee Buffon, Peter Parker, and the little fat Yawn were in the battle of 3 children. Lee Buffon looked at Peter with a strange expression. Yes, he has received a message from Hill asking him to be Peter Parker's guardian. Well, it's the guardian. After the New York War, Reconstruction progressed like a raging fire. Okay, after all, it is the most prosperous city in the world. There is no need to worry at all. It won't take much time for everything to be like this. In addition, SHIELD. Chapter 80 Little Spider is too young. 4 requests for subscription. The Trio 3 soon arrived at the fashion store. It was just after school time. The students from Midtown High School learned that the Reaper's clothing had arrived in the store. Lee Buffon sweats violently. If it were not for Peter and the little fat Yawn, he would never come in, it would be too embarrassing. As Yawn said, he came to this store several times and didn't buy the death suit. The boss remembered him and kept a set for him. Yawn paid the money happily, and took the battle before he got it. The clothes are out of the shop. It was noisy inside, and the other students had already fought for the death suit, and soon there was a conflict, and they felt like they were going to fight. Yawn was holding the Death God's battle shirt, his eyes were shining, as if he had won the 5 million lottery ticket. Li Bufen's mouth 927. Jiao, he smoked, and vomited. Hey fat man, it's not necessary, it's just a piece of clothing. God! Li, are you kidding me? Yan glared at Li Bufen, as if looking at a monster, righteously said, do you think this is just a piece of clothing? It's not. This is my spiritual belief. Li Bufen looked at the store again. Damn! The dividends are all taken by these merchants. Do I have to apply for the patent fee? I don't want to think about it. I don't lack this amount of money. Okay, you have the clothes too, let's go. Li Bufen said to Peter and the little fat boy Yan. Yan didn't care when he got the clothes, Peter also responded, but his eyes were still fixed on the death god's battle clothes, a look of reluctance, and the longing in his eyes was full. Damn! Li Bufen shook his head and said, Peter, if you really like it, I will buy a set for you. Whether it is the comic setting or the movie world, Peter Parker's background is not good, and his parents have not been there since he was a child. Now he follows his Aunt May Parker and doesn't have much pocket money. A set of Reaper's suit, $13, is definitely a huge sum of money for him. He doesn't have so much pocket money. Hearing what Li Bufen said, Yan also said, yes, let's buy a set for you. Do not want. Peter Parker had a good face and refused to accept gifts from friends easily. He shook his head and said, I recently made a fortune, at least 3,000, which is enough to buy. Yan suddenly thought of something, and shouted, oh. I remember, is it that, the ring boss, you are? Yan was talking, Peter suddenly stomped on his left foot and glared at him again. The little fat Yan glanced at Li Bufen nervously, immediately turned his face and said nothing. Well, in the words of the little fat man, the boss of the ring, Li Bufen was puzzled. Although I don't know what Yan wants to say, the small movements of people, it seems that during this time, he is not there, a lot of things have happened to these two guys, the little fat Yan should already know the real identity. Even wanting to conceal himself, Li Bufen almost couldn't help laughing. Chapter 56. Peter Parker was afraid that Li Bufen would be worried, so he slopped sloppily and explained, I'm not doing a part-time job in an arena, the boss is very damn, he owes me 2 months of work, and he is also in Queens. I plan to go back tonight. Li Bufen held a smile in his heart and deliberately said, do you need us to accompany you? Unnecessary. Peter Parker was shocked and hurriedly refused. Little fatty Yan also followed to help out, Li, let's not go, and we won't be able to help much. Peter can solve it alone, Peter, you say yes. Yep. Peter nodded repeatedly. Li Bufen laughed secretly and stopped teasing the little spider. The three of three came to McDonald's, settled the dinner, and then went to the video game city together. After 2 hours of fun, they parted ways. Li Bufen always feels something wrong. In the Ring Boss Marvel movie, there is no such story, plus he is now the guardian of the little spider, okay. Chapter 81 Little Spider's Regret. One request for a subscription. Obviously, the fat man in front of the little spider is playing a rogue, and facing such a person, Peter Parker, who has just entered the society, has no better way except to be so angry that his cheeks are in the infrared. You bastard! Peter flushed and cursed with clenched fists. Harry laughed and said, ha ha ha, that's good, I am, do you just get out of my office right away, you little bunny, I'm going to call the police. On the plane tree, Li Bufen shook his head, the little spider is still too young. Peter is kind by nature, and he must be based on the statement that he was in the world before, and he is definitely a virgin. This kind of personality is very unpleasant, but for the same reason, Li Bufen would choose to hold Peter's thigh before he had no awakening system. In the subsequent contact, the relationship between the two became better and better. Nick Fury was right. In this world, Wanda is undoubtedly the first in Li Bufen's mind, and the little spider is undoubtedly second. You are too naive. Li Bufan sighed softly in his heart, followed by pressing the red button on his left shoulder, swish. The original normal school uniform pattern instantly changed, and a set of genuine high-tech Reaper uniforms covered Li Bufan tightly. It's time to shoot. At this 11 o'clock, an unexpected situation suddenly happened. A desolate man wearing a leather jacket and a shaggy beard suddenly appeared, and rushed into the old building in a panic, with a pistol in his hand. Li Bufan stopped and continued to watch. Raise your hand. The poor man raised his gun and pointed at Harry, and said nervously, "Take the money out. Quick. I'll say it again, take out all the money. Or I will kill you with one shot." Harry, who was arrogant and domineering in front of Peter the moment before, was scared to pee, immediately. Raised his hands and shouted, "Hey, friend, don't get excited. You definitely don't want to be like this. You are committing a crime. As long as you go out now, I promise that nothing will happen. Believe me, I will never call the police." "Damn it!" The down-and-out man cursed, "Stop the nonsense. Money, I want money." Harry wanted to fight again, saying, "Look, I'm just a part-time worker. I don't have much money here." Peter suddenly sneered, "Mr. Harry, aren't you the boss of the ring? The money is in the safe on your left, at least 20,000 yuan, don't want to lie to me, I have seen it all." Harry was dumbfounded. "Thank you." The downhearted man smiled kindly at Peter. "You're welcome." Peter was in a good mood. Although he didn't get the money, he was happy to see Harry suffer. "You big fat pig, do you really want me to shoot your thigh?" The down-and-out man screamed at Harry. It was about to explode. "Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. You are just asking for money. No, there is no need to kill someone, right? I'll give it to you." Harry didn't dare to make any more small moves, and opened the safe, put the 30,000 yuan in it, took it all out, and the down-and-out man took it with a surprised face. He wanted to seize the door and fled. Before leaving, he smiled at Peter. "Thanks." Peter curled his lips and said happily, "He is a bastard, this is what I should do." The desolate man rushed out. Knowing Peter's skill, Harry yelled at Peter angrily, "Damn! What are you waiting for? Get the money back from me. You have this ability, I know." "I do have this ability." Peter shrugged and sarcastically said, "But why should I help you? This bastard! You who kills 1,000 knives! Come on! Come on! Stop that guy, he robbed me of my money, stop it!" Harry cursed viciously, immediately screaming outside. At this moment, a middle-aged woman happened to appear, heard Harry's scream, and then looked into the corridor. Her expression was taken aback, and she said, "Peter, why are you here this stealing your money?" Chapter 82, Greater Ability? The greater the responsibility. Teach to be a man. 2 requests for a subscription. Oh, do a part-time job. May did not doubt that Peter did have the habit of doing part-time jobs after school. At this time, the fat Harry also rushed out. Seeing that his money was lost and recovered, a fat face smiled, and he couldn't help but thank Li Bufan, saying that the money belonged to him, and at the same time gave Peter a vicious look. "Humph!" Harry snorted coldly, looked at Li Bufan, and said excitedly, "Mr. Grim Reaper! I am your super fan, you are the hero who saves New York." After just saying a few words, Harry stared at the money in Li Bufan's hand and said, "That's my money. Thank you for helping me get it back." Chapter 57. Asshole! Peter cursed in a low voice. If Aunt May is not there, he will definitely tell the truth and let the of death be fair to him, but it is not possible now. If Aunt May knows about his fight, everything will be over. He can't explain it at all, it seems that he is still going to be pitted. Li Bufan twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Ms. Parker, I have something to talk about with this gentleman. Can you wait outside for a while, Peter? Come in too. May is a little strange. Li Bufan smiled and added, don't worry, you won't waste a long time, just a few minutes. May nodded. So, Li Bufan, Peter and the rogue boss, went back to the office together. Peter was still in a daze. Li Bufan shook his head and said, Peter, close the door. Oh, yes, Mr. Death. The office door closed again, and Harry enthusiastically said, Mr. Grim Reaper, what do you want to drink? Li Bufan ignored him, looked at Peter solemnly, and said nothing. The atmosphere is solemn. When Li Bufan saw Peter's heart swelling, he didn't dare to look directly into Li Bufan's eyes. After a long pause, he said, Mr. Death, I was wrong. Li Bufan said coldly, where did you go wrong? Peter said, I shouldn't let go of the robber because of my own selfishness. If it weren't for Mr. Death, my Aunt May is already dead, and I will never feel at ease for the rest of my life. Mr. Death, I really know that I was wrong. Fat Harry was proud, and hummed, asshole, you know that you are wrong, Don't wait, Harry said. Li Bufan kicked Harry's belly, and Harry flew upside down and hit the wall directly. This kick is fierce enough. The little spider was dumbfounded. Harry also looked dumbfounded and looked at Li Bufan in disbelief. Li Bufan would naturally ignore Harry's miscellaneous fish. This guy's only role was to teach Peter. Li Bufan patted Peter on the shoulder, and said solemnly, Live, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Boom! The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. These 8 words are like the mantra of Buddhism and Taoism, which instantly opened Peter's awareness of superpowers. His eyes were bright and gleaming, and he muttered, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Li Bufan is just a salted fish, he has no dream of saving the world. These 8 words are no different from in his eyes, but he will not force Peter to be like him. He has his life, Peter has Peter's life. A person's character determines what path he will take. Even if there is no Li Bufan, Peter will understand this in the near future. Li Bufan just advances the time for his awakening of values. I understand. Mr. Death. Peter looked at Li Bufan excitedly, just like looking at his life mentor. Li Bufan shook his head and said, you still don't understand it all. Peter looked at Li Bufan suspiciously. Li Bufan didn't go around the corner, pointing to Harry and said, someone is doing bad things, you have to stop it, but that is. Chapter 83 Spider-Man, he feels like my dad. 3 requests for subscription. Chapter 84 Sudden Situation, Assassination. 1 request for subscription. Hawaii, under the bright sunshine, Tony was lying comfortably on a beach chair, enjoying the sun bathing, and the phone suddenly rang. Tony picked up the phone, and when he saw the caller, he stopped calling, and said annoyed, damn it. Why is that, little bastard? Beside. Little Chilly asked, what little bastard? Tony rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, what kind of can be, of course it's, the lawless, arrogant bastard. Little Pepper was taken aback, and said, Tony, don't say that, he just likes pranks. Tony angrily said, then what do you want me to say, a prank by this little bastard, almost ruined the entire Brooklyn. Damn, I still don't understand that, what is so funny about the prank? No, that is not a prank at all, but a crime. Okay. Little Chilly hurriedly poured the fire and said, you should answer the phone quickly and see what's up with him. Maybe there is something very important for you. Hey, it's better to have. Tony followed Little Pepper's advice and immediately. After answering the phone, he said in a bad mood, hey, you little bastard, what do you want me to do? Far away in Queens, Li Bufan, who was in the underground parking lot of his own community, chuckled and said, Tony, I didn't provoke you, I'm so angry. Did you, Provoke me? You don't know that. Tony rolled his eyes. Of course, it's impossible to really fall out with Li Bufan, and it won't. Except for that prank, he still likes Li Bufan very much. Otherwise, he would not conceal the whole thing, just talk to Nick Fury directly. Of course, in the end things backfired. Nick Fury still knew everything, but this was beyond Tony's control. You interrupted me and Xiao Chili's honeymoon. You said it's not an offense. Tony found a reason casually, and continued, if you don't want to continue to disturb, just immediately hang up the phone. If you don't want to immediately hang up the phone and talk quickly, don't talk nonsense. Li Bufan smiled slightly. It is indeed a very immoral thing to disturb others on their honeymoon. Tony, I need you to do me a favor. Is it difficult to be busy? If it is too difficult, you know, I hate trouble. Chapter 58. No, it's a whole thing for you, little spider, you know. It's Midtown High School, that, the little guy named Peter Parker is still good friends with you, right? I need you to design a high-tech spider suit for Peter. It has 666 claws on the back and side wings on both sides to allow him to fly in the air while still being neat. Child monitoring system, I need to know his location all the time. Li Bufan quickly said his request. For Tony, this is indeed a trivial matter, but he needs to do it himself. Baby monitoring system. Tony laughed loudly and said, are you kidding me? You are still a doll, and now you want to be a guardian. This is SHIELD. Give you a task. In the underground parking lot, Li Bufan said, forget it, or not, even if there is no shield. I will do the same too. Ha ha ha, this is too rare, a cold-blooded villain like you, don't you hate trouble the most? That also has to be divided. Peter is different. To me, he is like the position of pepper in your mind. Do you understand what I mean? Clear. Tony not only did not get angry because Li Bufan troubled him, or felt troubled, but was very pleased. This little villain, as long as he cares about someone, he can do it. I thought there was only one Wanda, now. Chapter 85 Hydra, Action. 2 requests for subscription. Underground parking lot. To the southeast, 555 Special Forces wearing explosion-proof combat uniforms all smiled and quietly witnessed this scene happen. One of them was the leader, burly and tall, and had a strange tattoo on his arm. It was 2 crossed bones. His real name is Brock Rumlow, and he is one of the core combat powers of the Hydra frontline. We are going to be sent here. One member sneered and said with a sneer. Crossbones sneered and said, the boss is that kind of character, he is a bit old. 617. Grim Reaper. He is just a little bunny who hasn't grown his hair yet. He may still be a mutant. Only then has he awakened his superpowers and thought the world was his own. I have seen too much of this kind of waste. Let's go, there is one last enemy left. As long as we take Steve Rogers, our action will be more than half successful. In the contemptuous discussion, Crossbones took his subordinates, quickly left and returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Crossbones and others didn't know that they were not the only witnesses, right above them, and the Black Widow Natasha was hiding there. She came to discuss with Li Bufan. 2 days ago in the Washington area, Nick Fury went to the US team Steve Rogers, and only when he left the US team's home, he was suddenly attacked. Commander Maria Hill has sent her a picture of Nick Fury's body. S.H.I.E.L.D. Chief, death. I don't know who did it. I don't know what the purpose is. As a top agent, Natasha smelled an unusual smell a few days ago, an extremely dangerous smell, and then, the enemy hidden in the darkness suddenly attacked, and Natasha was shocked. She has experienced countless dangers before, but I have to say that none of them came as violently this time. She couldn't find the enemy, let alone the purpose of the enemy, which also meant that she was in S.H.I.E.L.D. She couldn't find anyone she could trust, the only thing she could do was immediately severe and shield. Get up. Since the enemy is hidden in the darkness, the only way to win is to hide yourself and wait quietly for the enemy to appear. 2 days have passed, probably because Li Bufan was close to the Prophet in the last war. Natasha's performance was also mixed with personal emotional factors. But unexpectedly, I saw this scene. Old God! Natasha stared in disbelief. I lost my eyes, and my heart was full of emotions, that the little villain was blown to death in front of him, but she was helpless and could not do anything. Heartache. 2 tears came out of her eyes, and they slowly flowed down Natasha's white cheeks, but she knew it was not the time to be sad. Steve. Their next goal was Steve, and they had to save him. So, when the Crossbones left with her men, Natasha didn't hesitate at all, immediately. He leaped down, walked away from another exit of the underground parking lot, and left quietly. Hiss. In the car that had been blown up, Li Bufan opened his eyes suddenly, and due to the severe pain, he couldn't help taking a breath. He walked out of the car with a green face, and casually tore off the burnt clothes. At this moment, his whole body was charred, his bones were exposed, and the self-healing factors in his body were immediately. The violent explosion that took effect just now destroyed not only his body, but also his brain. The self-healing factor repaired all his brain cells in the first time. Then his body quickly recovered to the extent visible to the naked eye. Soon it was as complete as ever. If the Crossbones, Natasha, and others walk more than 10 seconds late, they will see this incredible scene. Except for the burnt clothes and a little embarrassment, Li Bufan's whole body is no different from before, and even stronger. Which is he who dares to assassinate me? You are really kind, but I will let you know what it means to regret. Chapter 86. The system will play, cause, and affect red envelopes. 3 requests for subscription. Li Bufan narrowed his eyes, his brain quickly turned, and he suddenly realized something by combing through the plotline of the Marvel world. Isn't this the story of Team US2, how Dan hasn't been staying in Washington recently? As for this, Li Bufan immediately. I opened my notebook and searched for the big news that happened in the Washington area in the last few days. I didn't find anything related to Nick Fury. Why don't you try the dark web? You can't even block the dark web. Li Bufan skillfully entered the dark web, then searched for related words, immediately. Chapter 59. There have been several pieces of news, and the first news item is the standard shock body, shock. A dozen heavily armed police officers actually did this to an unarmed black man. Damn it, you guys are really good enough. Although Li Bufan is in a bad mood now, he is still caught by this 13 title, and the corners of his mouth twitch. Pete. It turns out that the netizens all over the world are really like a ball when they are sculpted in sand. Hydra. There is no need to read the content at all, just glance at the captured scene, and the picture, Li Bufan can already be sure. Very good. In Li Bufan's star eyes, there was a frightening coldness, and he confessed to Wanda, asking her to pay attention to safety, immediately. Chase after that, moving red dot. Because, just when he understood what was about to happen next, he was qualified to know the red envelope. This time the system has played a new gadget, the causal red envelope. He must follow the instructions of the system to find one key person after another. How many key persons there are, it is not clear. The only thing he knows is that when all the key persons are gathered, the ultimate task will be given. Only then can you get the reward. Li Bufan doesn't worry about Wanda either, because she, Tony, Quayin, and Banner are not the characters to be killed in the Hydra plan. Among other things, Hydra wants to kill Banner. What's the difference between this and death? Banner is a cruel person. Since his body has mutated and the Hulk personality has been born in his body, he has all thoughts and is in at the bottom of his life. He once tried to shoot himself in the head. As a result, Hulk spit out the bullet again, and he couldn't die if he wanted to die. Quayin, Tony, Wanda, don't even think about these, none of them can be easily dealt with. In addition, these people have no direct conflict with Hydra, and they will not implement the Insight plan at all. Captain, Black Widow is different. Black Widow itself is S.H.I.E.L.D. The agent, the direct secretary is Nick Fury. Although the American team is very arrogant, they say that they do not belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. You can look at the things he did, as long as it is the task that Nick Fury confesses, which one is not Padian to do. Without him, it can only be said that this guy is the spiritual incarnation of the country, the existence of a Spider-Man and the Mother of God, and the meaning of his existence is fight for the freedom of all mankind. Fight. Fight again. For this reason, Hydra had to kill them when executing the Insight plan. After Lee Bufin flashed out of the community, he activated the Death God's battlesuit and used his flying skills to instantly turn into a red streamer and head towards the direction of the red dot. 10 minutes later, Lee Bufin came to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help laughing. I found you, American buttocks, the first key figure. Right below, in the elevator, the Hydra unit headed by the Crossbones was about to take down the US team. The result can be imagined. Battle. Too weak. In order to prevent the American team from doubting, the Crossbones did not even wear the pair of high-tech air shock gloves. Next, is the solo show of the US team. Facing the heavy resistance of the Hydra, he first jumped down from a height of tens of meters and stunned everyone. Back to tear the plane, it can be called. Chapter 87 Insight Plan. 4 requests for subscription. Nick Fury wanted to play dead for 2 reasons. 1. Now the enemy and friend are unknown. Even Natasha knows that in this situation, the only thing she can do is to hide herself in the dark, as S.H.I.E.L.D. director, an old fritters that has been mixed for decades. It is impossible not to understand this truth. The dead will never suffer a second assassination. 2. Still unknown friends or enemies. Except for himself and Maria Hill on the same front, he didn't believe anyone, including the US team and the Black Widow. He would only take action if they were sure that they were not inner ghosts, but were on his side. Nick Fury's pretending to be dead is reasonable, but what's the situation now is that Lee Bufin is full of doubts, and it is even more impossible to take action. He only hides himself as much as possible and follows everyone. After about 3 in order to prevent tracking, after countless rounds and turns, finally came to the suburbs of New York. The secret base 13 meters underground. Washington. Lee Bufin smiled, immediately. I figured out everything, Steve. Natasha's third key person is the bitter egg, it's really the key. It should be said that it is really not difficult at all. When Hill brought Steve and Natasha back, Nick Fury was lying on the hospital bed and was pushed 13 meters below the ground by a nurse to the first floor above the ground. The door is open. What surprised Lee Bufin even more, behind him, Falcon Sam Wilson actually stood beside Nick Fury. Pete. The corner of Lee Bufin's mouth twitched, and he was extremely speechless. Steve was also obviously taken aback. He looked at Falcon and said, "Aren't you retired?" "There are many meanings, there is only one core. Why are you here?" Falcon said, "Captain, everyone has a secret." Natasha looked at Nick Fury in disbelief and exclaimed, "Damn it!" Nick Fury had a lot of needles inserted all over his body, but the mouth was not broken. He shrugged and said humorously, "Natasha, I can talk now. It proves that you don't see ghost bone cracks and liver perforations in broad daylight. If it weren't for my fate, you might really be hell." Natasha shook her head and said, "Impossible. I saw the picture sent by Agent Hill and saw your body with my own eyes. Your heartbeat has stopped." Nick Fury explained, "Dolphin, plus Dr. Banner's pressure control gadget, is useless to him, but it is very useful to me. It is enough to pretend to be dead and deceive people." Chapter 60. By the way, Captain, let me reintroduce, Sam, codenamed Falcon, SHIELD. Hidden Agent will also be one of the most important members of the Avengers in the future. Please believe me, if he is so urgent that he cannot be controlled, he will not show up for the time being. The US team laughed, shook hands with Falcon, stared into Falcon's eyes and said, "You are still lying to me now, right?" Falcon shook his head and said, "You are a team. Assure you, this is the last time." Lee Bufin, who was hiding in the dark, accepted it instantly. Although it is different from the original plot, it is logical. Falcon Sam Wilson, how did that set of high-tech equipment come from the major institutions in the country, except for SHIELD? What else can be developed? As Nick Fury said, he should be a dark child of Nick Fury, and unless the situation is out of control, he will definitely not use it. Lee Bufin sneered and spit out. "You are really an old fox who has practiced for thousands of years, and you actually hide your killer's magic." This incident also gave Lee Bufin a wake-up call, that is, the plot he knows may not necessarily develop according to what he knows, but this world cannot be underestimated. Few Falcons, Lee Bufin certainly didn't pay attention to it, but the Ghost knew that Nick Fury, an old fox, still had some assassin skills at this time. Hill looked around vigilantly, and said, "Director Fury, if you have anything, let's go in and talk about it." Chapter 88 The Villain IQ is online, this is not the Marvel I know. 5 requests for subscription. Chapter 89 God Stick, let me pinch. 6 requests for subscription. Nick Fury said anxiously, "How could that be, Lee? Nothing is impossible." Natasha shook her head and said slowly, "Director Fury, you said you don't know who the Ghost is, but I know one. That's Brock Rumlow. He planted a car bomb in Lee's car. I saw it with my own eyes." Seeing that the car was blown into a pile of scrap iron, Lee was inside and there was no time to escape. "You are different from Director Fury, he has no reason, and it is absolutely impossible for him to die." God! Everyone was shocked and dull. Lee Bufin was so powerful and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, no one expected that he would end up like this. "This is really..." Nick Fury murmured, "You little bastard, how can you die, like you, even if I die, you won't die." Steve's expression is dignified, his left hand is placed on the heart, and he said in a solemn voice, "He is a hero." Ahem. At this moment, an embarrassing cough broke the solemn morning scene. Lee Bufin no longer hides, uses flying skills, shy round falls in front of everyone, looking at Steve with his frozen expression, embarrassed. "Captain, please allow me to interrupt your condolences, I am not dead." It's not just the US team, everyone is confused, especially Natasha. She even screamed very rarely. Black Widow, a world-renowned top agent, has extremely strong fighting ability, mentality, and quality. But at this moment, she was shocked when she saw Lee Bufin, who was standing in front of her and jumping around. "I got goosebumps. Scalp tingling." Nick Fury clapped excitedly and said with a smile, "You little bastard, I know. I know. Ha ha ha, even if I die, you won't die. Damn. Damn. Damn." Natasha glared at Lee Bufin and exclaimed, "What the is going on? I clearly saw that your car has exploded, and you are still inside, there is no escape at all." "Calm." Lee Bufin shrugged and said, "I did not escape. I started the car. The explosion happened. There was no warning. There was no response time of 0 and 1 second. As long as it is a human, it should not be so fast." Reaction. Natasha gave Lee Bufin a look and said, "It's a lie again. Why are you still alive without coming out?" Nick Fury laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, don't listen to him, Agent Normanova. Didn't you see that he didn't even scratch his skin? How could he stay in the car and not come out? He just didn't want to talk about it." Everyone nodded. "Lee Bufin is helpless, I lied, you firmly believe it, Now I have told the truth, why don't you believe it, but Li Bufan again? Why do I want to harm myself? Don't believe it or not, this is not a problem. Nick Fury. Straightforward, said, Li, you heard everything just now, right? I heard it all. Li Bufan nodded and said, I also heard you say that this place is absolutely secret, even a bird can't fly in, and you don't know. Fuck. Nick Fury. He always blushed, it was an embarrassment, you know if you hit someone or not. Other people are all holding back their smiles. This is not the point. Nick Fury said flatly, since everyone is here, then immediately. Action, stop the Insight plan. Do as the captain said, first persuade the World Security Council 5 people and 5 groups, if they are on our side, that is the best, if they fail, then use your fist to convince them. Everyone, I know that we are doing this to take our own lives and violate the law, but this is the price of pursuing freedom, let's go. Li Bufan suddenly said, wait a minute. Nick Fury said, what else? Well, let me do the math first. Li Bufan closed his eyes slightly, and said mysteriously in his mouth what they didn't understand. Chapter 90 God, can you really predict the future? One request for subscription. Naughty. Probably he has been suppressing his anger. Nick Fury couldn't help it anymore and said sternly, Li, you have heard our conversation just now. You should know that the situation is very serious now. This is not the time to make a joke. Do you want to play a prank again? I beg you, don't make trouble at this time. Once the 3 sky motherships go to the sky, everything is over. This time is different from the last time. Even if the Kitterus reach the Earth through the gate of space, even if the New York War fails, we still have a chance to fight back. But this time, no. Do you understand that there is no chance? Nick Fury's eye circles have been 1, 5, 7.